Sorry, I hit the button there. I don't know what I stopped saying. I keep on hitting that button. But I tried to say, and I muted myself, that he thinks it's all over. He's not. Even if he could raise the initial 250,000, he's still got 250 to raise. And he thinks in his mind that once he's able to get deported. Okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta end this. Hey, if I can get my law, okay, let me finish up. Let me tell you something. It's not gonna be like an installment thing that he's gonna get released to the United States and then boom, 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 boom. He's gonna be released, go back to Alabama or whatever, and he's gonna make installments, which he'd never pay, and he wouldn't care anyway because he can't get back into the country. It's not gonna work like that. He has to pay the whole damn thing off before they're gonna release him, whether he's in detention or whether he's in Bicutan. And he knows he's going there. There's nothing that's changed. Okay, I gotta go. Let me save some of my data here. I'll be back on within the hour. Goober, don't forget, you need to reapply the motion for consideration. Yeah, he don't get it. He don't get it at all. I'll be back. I'm just in recording with one of my attorneys off camera, though. Give him some privacy on that. There seems to be some discrepancy with Barry thinking what's going on. He owes a total of 5. Does 250 go to the court or me?
The 250,000 will go to you.
Goes to me. And the other 250,000?
Will go to the court.
All right, so the court gets 250.
Oh, it's a fine.
Huh?
It's a fine.
That's a fine to the court.
Yeah, and he has to pay all of it before he can go out.
Right, he has to pay all of it before he can get out of the country. And is Bicutan imminent? What's going on with that? Because if he doesn't pay all at once, he remains wherever he is. So if he's deemed to be...
Yeah, he will be transferred to the Bicutan because there is already an order from the court. I think that was late of March. It went out on the late of March.
Right.
And it is the BOI who will transfer him to Bicutan if the BOI will have to commence with the renovation. And there's already an order. Then it was actually the BOI who requested.
It was a BOI that requested the order for him to be transferred, right. Now, is he going to be permanently blacklisted?
Well, he will, because he had already an existing conviction based on his plea of guilty. Then we can always ask the BOI to blacklist him, and even the BOI will take notice of his entry in every time his application to enter the Philippines. Because
well, he seems to think he's not going to be blacklisted and he'll be able to come into the country, no problem.
That's he cannot even get out yet. How can he come back? See?
He can't go out yet. He can't come back. Well, he seems to think he's out in the clear on this, no. He's not. So basically, he will have a conviction on his record. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
And this is not civil because money's involved. This is still criminal, correct?
This is criminal.
Okay.
Actually, the judgment is his conviction. The reading of the judgment is his
judgment is his conviction, right?
On the criminal records, on the criminal case, 5 counts. That's 5 counts. It's not an easy way out. He was actually thinking that it's an easy way out for him.
He thought it was an easy way out. Apparently not. With 5 counts on him.
Yes.
Well, that alone should prevent him from 2 things. The case and the fact that he was almost 7 years of overstay. How would he ever get back into the country after that?
Of course.
Yeah, it would be very difficult.
One thing of his problem is to get out first. To pay the 500,000 on his
I know, he's got to get out first in order to pay.
Before he can deal with anything with
yeah, that's going to be an amazing feat in itself.
Yes.
He's got to get out, but is it pretty imminent he's going to Bicutan? I mean, the order does say.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of time he's going to be put in Bicutan.
Yes, the order has already been the order has already come out from the court, granting the request of the BOI to transfer him to Bicutan.
The order came out from the court granting the request for him to go to Bicutan.
It's a BOI. It's not our.
Do you think he won? He seems to think he's in the victory lane. Did you?
No one who has a conviction won. How can you even think of winning when you have a conviction?
Right. If you can't understand his accent, he said no one could consider winning when you have a conviction.
That's a mark of your character, that you are a convicted criminal.
It's a mark of your character if you're a convicted criminal.
Okay.
Okay.
There's no point of saying that you win in that particular case when a 500,000 will go out from you to pay your cash. You have a record of conviction. You have 7 years of overstaying. You have a deportation order. There's no winning in that.
Okay, you heard it. You heard it. Recorded, and my battery about to run out, so it was good timing on this. One of the attorneys had the
Just make it.
courtesy of coming on and be willing to say what he needed to say. All right, this is an upload. I'll have to upload this, and my battery's about out. Good timing on this. You heard it all. It is not a victory. But Barry, he's a convicted person in this country, and it's not looking like he's ever going to be able to come back. I mean, he's got to worry about leaving the country first, is what he said. So he's got to pay everything. It's no installments. He's got to pay $500,000. Yes, $250,000 goes to the court, and $250,000 goes to me, which is fine. And I'm just glad to get this court shit out of the way. We're all happy about it. And I pretty much got what I wanted. He got 2 years of his life he had to give up in detention. That was a win in itself. No doubt about that. So, did he really win? And should his supporters be so happy? No. It's over. Like Ricky says, you pay, he's going to pay. And he's never going to be able to come into this country again. And he has a conviction on his record in the Philippines. I think that's a win all the way around. Thank you very much for listening, folks. Alrighty. Let me, God, I'm just finally relaxing here. I just finished a chicken focaccia sandwich, par excellence, I might add. Chicken focaccia. That was pretty good. I gotta learn how to make that myself. I don't think it's really that hard. You gotta find the right kind of bread, focaccia. And I'm not gonna find it, unfortunately. But I'll tell you what, Van Tyen, I got an order waiting for me on the night of some good USDA quality beef coming up, and I think some Wagyu beef, a brisket, Wagyu beef brisket coming up on that. So, yeah, I still gotta do more of my shopping yet. Finally, something opened up in Van Tyen town that's going to carry kind of a variety of a few things here with meats, and they got these big ribs called dino ribs and wagyu beef, you know, that expensive beef, and brisket and all that stuff, ribs galore, and all is what do you call it? They're all cooked by, they're roasted. Well, you can get you're getting the raw meat, actually, but they're smoked. Okay, the meats are all smoked. They're all smoked. Well, that fine picture you see on here, I use one word: relief. I think we both got something that we wanted. Unfortunately, I think I got more accomplished, and I guess he's under the impression that he could just come up with the 250 and then just kind of lollygag his way over to America. But it's, unfortunately for him, it's not going to work that way. It's not going to work that way at all. He has to come up with all the money he has to put out. And in the meanwhile, yes, the order still goes through. I had an interesting conversation because I had to pay my lawyer. I had to pay him. Say hello to Barry out there, Gilda. Yeah, she goes back. She back. Back. Oh yeah. Yo, I feel relief. You can hear it in my voice, really. The court case is over with Barry. We'll just tend to other business, but it's over with him, and it didn't exactly work 100% like he wanted to. It didn't work exactly 100% like I wanted it to, but it's only because I didn't get a chance to say anything on there. And I was hoping that my lawyer would allow me to have some time on there. I could have changed the judge's minds a little bit and played a couple of these very special videos. And I'm damn sure it would have turned the other way. But nevertheless, it's not a bad outcome when I think about it. It ends the case, for one. No more expenditures to my lawyer for his case anyway, and traveling all the way to Toledo, and that's a plus. For me, it is. Secondly, we'll go down the list of pluses. That plus, he's going to go to Bicutan after all, and that was, one endeavor of mine to, get him to go to Bicutan in the interim, and a small stroke of faith anyway that they're going to renovate the place. So they already made an order out of that. So I had asked my attorney about that. Is he going to Bicutan or not? And he said, yeah. It's an order from the court. So he's going to have to go there soon enough. Don't even ask me when and a date or anything like that, because I don't know that shit. I don't know. But he will. And until he pays everything he owes. See, he was under the impression that he can just come up with the money from donations or go into his SSI account, whatever, which he has, right? He's been lying about that, okay? And pay the $250, and then he'll be on his way to Alabama with a banjo on his knee. But unfortunately for him, it's not working that way. It didn't go the way he wanted on that because he has to pay the full amount. And let's not forget, there are also all the fees and penalties and fines in regard to his almost 7 years of overstay. Now summer in the city, but it getting dirty and gritty. Good morning from the lovely, did I say very lovely Cebu, Cebu. What a glorious morning. Glorious morning. Pardon me, I'm going to have a smoke. Do you mind? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to have a smoke. Okay. Gotta buy the lady a little latte or something this morning. Right, Jake? Yeah, anyway. A little humor this morning. Hello. Lighter going? Click your pics. Click your pics. Looks like a lovely morning. Lovely temperature. All right. Got myself them nice new pairs of shoes. I didn't spend much, just a couple of thousand pesos. Not too bad. Oh. Legs of steel. Maybe aluminum. How are you this morning? I woke up with a great sense of humor here this morning, but then again, it's the way I normally am anyway. I'm not that stiff of a character. I know, make a joke on that one. Blue pills, huh? Okay. I'll let you know. On a need-to-know basis. Okay. Good morning. How long do you foresee? Well, let's not talk about. Well, okay. You convinced me. I don't know. The sooner the better they raise the money for me gets out, but the sooner or later that they raise the money, I get paid. I get a payday coming from all this. I have no problem. I have no problem with you donating to Barry. Create a GoFundMe, and there's a little extra in there. We could, maybe I'll get a tip from that or something, or I don't know. I mean, the beauty of all this is it works for me. It actually does. I mean, all kidding aside, it works for me. That's $250,000 in my pocket. No, it's not going to pay my lawyer fees. But, that was a sacrifice I made. But nevertheless, I mean, that's a fucking $250,000 in my pocket. I have no complaints about that at all. You see the beauty of all this? It's just beautiful. It's like artwork. I earned my Bachelor of Fine Arts degree, after all. Didn't I? Yeah, I did. The real degree I have. Not the ones that they say Frank never graduated college and... Yeah. Oh, my. Woo! Damn. I can't lose either way. You're right. I told you, it's an art. And it's beautiful. He gets to spend some time in Bicutan, kick the tires, see how he likes it there for a little bit, and it's all good. Works for me. Besides, sorry. It works for me. Who can't use extra funds? Yeah. Baby needs a new pair of shoes, Well, I got myself a new pair of shoes anyway. Check them out. Nah, they're not real expensive. They're only a couple of thousand pesos. Pocket money, no big deal. They fit pretty good, that's all that matters. They're all the same anyway. I bought some really expensive brands of shoes and they didn't last. They're all built cheaply. Well, of course, then you don't wash them in the machine. See, that's a little clue there. Okay. You gotta hand wash your shoes. You could scrub the insoles, stuff like that, clean the outside. But no. I'm one of these guys who throws it in the washer and they get destroyed. Yeah, that's not sensibility. But, remember I always say it all comes out in the wash? Well, it actually does. Think about all this situation. Hello, Hector. Good morning to you, sir. Oh, I did. Aloe did a wonderful short. I did see that. The Aloe short. It logically outlines reasons why Barry is a loser in case those morons use a kindergarten explanation. Oh, I'm not going to answer that one, Miko, but that $250,000 might go against his girlfriend. I told you, it just works out. Remember, I always say, and I say again, it all comes out in the wash, man. And I guess I must be right, after all. You see how things work out? Yeah, you know, you gotta have faith and stuff. I mean, not necessarily religion, but, well, you know, that's cool too. You know, it's not me, but have faith in something, you know. Oh, man. God, why do I even bother to smoke? When I have 4 drags of that and I throw it away. Cigarettes are getting expensive. Hey, I'm broke here now, man. I spend all this money on this case, and I'm hurting like a motherfucker, man. Damn, I'm telling you, I'm going to the fucking poorhouse pretty goddamn soon. So please, if you want to donate, please donate to him. I need that 250,000 pesos. It all works out for me. It's just, good things are happening. I'm getting money from another source now that's coming through. You know, somebody that owed us money, they're selling their land, and we're going to have no, not as much as we thought we were going to get, but it's going to work in parts. But she's going to go to jail anyway. The beauty of it, it all works out. Yeah, no, seriously, the woman who my girlfriend basically did some investment with, she's got a, what do you call, that's right, my girlfriend needs the money. Oh, that's right. My girlfriend needs the money. Yeah. She has a, what do you call that? Estafa case. Oh, yeah. And we're not the only ones involved. So yeah, that money's going to come in handy to make us more money. So consider Barry's payment to me is going to be an investment to make us the other half of the money that we need. And the girl's going to want to get probably about 15 years in prison. I don't know if you guys know how this works. The amount of time you get in jail is in correlation to how much you owe. So, because we were owed 2.5 million, you heard it right, 2.5 million, she's going to be selling her land, and we're going to get 1.5 million out of that, and the rest of it, I can't tell you, I don't know, you know, so it's called a return on your investment. We get some money back, she goes to jail no matter what, so it's I told you, there's an art in everything. Why do you think I went to an art school? You think I'm stupid? I could have took, what is this freaking courses they take all the time when they, you know, can't think of what the hell to take, not philosophy, but, liberal arts. Okay, liberal arts. No, that's different. I know Popeye would say, Frank's a fucking blood-sucking liberal. Well, no, I don't get into liberal arts, no. I love the arts, all kinds of arts. There's an art with dealing with people too, and I'm an expert at that. Oh, I absolutely am, there's no question about that. Look what I made Aloe do. I mean, that was an art in itself. He took a cab all the way to, he took a taxi all the way to fucking IT Park, and looking for me, and I wasn't there. He was totally convinced of where I was staying. He even went to an apartment complex that I wasn't staying at. That's an art. That's an art. Oh yeah. Well, no, I funded the money, part of it. I funded her part of the money, and the other half was hers. So yeah. And we're talking about with accrued interest and everything else, 2.5 million that's owed to us. In other words, you know, not us owing to anybody else, but we'll eventually get the other half. Well, we're waiting until she finalizes her sale, and we'll get $1.5 million from that. Then somewhere along the line, she's going to have to pay us the rest because she has to make restitution. you know, and her thinking that's going to stop her from getting arrested for estafa. But we have the paperwork that clearly states, and the paperwork was done with her in front of a lawyer. And fortunately, we had all our, you know, T's crossed and I's dotted, perfect. I mean, just, you know, the level of percentage of error is 0. I mean, it's the best thing. So she got herself a lawyer. Oh yeah, she got herself a lawyer. And we still got to pay the lawyer. We gave him some money. And we still have to pay the lawyer. So Barry's money's going to come in handy, so I don't have to go into my account. Or she doesn't have to go in her account, either way. So it's, you know, it's a beauty. It's better to be lucky than good, yeah. Frank the Bat. Boom. Yeah, in this case, yeah. You see how things work out? We're all happy, right? Barry's going to get to go home, right? Is that what he wanted? Look, here's the truth. The truth was I was not going to let Barry sit in a prison for years. Even I know my limits on what I'll do. What he did was terribly wrong. He did. It was terribly. It was very wrong to go label somebody child molester. You never do that. You never did. And all the other things he's done wrong with me, as it might relate to my girlfriend or kids, family, it was all wrong. I mean, there's no question about that. That was wrong. Even he knows that. As dense as he is, he understands that. He completely understands that now, anyway. So he realized there was a price to pay for this. Maybe it's not as much as he thought, but he realized it. So it kind of works out. I mean, everybody on both sides should be very happy. You know? No, look, the truth is I was not going to drag this case out for a long time because it would cost me more money because my lawyer would have to make... I mean, do you understand the sensibility of this? Am I believable or not? Because if this dragged out more, you know, I have to pay him 8,000 pesos every time he has to go represent me or go to court, or then there's, you know, money for doing motions and filing paperwork. Yeah, it was going to start getting a lot more expensive. So this kind of works out. Hello, S1. Are you disappointed the ever-ending victim speech wasn't used? I'm sure the judge would have made a decision to put Barry away for years. Have you testified? No, I didn't even get to that. No, I would have liked to have testified, but they, you know, they put their heads together, the lawyers, and they came up with this. And I was asked, you know, during the session with the associate lawyer, okay, what do you want to do with this? I said, fuck it, man. Just, you know, let's get this over with. You know, as long as he's going to make some kind of restitution on this, you know. I mean, you know, maybe some of you don't think 500,000 pesos is not a lot of money. It's chump change. But not here in the Philippines today. That's not chump change at all. And to a guy like him, that's certainly not chump change. So the court's happy because the court makes some money. I'll be happy because I'll make some money. So it kind of pans out. You know, it irons out. It works. It works. Barry loses his Shaw. Yeah, well, you know what they say in war? What do they say about war? Nobody really wins in war. I mean, because there's lives lost and there's damage done. So, if any of us are a winner in this thing, yeah, I'm a winner. Because I told you, it works out for me. Do you hear stress in my voice or anything? No, I'm happy. I'm happy to get this shit out of the way anyway. Just got to work on the next thing. And well, I won't go into it. There's other things going on too, which I will not get into. I will not get into. Hey, Ricky, come and find me, man. Was that funny or not? Ricky actually took a taxi cab from Mandawi to IT Park because he figures that's where I am. Well, I still could be. I could be there. he went to some complex there that I was not in, took a taxi from Mandawi, walking around the streets like a total idiot. And we're just, me and Gildo laughing on the side. No, we're at McDonald's right now. So he walks over McDonald's. We're not there. Did I say, we're at Krispy Kreme? And we were at Krispy Kreme. He tried, well, where's Krispy Kreme? Now that was funny. That's undeniably funny. That's undeniably funny. Evan says, isn't Jay Stillman putting a charge on you? For what? Jay Stillman put up some phony, a falsified legal document. Are you forgetting about that? I have the video of that. Jay holding up and reading a falsified legal document. Put a case on me for what? He don't live out here. He don't live out here. He just visits. Yeah, good luck with that, Jay. I don't know, they don't think sometimes. They're thinking with their, with their tensions and their, they're pissed, they're not thinking clearly. No, that would not work out for Jay at all. I got that video, falsified document, carries a whole lot more weight. Parabola, there you go. Good morning, Frank. Congratulations, Barry. He's a bad person. Well, he's always been a bad person, but, oh well. We're not going to make any more judgment. There's been enough judgment made on Barry, don't you think, for a day? I mean, I don't know. He feels he's got the winning hand in the card game, but who really has, after all I discussed, who really has, and all that's gone down, and considering everything I said, who has the winning hand, him or me? I would beg to differ if you said that he did. Just think about it. Even what you guys are saying. He's going to lose a girlfriend. But, he don't mind that. But believe me, he doesn't mind that. It's just the idea that he's never going to be able to have a relationship with her. That's all. It's just, it's a facade is what it is, See what you did now? Now I lost my girlfriend. Well, hey, man, that's not my doing. That's your doing. But then again, she was a tool anyway, so what the fuck? He don't care. Another woman came along and he was still out, and he'd go for it. He's already talking about women. Oh, yeah, I could date a couple of women outside my jail cell that I could date. Talking about pussy, this and that. And his girlfriend is like, she's listening to all this shit. She's listening to all this. That's the beauty of this. I told you, my friend Mel in New York, I used to walk around the city with him, and he was a photographer too, He used to go, his exact words was, my boy, art is everywhere, he said. I said, what do you mean, Mel? Well, we walked down the street, and he was pointing out, what's art? Okay, he started off with this old door, probably 100 years old, and it had red and blue paint on it, and the paint was all chipping off. You see all that fine detail, the texture of the paint chipping off. He said, my boy, he goes, that's art. Okay, we walked further into Manhattan, past Union Square, and we saw a garbage can, and there was an old tattered doll hanging out of it. And he said, my boy, that's art. And it was art. I mean, that's a statement. That doll happened to be hanging out the lid, the green waste receptacle. That was art, and we photographed it. And yeah, life is, I don't know, life imitating art, or is it art imitating life? I haven't decided yet on that. What Barry J could do would be him and Shaw to immigrate to Vietnam. With his record, they're going to see that, no, not really. Under better circumstances, yes, I would totally agree with you. But see, the problem with that now, with immigration, as tough as it is and everything that's going on, and the logics of it too, and the legalities of it too. Okay, they're going to see, when he presents that passport to go to Vietnam, they're going to see that he has a conviction. And chances are, Vietnam or Cambodia, or whatever he wants to meet his girlfriend, he's not going to be able to go there. He'll be rejected. Trust me, he'll be rejected. Hope that answers your question. All comes out in the wash. They all float. And they do. They all do. They're floating. They're floating. Yeah, I'm in a chipper mood this morning. I didn't sleep real well because Jesus Christ, I got up at 3:40 in the morning and went back to bed, but the air conditioning was set too high and I didn't cover myself, and I wound up waking up. Then I went back, just laid there for a while until she got up. She got up early too. And, packing some things to get ready to go and all that. Made my green tea, which I still gotta have. It's waiting for me. I'm gonna buy her some kind of morning brew of some sort. I gotta stop at the store. Mama-san. So Frank, the fastest they donate to Barry, the faster Barry gives you their money. 250,000 pesos, exactly. S1 Tunding says, rejection is the hard, Frank. Yeah. Now, a lot of people expected me to be really upset that he's not going to jail, but he is going to jail. I told you, it's art in motion. It's poetry in motion, man. That's exactly what it is. I don't see it any other way. I guess you guys are agreeing with me because you see the poetry in motion. Remember, I would also tell you something else. Remember what I always say? What does I always say? Huh? That there's a method to my madness. That's another one of my quotes. There's a method to my madness. I got far more intellect than Popeye or anybody wants to give me credit for. Everything that was done, calculated, just calculated. Everything, even going back to the tree in Hawaii, everything was calculated. Everything, not everything was choreographed, not everything, but a lot of it was. For example, you remember that one thing when I was in Ayala Mall and I couldn't find Starbucks? Do you know how many times I've been to Starbucks? Trips I made? Of course I knew where Starbucks was. Not that I drink anything at Starbucks. It's just that it seems to be a famous meeting place, but the fact is, who I was meeting was not going to be at Starbucks at all. It was going to actually be at Greenwich. So I put on this sloppy video, and it was terrible too. I don't know what was going on my camera, but that was all choreographed, every bit of it. And I was actually meeting Nika, and Nika and I were to meet at Greenwich. Yeah. By the way, Nika's okay. Nika's okay. Seen one of her Facebook things. She's preaching about religious thing, about how we should all get along and all that. Smart girl. And she had she had me and Big E going though. She is a smart girl. I don't care if she's disabled. She's a smart girl. Tree and Moxon incidents was calculated. Yeah. Look, everybody saw my yard in Hawaii. I mean, remember, people take notes, they're very visual. And they couldn't figure out that was in my backyard. I mean, come on. Really. And if I was in Moncton somewhere, I mean, I would have showed Moncton or something. Instead, I went behind my tree. Of course it was choreographed. You know why it was choreographed? Because I know my viewers. Because I know I would have had a reaction to it. And boy, did I have a reaction to it. I'm still hearing years later. Years later. So what did I learn in art school? There's not only a physical art, okay, there's not only a aesthetic art, but there's an actual art that applies to everyday life situations. How you handle matters, how you deal with people. It's all been in art. The whole time I've been on YouTube has been in art. It's been a study of human nature, social nature. I comment all the time about, let's see. Miko, that's why you are hard to beat in the court, as you leave no stone unturned. Exactly, man. S1 says, you fooled us all, Frank. I'm for sure you felt you were there. Wow. S1 says, my art school was the Marines. I like the purple crayons best. There you go. But I still loved Barry's artwork, though. I got to give him credit because it was like, I don't know. I would say I have to compare him to, remember what he did was put his, mashed potato, instant mashed potato, covered a box on the wall, and other foods that he ate, and then he put it on his wall. Pop art. It's pop art. It was pop art. You don't realize how artistic he is. Maybe autistic, but maybe I'm killing it, man. Maybe he didn't realize how much of an artist he really is. God forbid someone gave him a box of crayons. Who knows what would come out of that? A masterpiece, You never know. Some of the weirdest people are the most creative in the world. Autistic people playing the piano like Chopin. So, I mean, like, Liberace even. Oh, Liberace. Thank you, folks. I'm going to play a little something here that will, I think will bring joy to all your hearts. I can see Barry on a piano playing a little piece there. Will be the song. I hate you, Frank, I really do. I'm going to get even with you. Chorus bills. I'm going to call you a pedophile. Not knowing I'm going to go to jail. And I'm going to be paying Frank some money. Chorus bills. Like the Campbell soup painting. Exactly. Marilyn Monroe. You know who the artist was on that, don't you? Come on, you must know who that artist is. Think. I'm not going to tell you. Think hard. Andy Warhol. Yeah, I met Andy. We used to hang around. Yeah, I used to come to School of Visual Arts, man. Give seminars. Oh, you didn't know that either? I met Andy Warhol. I met them all. Drew Barrymore. I met them all. Alice Cooper. Blondie. I met them all. I tend to be into the impressionist movement, actually. Norman Rockwell was good. He was excellent. He really painted the ideology at the time, how he saw families and life at the time, and he painted what we would see, and purposely was, a wonderful way of looking at Americana and otherwise, this life, as families ate together around the table and everyday activities and stuff. And I guess I'd have to call him he was a realist, I guess. He was more of a realist. Well, let's not forget Van Gogh. The guy was willing to make a statement. I'm a regular Van Gogh. I mean, he cut off his ear to prove something, okay? I kind of inadvertently kind of cut off my ear to go the direction I did, taking a lot of chances. All the great ones. Well, of course, Ansel Adams. Of course, we want to get into photography. Oh yeah, he was my hero. And yes, the truth is, I did talk to Ansel on the phone when I was in Carmel, California. It was a stopover because I was going to go to Big Sur and photograph Big Sur. So I had to stop somewhere for the night. So I stopped in Carmel. And I thought to myself, fucking A, man. Ansel lives in Carmel. So they had a telephone directory there. And I looked up his name, and lo and behold, he was actually listed I said, cool. That's how I got to talk to Edith Beale. She was listed. And I called up and his son answered. He asked me who I was, and I explained I was a student at SVA. It would be nice to come in town. I love his work, okay, so he put Ansel on the phone. We didn't talk long, but he said that he would have met up with me. Would have, could have, should have situation. It would have been marvelous. But he was on his way to New York. Something to do with a gallery or something. I don't remember. It's been so many fucking years. But the timing was off. Well, with me, timing has always been a crazy thing with timing with me. My timing has always been off. It's always been off. Oh, believe me when I tell you that. In more ways than one. Some things we won't discuss. Timing is always off. Yeah. But yeah, I did speak to Ansel on the phone. And that was a thrill to me. No, I did love his work. Hey, I learned the zone system. Yeah, Todd Watts, W-A-T-T-S. You want to look him up, a real photographer, T-O-D-D. W-A-T-T. Todd Watts was one of my teachers at SVA who taught the zone system. And if you don't know what the zone system is, I'm not going to get into real big detail, but it's basically where you, you're like what Ansel did. He's going to photograph a mountain range, right? Follow me on this. Okay, but anybody who takes a photograph of a mountain range and they don't adjust their aperture and they're developing the film and all that stuff to the shadow that's in the mountain, you're not going to see detail in the shadow, right? It's going to go all black because your camera is going to go with the highlights of the mountain, right? Follow me? But if you use a spot meter, and it's a light meter, there's different types. I used to use a Luna Pro, which had a spot meter attachment. It means that you could angle in on the dark spots, the dark shadows of the mountain, okay? And you take your readings from the dark spot. That simply means that you will get detail in the dark areas. Now, however, there's a problem with that, and it's corrected in another way. Tell me I don't know my stuff. In your development, you're going to develop the negatives, you're going to develop the film. You're going to develop it so that you're still going to get that detail in the shadows, but you're going to be able to maintain your highlights, the brighter areas, without it being washed out or bleached looking. Okay, that's what I did. That's what I learned. That's why Ansel Adams' work is so incredible. He invented pretty much, I think it was him that invented the zone system, actually. So don't tell me I didn't learn anything in college. I did. Just because I'm not working as a photographer, don't mean anything. I learned a lot about the arts, photography, and I had a real fun time through the years, taking pictures of people, because I love character shots of people. I've showed you a few of them on my show a number of times. And it was fantastic. And believe me, I was gung-ho in my photography. My parents never really saw me, especially my father, because they got divorced at some time. I was going to school. And there I was, going out to the city. Why did I go to the city a lot? Because New York City and its boroughs, it offered me a plethora of opportunities, photographs, people especially. I liked old architecture too, but there's so many interesting people in New York and Brooklyn. When I used to do the Coney Island Polar Bear Club stuff, and people laugh. Oh yeah, Frank, Bill Gates bought photographs from Frank. Actually, he personally did not buy photographs for me for an exhibit and for the collection. No, it's a foundation. And what they do with this stuff later on, they burn it or something, I have no idea. But hey man, I made $6,000. Correct. Challenge me on that. I made $6,000. I gotta go get some coffee here. I made $6,000 because he bought the foundation anyway, not him personally. So I wasn't telling a lie about that either. Everybody, it's easy to say that I'm telling a lie. Frank didn't do this. Frank didn't do that. You think what you want. I know what I did. I mean, nobody has to tell me. Brood. What does she want? Latte, Americano. Oh, 12 ounce? Oh, no. Okay. I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts. And what happened was, when I moved from my house that I was renting out here, somewhere I misplaced it or threw it away, believe it or not, my actual degree. So I was challenged a lot by people out here saying, you don't have a degree, present it to us. I would have gladly. Instead, I didn't have to do this. I showed a transcript and they said, oh yeah, Frank, he just made that up because they use capitals when they use uppercase when they should have been using lowercase or something. Well, people make mistakes. All right, that wasn't good enough for them. So I said, fuck it, man. You know, so I didn't have to do this because I didn't have to prove anything to anybody. Nevertheless, I wrote SVA and I posted, it's on here. Where is it? I think it's right here. I think I have it right here. Pardon me for a second. Is this it? No, that's the order. No, that's not what I want. No, I don't have it on here. But anyway, people know. I already posted it. It was a letter that they're still challenging. They're still challenging me on this. I swear to God. You know, the know-it-all, Mick Fisher says, no, it has to come from the registrar. No, it don't. It has to come from the registrar. It was signed. There was a telephone number on there. Anybody could have called this. And it gave the fact that I did receive in 1980, absolutely received in 1980, a degree of Bachelor of Fine Arts. But of course, Mick Fisher and everybody, they had to say different on that. Whatever, man. You know what I mean? Okay, where's the tops for this shit? Is this 16 ounce? Where's the tops? I gotta carry this hot coffee to the counter here. You better catch me. I'm at 7-Eleven, Ricky. I'm at 7-Eleven, Ricky. Oh man, I got a line in here now. And I'm supposed to hold a hot cup of coffee that's filled to the brim. To the brim. This is a, 16 ounce Americano. Okay, let me get in line here. Oh, I'm going to get a strike for the music in the background. Oh yeah, I do. I certainly do. I don't know, you'd have to go back to Camera 35, Popular Photography. You have to go to, over to UK. What's the name of that one? Even I forget the things I have. Yeah, I do. I got other things all over the internet with Edith Beale. Oh, they love to attack me on that one with Edith Beale. They love that one. They love that one. I do got a name credit on a movie for, you know, assistance. I contributed photographs and whatnot, you know. That's not like I played a role in a movie or nothing, but hey, that was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. They always have something to say about something, and they always will. They always will. You know, you make an accomplishment of some sort, and they just want to attack you on it. That's pretty usual on here. Because most of the goobers on here, they never made any accomplishments at all. Yeah, my work, I even have bodies of work, and they'll say, well, anybody will take anything from the street. I told them I actually got 2 bodies of my work at the New York Historical Society, which is true. And according to people like Mick or Don or somebody, they'll say, well, anybody could just give them free stuff and they'll put it in their records. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. It had to pertain to everything to do with New York was history, and the Edith Beale thing, and also the Polar Bear Club, which was very well known. did have to do with one of the boroughs of New York. So, with that being said, I do have not only from Bill Gates Foundation, but also New York Historical Society, published in about 8 or 9 magazines. And just my photographs are floating all over the United States, actually. Some of them. I used to sell my shit online, on eBay. I was very big into eBay. Hueytown gopher isn't as tough as a panther. Wonder why he lies so much. I don't know. You gotta ask him. Okay, 16 ounce Americano. I need a lid and everything, and I need cream or whatever you have. Okay, hold on, folks. Yeah, thank you. Nah, I'm not gonna have a party or nothing. Nah. Being ostentatious. You want me to be ostentatious, perhaps?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't need that now. All right, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. All right. I'm on the move. I'll just put it this way. I had my own accomplishments. You know, nothing earth-shaking. But I mean, compared to the goobers on here, I've had quite a bit of accomplishments. They know it. They're not going to admit it on there because they just want to find fault with me. They get off on that shit. Pulling my chain. How many times I pulled their chain and they didn't even know it. Ricky, for example, is the latest. Oh my God. Him going to IT Park and trying to look for me. Now that was funny. That was funny. That was funny. Why didn't Obama win? They say you lost. Well, because they can say anything they want. It's all a matter of interpretation, really. Who won? Who's still going to have to go to Bicutan? He is. All right? Who's going to have to pay out some money to court and to me? He is. Who's going to sever his relationship with his so-called girlfriend? He is. It's all a matter of interpretation. That's all I can tell you. I may lose signal for a little bit. If I do, just hang in there. I'm getting into an elevator. So hold on, folks. So many... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Coffee delivery. Coffee. Americana. Okay. Americana. Of course, I got you some cream or whatever you want to call it. And a little stir rod for you. And there you go. I think that's all of it. I got to sit down and have my... Of course, we're stopping at S&R. No blueberries or broccoli, but the gentleman is going back in the stock room because he's just putting things out there now. Look at this big guy. Look at this son of a gun. This guy's huge. Damn. Huh?
We do not have stock, no, sir.
You don't have it in stock?
Yes, sir.
None? No broccoli, no...
No berries and broccoli. Maybe
Well, I don't
Next
live.
week.
I live on a different island, so I was hoping it would be here. Oh, that's a big disappointment. Okay, what veggies are worth even getting here? I got strawberries at home, and I could probably find it locally, but that's a huge disappointment. Look at that avocado pulp. That is a huge disappointment. Spinach balls, no. Oh my God, what do you think I mostly buy here? Is I buy the frozen veggies. No, he don't have it in stock, dear. That is a huge disappointment. Oh me, oh my. No, I don't want spinach balls. I don't want raspberries. They got some steamed fresh broccoli, carrots, and cauliflower. I suppose I could get a package of that. Why not? Got my big case here. I am terribly, terribly disappointed. Terribly. Oh my God, there's Ricky. I swear to God. There's Ricky. I'm hunting him down. I'm serious. Ricky. I knew I saw you. Oh, he's going to shake my hand. He's going to shake my
I didn't know you
hand.
were here, honestly. I just went over to the two doctors.
I knew you were here. I'm very
Oh,
astute.
you saw me, man? You saw me? It was nice to see you guys. You know, I didn't,
Oh, it's
honestly,
nice
I
to
didn't
see
you.
us.
I forgot about you here. Right? Anyway, it was fun running around IT Park. Your problem, where were you yesterday?
You safety part.
That was fun. You know,
No, we were in
Super
IT Park.
chat, You know?
Yeah, you have a super chat the front.
So why
I got
are you
like
so
$50
against me?
Yeah, okay.
Why are you so against me?
No,
Well, I
just
mean, you went over the line with Barry, man. And
No, I
Barry's,
didn't.
now
It's
he's going
dead.
to Bicutan in a couple days, you know?
you know what? It's not the fault for Frank to go there in Bicutan because we got a renovation.
Oh, I know. No,
Yeah.
I know
It's
that.
a renovation.
Yeah, it's not
that
Frank's
time.
fault that he's going to
Yeah.
Bicutan. No, absolutely not.
No, the point is, you just run this
They're
hate camp.
renovating the building.
You run this hate campaign against me all the time. You know what me and Gilda are like.
that's
You shouldn't be
why I
attacking
said
us. I
it's
mean,
better make it over it about Barry because with Barry's
Yeah, it's
speak-
done now. It's
Yeah,
all over now.
Because
so.
you know,
No, it's not
if
over because
Barry's
you
there in
financed
Bicutan,
Shaw.
and
You-
I
then
never
they
financed Shaw.
cannot.
I don't have any money to do that.
They cannot.
You don't have any
stay
money?
there longer in Bicutan
living
because
large,
of
you don't have any money.
Barry's
Did you hear that?
health
He don't have any money
So
to
that's
finance
why.
Shaw.
Yeah, well,
Well, who financed her then? Who financed her
I have
then?
no idea who did it. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know who did it.
it's over with Barry. His destiny is fulfilled. That's it. Stop telling people that I'm going to Bicutan because there is no resolution yet. And we
I
got.
know that.
You know that, but why do you say that? I mean, I've got it covered. And whatever happens actually happens, but I'll deal with it. I will actually deal with it. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, you're looking good. Frankie's been lifting weights, you know, working out.
I'm average. I'm
You showed
okay.
that video. He's always
Yeah, this I always try to get
Yeah.
fit. So
I'm always camera ready, son, because when I take the
You guys are the
opportunity,
most sexy couple.
damn right we are. Damn right we are. Damn right.
you're
The most
joking.
sexy couple.
Well,
and you have
Ricky,
the biggest
you know,
cooler,
tone it down a bit, all right?
Yeah, well, really,
Yeah.
we're not. You know, it's over, Frank.
Yeah.
No, it's not
all
over
over.
because you are supporting. I can't shake your
It's
hand
all
on
over,
that.
Frank. It's all over.
It's all over,
Barry,
yeah.
Yesterday, you guys settled, right? Barry's going to Bicutan, so it's gonna
Yeah,
be
but you're
Frank's
still
life
telling
anymore.
everybody to celebrate that Frank is going to Bicutan. He's going to get what's coming to him and all this shit. I mean, how righteous is that? I mean, seriously.
No, we're all taking. You know, I'm taking a break from it, Frank. You know, it's over. Sorry
Yeah,
about
that's
this.
why I said.
I mean, I don't think. I mean,
It's over.
I'm telling you, man. I don't care how big you are. I could fucking cold cock you right fucking now, but I'm not going to do that. Okay? But you said a lot of shit about us that I don't appreciate. Go on your way. Go fucking shopping. But I don't. I'm just saying I don't appreciate what you've done. And I don't care how fucking big you are. I tell you what, the bigger you are, the harder you fucking
Of
fall.
course, but you're looking tough today, man. You're looking tough.
No, I'm just
Why is he so
myself.
mad?
Yeah, because you know.
You should feel sorry for me today. There's no fucking
I feel
blueberries.
sorry for you. Oh, no,
Okay.
You know what? Even after we do it,
blueberries.
And there's no broccoli either.
everything,
Okay.
And then still talking about.
Gotta love this,
I'm
folks.
not talking about it anymore. It's done.
Well, Gilda's going to tell you straight off.
Yeah, I agree. I
I said already to the attorney.
Just cut it down, Ricky.
I'm not talking
I won't
about
talk
it.
about
Yes,
you.
I agree. I agree.
It's got to stop
I
somewhere.
agree.
All right, we'll agree. There's a handshake, and
no
let's see
more.
how he
We're done with Frank.
honors,
We're
okay?
done with Gilda. We're done with Barry. Barry's, you know, listen, Barry's going to big time. We're not going to hear from him anymore.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
he's going to need to get that money to pay the restitution, to pay the court. And
Well,
then
somehow
it's up to him.
Put in a Popeye show today, and I was laughing my ass off, really. But it doesn't sound like he's really going to get much money off anybody. And they're all saying that, and you keep on saying that Barry's winning. I know, I photographed that guy. They talk about big. That guy is big. He makes Ricky look like my size. This guy is like fucking 6'10" at least. Big motherfucker, man. Big motherfucker.
Who's bigger, that guy or Mick Fisher?
Oh, that guy's bigger than Big
Bigger.
Fisher.
Big Fisher's pretty big too.
No, that guy there is big. No, that guy there, he's big.
Big Fisher is not big like that.
No,
He's
Mick Fisher's
tall,
not big like
but
that.
not big. He's
Okay, I'm just
big.
making my point, okay? What I mean, I could be a vicious motherfucker no matter how old I am, how fucking,
Yeah, no.
frail that people think I am, but
We didn't do that.
I'm smarter than most people because I would have took care of Barry a long time ago, but I thought ahead of myself. I thought
you had
ahead.
it all, you
And all this bullshit at TGIF, you know what happened on there.
Planned everything.
Yeah.
That's why you're so brilliant. That's why you're the greatest in the history of the Philippines.
Oh, come on, Ricky, come on. Bullshit.
I mean,
You leave
the most
today,
brilliant-
you go
the most
back to talking
brilliant-
shit
10
about me
years of
again.
YouTube brilliance, Frank. 10 years. I mean, we congratulate you, Frank.
Congratulate
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Frank, we congratulate you.
No,
but we're
He's done it,
with
folks. He's done this before with the handshake and.
you, Frank. Close the case.
Yeah,
You're relieved of it now. Barry's leaving in a couple days of Bicutan, and we're not going to hear from no more streaming.
Yeah.
Right?
No more.
He's going to be done, and then it's up to him to take care of his business.
Yeah, but
That's
curtail your part on this because it's really
I agree. I'm
unnecessary.
not doing it anymore. I
You know?
agree. I agree.
You have a different personality
We-
other than
we-
sometimes when you're on camera, but you
Yeah,
gotta.
it's
We talk
We're
about
trying to
that
have
when
fun.
we did.
But having
that,
fun,
so-
you could push it a little bit too
because
far,
I said,
Richard.
I agree.
You know,
because
you
I
could
said,
push it too
Barry
far.
is not the good shape, so if we go there in Bicutan, so we don't know the condition for Barry. We're happy to be like that. So,
Sure.
so no stress, and then not like, oh,
I agree, I agree.
forgiveness sometimes for about that one. So
I agree. It's time to move on.
it's time.
I agree. I completely
All right,
agree.
man. This, yeah. When he gets back home, it's going to be a different story, but we'll
You guys look
see what
fantastic.
happens.
You guys are the most healthiest couple, in Cebu. I mean, you guys are sexy. You guys are sexy.
Ricky, you should have actually, instead of going against the politicians, you should have actually been a politician. But I think that was your endeavor. You didn't
I could have been
take
a
it.
politician, Frank, but I don't want to deal with the constituents,
The
and all their
constituents.
problems.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Happy
Take
shopping.
care, Frank.
We shall see later on.
It's done, Frank. So I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
Did you say that every time I see
No,
you,
I
but you
mean
go
it
right
now. I
back
mean
on
it.
it?
I mean
Well,
it.
now he means it. I gotta go
No,
this
no,
way.
look. Go to-
Yeah, right. You believe this, folks? I got 10,000 hectares in Santa Fe. That's the way you deal with it, Ricky. Did you hear him? I told him. I thought cold cock you right fucking now. I didn't fucking care. He's like that when he's approached. He can talk all the shit about me in the world, man. Ooh, Philly cheesesteaks, man. Holy shite. Oh my God. We got, oh man, let's make room for this. We got some Philly cheesesteaks. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay. I was going to help the boy out. You didn't see the Philly cheesesteaks. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I told you, man, I'm not scared of nobody. Come right up to me and say I should fucking cold cock you right fucking now. And he fucking gives in. But no, let's see if he keeps to his agreement, which, I know he's not. I mean, you know that. Let's save room for other stuff. I know he's not. You know he's not. He'll go right back to doing the same. Philly cheese, I think one box is enough. Oh, my White Castle, but yeah, it's just not worth it. I can afford to buy this, but I'm going to spend 600 pesos and you get these tiny little, nah, it's really not worth it. All right, do we want burritos? No, we want more important stuff tonight. I should have brought both of my coolers, actually. I thought I saw, I was right behind him, he didn't even know. And I go, that profile looks like Ricky. I turned the corner, you were saying hello. I said,
Because we do like that to Ricky.
yeah, I know. Didn't I tell you, hey, didn't I tell you before we came in here? I said,
Yeah,
I'll bet you. Didn't I say?
Yeah,
Didn't I say? I bet we're going to run into Ricky. I absolutely said that. She's my witness. Now he talks a lot of shit about me on a computer, but he's not hard to figure out. But you heard what he had to say. So if he goes against his word, then well, there you go. Whatever your thoughts is about Ricky, you know, trust him, give him money, whatever you want to do. But you know, what can I tell you? Uh-oh. They got the Nougatelli, but do they have the... Hey, I indulge. Oh. They don't have my brand I like. Fox's white chocolate. You got the Nougatelli cookies, but I like the crunchy cookies. I don't like the... I do not like the soft-baked. No, sir. And I don't see anything here that's not soft-baked. Galaxy... Okay, we got something by Galaxy Chunk. Well, what do you get in there? Well, we're going to get one of these. What the hell, man? All right, there you have it. Interesting morning already. I wish I was doing a live on this, actually, but there you have it. Okay, what kind of room we have in there? More for meats? We have, yeah, we're getting a few. Oh, you got the katsu. We always buy the chicken. Katsu, I mean, achu. There you have it. Ricky. Chances of running into him, I had a feeling. But he got shocked. He was looking all around in IT. We were in IT Park, actually. We were. Actually, we were staying. Not where he thought I was, though. But it's fun watching him run around. But, you know, here's the handshake, the famous handshake. He always does that when he comes to me in person. But when he gets on his show, boy, he jumps on my ass like a mofo. See, folks, you're figuring this all out on your own. It doesn't take much, does it? The characters on here. They speak for themselves, really. All their actions, everything. Oh, wait, but what are you going to go way back there for? Here with the very lovely Gilda, might I say that. Ricky coins us as the best couple. The best couple on YouTube. Let's see if I see him. I'm going to turn him on to a little thing here, this Philly cheese sandwiches. I'm going to say, we should go back there. I had a feeling. I had a dream. Fucking A, huh? Fucking A. Said to her just right before I came, I bet you we run into Ricky. Lo and fucking behold, there he is. Boy, that guy we saw in the store made Ricky look small. And Ricky's a big guy. Ricky's a big guy. There's no doubt, Ricky's a big guy. But Mick Fisher, I think, is bigger than Ricky, I think. But the guy we seen in the store here, that guy was huge. I mean, freaking huge. And Barry's thinking I would never stand up there. If I could stand up to Ricky, and he's a big dude, then Barry's got a thing to think about. Anyway, Ricky says it's over. That's what he says. He's not going to attack us. I'm getting sick of this and all that. No, he's not. He loves every fucking minute of it. He loves every minute of it. I do the same thing with Nico, man. I do the same fucking thing with him. Nico wants to pop me one. He has an opportunity to do so. It's within him to do so. To attack a 70-year-old. He was talking about my age. To attack a 70-year-old man. Okay, OxyClean. No. OxyClean is too, though. No, where's the, No, wait a minute. We gotta find... Oh. Really, we have to find the one detergent that's free. Oh, gosh. Hold on. This is gonna be a hard one. Well, the OxyClean Arm & Hammer's not bad. Arm & Hammer. Yeah, that should be pretty good. It's expensive shit too, man. $12.99 for this shit. Seriously? But you know, I'm broke. Why do birds suddenly appear when you're here? The Luke and Laura love story here. Me and Gilda, Luke and Laura. I tell you, the Luke and Laura love story of the century. Of the century. That fabric conditioner. The Luke and Laura of the internet.
Vienna sausage.
Vienna sausage. I don't want no Vienna sausage. But they say that my dick is like a little Vienna sausage. That would be for her up to decide. Oh, where's my famous tuna I like? It's hard to find out here. But they got chunky chicken breast. Chunky chicken breast. No. Ricky Licky. Ricky Licky. Ricky Licky. Ricky Licky. Ricky Licky. He's so different when you meet him in person, though, I will tell you that. He's not as aggressive as you think he is, but he sure was aggressive on Fazio, though. That's for damn sure. No question about that. Oh, come on, man. I love taking you shopping. I should really give you the prices and make this a worthwhile show. But running into Ricky, that was expected and unexpected. I don't know. I don't know. Double chocolate macadamia. No. Oh, I don't know what else to buy, man. I have to go to the meat section after this. We only got so much room. So much room in that. Oh, chocolate chip shortbread. You gonna get 2 of those?
Yeah,
Okay. I should have asked Ricky for a loan. God damn it. I'm going broke. Still waiting for Barry's $250,000. Oh my God. Now we're checking some dressing here. I still like I wish they had Roker. I'm not really happy with the cream, with the Caesar. Is that we've been getting Caesars we've been getting?
Blue cheese.
Oh, you got the blue cheese? Oh,
not here.
No blue cheese. I tell you, I'm on a bad roll today with this. I'm not getting the broccoli. I'm not getting the blueberries. This really sucks.
No blue cheese. Just.
Yeah, I almost didn't want to shake hands with Ricky, but I figured, what the fuck, appease him. No, he'll go right back. Guarantee he'll go right back to it. Who wants to make a bet on that? Okay, we got ranch, and we've got ranch. And we got Caesar. What do you like better, the ranch or Caesar? Home on the ranch. Nah, we'll get the ranch for now. What the hell? We actually need peanuts, so I want to... Oh my goodness. Here's a peanut time. I'm thinking we're not getting what we want here. There's the garlic cashew. Hell with that. I don't know garlic cashews.
Roasted, salted.
Roasted, salted. Do you want the salted or... Here's a smaller one. And this is what? $3.99 for a dandy pack deluxe whole cashews. We can go for that.
This one.
That's a huge one.
The huge one.
You're definitely going to gain weight on that son of a bitch. You want to buy the big one like that?
I don't know.
Let's just get this one here. I know the other one would last. I want to eat some nuts, but if I have too many of them around, and that could be a little dangerous for me. And what is this? Cashew cake. All right, so here we go on that. Oh, we found the unsalted one. Well, salt is what gives it flavor. I don't know. But, okay. We'll get the unsalted then. Don't you love shopping with us? I'd like to see Popeye get out of the fucking house and do some shopping or something. Oh, potato skins, TJIF. You ever? They're pretty good. They're potato skins. It's a big treat, is what it really is. TGIF Fridays. Cheddar and bacon. You got bacon and ranch. I don't know. You'll pass on that? I don't know. We come here, we're here to get stuff, and then we look around and, I don't know. We're not really always finding everything we want. But it's a bummer, man. Excuse the expression, bummer. That I can't help it. So we're not finding what I want. Okay, more on the cereal here. Oh, they got a bunch of shit. I'm going to give you an idea of prices, okay? Here we go. You got we got Cheerios, it's a double pack. And that's like, wow, 630 pesos. Frosted mini wheats, which I used to love, and I got wise about the sugar, 649. Raisin Bran, $8.89. Where's the quality cereals? Isn't there another aisle for that?
Yeah, the only
Oh, right here. No. No, this is oatmeal. I got plenty of oatmeal. If you want to know what these are going for, the Quaker, this is the garbage shit. The instant oatmeal, which you don't want to buy. That's 250 pesos for that. And then you want to buy, the kids want this, the flavor variety pack, apples and cinnamon, maple brown sugar, $250. Pure fucking sugar, pure waste of money. Pure waste. Okay, we got some Johnsons here. I don't know. I don't partake very often anymore in this. I always loved Johnson's, This is a chicken sausage. And you know what's in there. All the horrible parts of chicken that you never know you're eating. But, you know what they say, if it tastes good, well, eat shit, 100,000 flies can't be wrong. If they're eating it, it must be awfully tasty. Truffle cheese, pork sausage. We got Johnsonville smoked chicken sausage. We'll get one of them at least, right? Why not? People think you go to S&R and you come home with a shitload of food. Not really. Because they don't always have what you want here. They don't always have. You just got to be there at the right time to find the things you want, like the blueberries, the broccoli and all that. It's just a timing thing. It's whenever they get it in, you buy it. Don't think about it. And what are you looking at here? You want to get, those are wings. I don't want a bunch of wings. If I wanted a fly, I'd develop ears like Popeye if I wanted a fly. Is that okay, Popeye? I said that. I didn't mean to jump on you, man. Be cool. Don't worry about it. Chill, Robert. Chill. Ricky promises to be good now. The case is over with Barry. That's done. Of course, doesn't mean that Barry's going to shut up. But it's not really sounding good. Well, it's not sounding good for him right now. It really isn't. But, whose fault is that? I mean, come on, really, seriously, whose fault is that? Mine? It ain't my fault. When somebody runs their mouth like that, But anyway, I'm not supposed to be talking about Barry, so let's switch. I'm out here shopping, and I don't need to talk about him while I'm shopping. But it's fun running into the old Rickster. The old Lickster. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I, had the feeling I would and thought my instincts were right. Hi, what do they got here? I don't know if I should buy any of this because I'm supposed to go to this place in Bantayan, man. They got some really lish stuff in there, in USDA. Well, here's the thing about the meats, Gilda, because that place in Bantayan is supposed to be having some, we got it on order, actually. So, just in case, we could get something, but, I don't know, man. Boy, decisions, I'm telling you, man. And what is this here? We got a porterhouse. It's a lot of bone. I don't buy anything with bone. Just like when you buy broccoli locally, you got these big-ass stalks, and you're paying for the weight of that. I want the meat and gravy of the situation. I want the meat and gravy. We got some ribeye here, some little guys. It's no U.S. That's 1,000?
1,000.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. 1,000 for that. $20 for that? No. As rich as I am. I think I'll pass on that. I don't know. They may have the meat that we want in Bantayan. So I'm kind of, sort of reluctant. What do we got? The ribeye. I like this here. What's this? These are little ribeyes?
Yeah.
Little made for what? Little guys like Pop, they're so small.
Small cat.
They're so small. I like a good ribeye with me. I don't want a 16-ounce ribeye or any shit like that, but, come on. What do we have here? 522. There's a ribeye here, but, it's all right. But, it's... All right, I'll buy it anyway, because I don't know what that store's going to have for me. So we'll just have extra meat, I guess. You can never have enough. It's not full in here yet. We got to fill this puppy up, and that's why we brought this. Well, we get this pork, not for me. It's just good for, they call it menudo cut.
Okay.
That's for making kind of like a stew. When they say menudo, you mix with vegetables and all that stuff. Yeah, stuff like that. And what do we have here? Chicken pesto salad. I don't know, something for the road, perhaps? Chicken pesto salad. Chicken pesto salad. That actually sounds pretty good. Do you want a salad, dear? Oh, same thing. Chicken pesto salad. Don't they got like a good potato salad or something here? Chicken pesto. Gilda, do you want a chicken pesto salad? Huh? Yeah. We'll get a chicken pesto salad. But we need forks. Chicken pesto salad. What do you think about that? For the road, you want to get that? Only the best. For my lovely Gilda. Ever heard of Guillotine? You heard of the Guillotine, right? She's the Guillotine. She's behind everything here, man. She's a financier. She's everything, man. She's got what it takes. I mean, she really does. She scares the shit out of me, man. She can be brutal when she wants to. Oh, my God. I don't want to go against her. I'm just kidding. She's a good gal. Nico, shut the fuck up, Nico, by the way. I just have to say that. Shut the fuck up. All right. We got... Where's the blocks of cheese? Where's the blocks of cheese, I tell you? What is this? Okay. Sharp cheddar. Almost 439 pesos for this block of cheese. I'd rather get this shredded. Where's the shredded? Shredded works better, I think. Goodness gracious. Oh, we'll figure this out, folks. Yeah, St. Joseph Farms, California Natural, mild cheddar, 419. Has burger slices, but that's not real cheddar. It feels like gooey. It's tasty slices with cheddar. Nah, read the label, folks. Read the label. Oh my God, you like Gouda? $3,216. Gouda. Oh, this is kind of the section that I really like to stay away from. But look, I told you guys, I'm just human. Oh my God, look at this. Apple walnut crumble. Oh my God. You like apple walnut crumble?
I don't know.
Huh? It's good. Or would you prefer old-fashioned apple pie? And prices $4.49. That's not worth it.
The cookies.
Cookies. I got a small package of chocolate chip. Why do we need more? Boy, we're gonna both get fatter than Barry. Oh, sorry. I was going to mention his name. It's macadamia. If you want to get that, you get it, man. The world is your oyster, man.
Macadamia or chocolate?
I like the Max. We'll get the Max. Oh, well, I do like chocolate chip, though, but is it chocolate chip, Max?
Oatmeal raisin.
Oatmeal, yeah.
This one is chocolate chunk.
Chocolate chunk. Oh, my God. You want to get the chocolate chunk? Or do you want to get the Mac?
Macadamia?
You like Mac better? She likes Mac, and she's going to get Mac. Get it, Jack? I didn't realize I've been running this long. 28 minutes as of this particular moment right now. Rye bread, well, it's right here, but I wish you had a smaller things. It doesn't last. This is rye bread, and they want 200 rye country loaf. S&R, 232. That's a small enough. I could deal with that. Well, you're right behind me, so I'm going... I don't know. I am losing it. I admit it. I'm fucking losing it. Goes along with age. I managed to maintain at least a certain amount of sanity anyway. Get me by. Okay, what else we got? It's just shopping with Frank and Gilda. What could be better than that? I bring some of my life into your homes. Oh, I love those little baby potatoes, man. Don't you guys love those little baby potatoes? Little babies, look how cute they are. Yeah, get a bag of that, Gilder. Get a bag of that. Get a bag of that. Yeah, they got, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, they don't have that here. No. Yeah. Would you spend... Oh, these are blackberries. But would you spend 600 pesos on a little thing of blackberries like this? Pop it in your mouth, it's gone. You just spent how many dollars? On that, it's the same with the blueberries. When they have the blueberries in here, and look at it. If you buy these stupid little boxed strawberries, which is so ridiculous, 229 pesos for this little tub. Don't put us near these plums. I'm not looking. I've never even seen it. 597 pesos for five tiny little plums. And our favorites, the peaches. 2 little peaches for 329.98. Can you believe that shit? 2 peaches for... Did you see how much they wanted? Lovely Gilder? 329 pesos for 2 little peaches, man. Fuck, damn. Why do birds suddenly appear when you're here? Luke and Laura story, baby. Luke and Laura. And what is this? 346, get roasted porchetta. We got Texas style here, man. That's our Texas style ribs. Is Ricky doing a show about me about now? I bet he is. Oh, the handshake and everything else, man. Don't buy it. I mean, I wish the guy was sincere. I'm a forgiving person to a point. He knows that, man. See how I restrain myself? If I didn't restrain myself, I'd be in a world of hurt. Because either he goes down or I'm going to go down. One person of those is going to go down. It ain't going to be good. And one of us is going to wind up in jail. Enough about jail. Enough of that. Shopping with Frank and Gilda. What could be? Come on, man. What could be better than that? What could be better than that? I wish that was a big chunky type of. Do you want to get some hash browns?
I don't know.
Do you want to get that?
What do you think? You want?
I just think we have some space in the cooler, but I don't want to waste it. It's really a shame. It's just a shame that they don't have what I want in here. You know, I live by the broccoli and stuff and all that. I live by the blueberries. That's the word. Blueberries is a word. Blueberries is life. It's life itself. Nobody understands that concept. Now, of course, Ricky claims he's not behind the scenes of all this stuff when you and I know better than that, don't we? I wish people could be just honest. People could be honest. They just can't be honest. I don't know why. I'm not going to buy any more Italian-style meatballs, no. We still got some left, and I don't really... Stouffer's lasagna. You think I'm going to spend 900 pesos on a little box of Stouffer's lasagna? Oh, my God, there's Marie pot pies. You know how weak I am for that. Question is to you. Would you buy, whether you have money or not, would you buy and spend 369 pesos, which is about $5 or something, for one Marie Collander's turkey pot pie or chicken pot pie? Be honest. Come on. You got the beef pot pie. I mean, I'm tempted. I mean, if I'm going to go broke, let's go broke. What do you think, folks? I know you can't talk back to me. What else do they have, Marie Collander's? I don't know. I don't know. I'm tempted, but I don't know. We got room in the cooler. Beef and bean chimichangas. Yeah, we eat that when I'm hungry. No, again, that's not the healthiest goddamn thing in the world. I'm almost tempted to buy another Philly cheesesteak thing. Frank, think. Think, Frank, think. Go to the think tank. Do you want to spend 1,000? I don't even know if I'm going to get. I don't even know if I want to buy the other one. Lovely Gilda. Do you think it was worth buying that Philly cheesesteak stuff? 1,199. I had bought one of them, remember?
Yeah.
That's over 1,000 pesos for that. Do you think it's worth it? Do you think it's worth it? I mean, we can make that shit ourselves, really. But I mean, we're going to pass on that. Not because of the money, per se, but it is about the money. I mean, wise shoppers, you know, they will buy wisely. And although I like the stuff, I don't know. I just don't think it's worth the price. I could put together something like that myself at home with some beef and cheese and everything else. So I'm going to put this sucker back. I really am. I think I made the right decision on that. I don't got Barry's 250,000 yet, so I gotta watch my budget. Anyway, this has been a shopping show here with the lovely Frank and Gilda, brought to you for your entertainment and pleasure, of course. We're happy to take you shopping with us. What's over here? Oh, nothing. We're very happy to take you shopping with us, and the little extra little ditty we ran into Ricky. Not totally a surprise, but I think it went pretty well, don't you? Okay, we're going to sign off here, folks. We have a little bit more room in the freezer for something else. You want to, what is that? Chicken what? Quarters. Oh, get it. The world is your oyster. And we still have room in there. This ain't right. No, we got too much room in here. If you want to stock up, let's stock up. Do you want some legs? Hot legs. Do-do-do-do-do. I love you, honey.
Small cat.
What do you think, folks? And what do you got there?
Wings.
Wings?
I like
What, do you plan to fly? That all? That all? Okay. And we still might have a little room. I hope we can afford all this. It's the one that's coming out of the bank. What is this? Big pork, like a pork roast almost. Well, maybe we put ice in there, but we're not getting much food. I mean, there's not much to go into the cupboard, man. It's just really not much to go into the cupboard, is it? God, I've been on here for 37 minutes. I can't believe it. I'm sorry, folks. I know to keep your interest, you got to keep the shows. But I know you love shopping with us. Love, lovely Gilda. We'll have to cut it right here because it's much too long. So you're better to watch this in segments. That's the best I can tell you. I don't know what else we're buying. I try to present you with the prices. I do the best I can to make a real show with real topic matter. Real topic matter. And I try to do my best. But I think we're spent out. We're spent out. How to pay the lawyer. How to pay the lawyer. Oh my God. So that's all I can do for you. Okay, well, this has been the Frank and Gilda show here. Thanks for watching. And hope I brought you over 38 minutes worth of pleasure. And we'll catch you sometime down the line. It's over. Court's over, folks. Time to move on. Nothing to see, folks. Go back to your homes. Nothing to see, folks. There really isn't. It's over. It's over. Oh, what a poor misguided fool. Unbelievable. It's going to be a short video here. I'm on my ferry. Gilda pointed out that Bummer was doing a show. I said, okay. He's talking about how his only obligation is to pay the court. He doesn't have to pay me and he can still get deported, but he's so misguided. Heard my lawyer had to say. I believe my lawyer to believe him. Let him think what he wants, you know. The case is over, he's right. But he's so absolutely misguided on all of this. He has to pay it all, and his immigration fees and everything else. He can't decide, oh, I get home, I'll decide to pay him $5 here and there or something like that. He's been misguided the whole damn time, actually. Let me go downstairs. That's not the way it works. don't worry. The Barry thing is over, but I don't know. I'm trying to help him out a little bit here, but I don't know why I should, really, to tell you the truth. No, he has to pay off his obligation because it's so easy for him to just get shipped out of the country and then not pay his dues. Immigration is aware of that. The court's aware of that. So that's all a bunch of it's all a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense. He's talking about not going to prison, but that's exactly where he's going in another day or so. Anyway, the Barry saga is pretty much over, but I needed to correct the boy. Not everything is the way he wants it to be, and not anything has been totally the way he wants it to be, and will never be the way he wants it to be. Just delusional and wishful thinking is all it really is, so that's all I came on here to really say. Unfortunately for him, it's not the way it goes. No, he's got to pay his total obligations. He doesn't leave Bicutan when he's in there, or wherever he is. I mean, he's going to have to stay until he pays. That's the way it is. I already know this as a fact from my lawyer. I mean, am I going to believe Barry or am I going to believe my lawyer? Okay. So, I heard some of the bullshit on his show, just certainly after boarding the ferry here, and of course, I'm laughing, of course, because he just doesn't get it. He never gets it. He never will get it. Face the reality by facing the realities. It's not the way you want it to work, Barry. It's the way the system works, and either you like the system or you don't. Hello, Mr. Ice Store. I know Frisbee spins everything to make himself the boss of the third floor. See if he's going to be the boss of Bicutan. Try that for size. Try that on for size, will you? Yeah, I'm not going to make this long and dragged out. You know, we're weaning ourselves off the Barry saga here. And the rest is his doings or wrongdoings or continual wrongdoings or his snideness or his cockiness. It's never guided him in the right direction before, and what makes you think it's going to guide him in the right direction now? I heard him going on his show, because everybody's doing a show. I guess Jay was doing a show, Barry's doing a show, I'm doing a show. I'm just waiting for the ferry to take off, basically. But the diesel was coming right up on the second floor. I had to get away from that and pollute my lungs with something else. Yeah, I hear he's back to smoking again, speaking of that. But anyway, it's irrelevant. But, no. It's written in stone. Go anywhere. Oh, it's okay, I'm just going to bail out. No, he ain't going to bail out. He ain't going to bail out of anywhere. Not when he has those obligations. He's not going to give him bail. So, just remember the old saying, if his lips are moving, he's lying. So there's nothing new about that. He's full of shit, as usual. He's paying the price, and so be it. And thank goodness for that. Remember, as Ricky says, you pay. And Barry, I know you don't like it, but you're going to have to pay me in the court whether you like it or not. Don't forget all the immigration fees too. It's been a long trip, but Gonna make it back. Yeah, me and Ricky enjoyed the riches of his last campaign. Free Barry campaign. Yeah, we split that. Whatever's left over, he bought his girlfriend a phone at the time. I've been ahead of this game for a long time. You pay, Barry. You pay. Well, he claims he has that, but you know, when his lips move, you know what I mean? He claims he has that. So let him claim that, even if it's not true. And people will say, okay, he's already got the money he needs pretty soon, so we don't have to give him anything. So it don't matter. He's got to clear this whole thing up. It's a lot of money he has to pay out. And whether anybody's going to be that generous with him is their business, but either way, he's going to Bicutan no matter what. And that's all that matters. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't feel like listening to him anymore. I heard what I needed to hear, and I thought I'd straighten it out to my viewers that that's not the way it works. You're going to believe a lawyer, you're going to believe Mr. When the lips move, he lies. I mean, he doesn't stop. Even after the case is over, he doesn't stop. He's still spinning lies. He's still spinning his lies. Amazing. Hope you enjoyed my shopping video today, folks. Thank you very much. Sharing is caring. Sharing is caring. Shit, if I had one iota of sorrow for him, I'd pay his fucking way through this and send him his ass back home. Well, S1 doesn't show up on here because I think I caught him with a couple of curious comments on other people's shows. That's why he's not showing up on my commenting here. He's another fence jumper, but then again, who cares anymore, really? Who cares anymore? Well, somebody can remind Barry. He's probably listening to me. I wouldn't be surprised. Just remind him that that's not the way it works. He can't just, fulfill his obligation to the court and then throw it to the side of the curb like his last lawyer did. No. He has to pay the whole thing. There's an agreement that was made in the court, and that's the way it goes. He's not going to get budged out of Bicutan once he's in there. And that's just the way it is, whether he likes it or not. And it don't matter whether he likes it or not. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck. No, whether he likes it or not, he has to pay. He's not going to be released until he pays all that money to the court and to me. Look, I already discussed this with my lawyer. It's end of story. I mean, you want to listening to Mr. Lips Moving, Lies Coming Out, then you listen to Mr. Lips Moving and Lies Coming Out. When has he ever told the truth to any one of y'all? Never. As far as him having 80, 90,000, I'd question that. Because it's him, if he had that kind of money, he'd slip out of immigration and go meet Shaw somewhere. He'd go get some backpackers motel somewhere and hide out in. Yeah, because he doesn't want to really leave the Philippines. No, he doesn't. No matter what he said, oh, I'm sick of it, this and that. No, we've heard him enough saying he likes it here, wants to stay here. He wants to be near his girlfriend and all that stuff. Believe me, he'd slip out the back door. Slip out the back, Jack. Slip out the back, Jack, and never come back. Give him some money, man. He's going to slip out the back door, man. He just blocked Don C. and Maximus. Of course he did. Of course he did. Of course he did. Okay, end of Barry's story. Go enjoy his show. I'm going home. My trip is almost over here. So, yeah, I just came on just to put a notation out there that what he's saying is not true at all. I have no reason to lie about it, especially at this point. I have no reason to lie about it. He has to pay in full his obligation. He ain't going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. He's got a ticket home for $600. I don't think so. He's going to pay at least $1,200 to go to Alabama if that's where he's going from here. No, I don't know where he's getting something for $600. Is it a St. Vincent de Paul flight or a Red Cross flight or Save the Poor, Save the Indigenous? I mean, $600 from Philippines to Alabama? Nah, I don't think so. Well, I still got him. I can use him anytime I want. If he stays in the Philippines any length of time, I can still put a case on him. In fact, I might use his money to put another case on him that I promised. I didn't forget the death threat. Are you kidding me? I didn't forget the death threats. Hell no. I could play another card in this if I want. While he's still in jail, I could just go ahead and put out the money. So I'm going to get it back from him one way or the other. Put out the money and just put another case on him. Easy as pie. Then he's really stuck in the system. How'd you like that, Barry? Yeah, missionary flight. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, missionary flight. Yeah. Well, you know Barry. Barry's going to say whatever he wants and expect people to believe it or not. And most people don't believe him. But what can you say? You know, this is who he is. Shaw's death threats. Shaw's death threats. Well, she insinuated some things like that, but it wasn't very direct. I'm talking about his death threats. Don't worry about her. That's another issue. Don't worry about her. Of course he blocked. He just blocked you and Don Smith and Maximus. Of course. He believes in freedom of speech, but he won't let anybody talk. Donate to his fucking ass. Here's a tip, Barry. Don't bet on the nags. Okay. I know I never called her a whore. You know that. Everybody else knows that, but it sounds good when they do. I told you, they're in cahoots with each other, and that's why she's going to get in trouble. I see it coming. I'm not going to talk about this on here, but thank you. Yeah, she lied, period. My lawyers are aware of it, and we'll make an immigration aware of it too. Oh, absolutely. With this last document he's sending in, it's going to spell it out very clearly about Barry's conviction and everything else. And it's going to correlate it to, of course, his girlfriend. I can tell you that. Never called his girlfriend a whore. Never. Never threatened her life, never did any of the above. And she's going to pay for it one way or the other. Oh, she will. It's not a threat. It's legal. She's going to pay for it. We'll see what happens with immigration. I may let her slide, but I may not. But I may not. I may use Barry's money to put a case on her. Come on, Ferry, take off. Jesus Christ. Everything moving at a snail's pace today. Everything. And he'll continue to block other people that want to speak their mind, too. And he's always preaching about freedom of speech. Yeah. Apparently they really don't believe in it. I don't know, man. No, but look, let me cap this off just by saying, because, you know, court is over, and there's no need to carry on every single day with this shit, you know. Life goes on. And just to straighten everybody out, no, he cannot just decide to pay the court Oh, and you got how much more to go? And I'm cool. I'm going to be out of here. No, you're not. 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 As you always say, prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Citizens arrest. Citizens arrest. Prove it, Barney. Barney Fife. Prove it. Prove it. You have to pay the whole meal to get the whole meal deal. You can't just remove the fries and the ketchup. You want the whole meal deal, you're going to have to pay for the whole meal deal. That's it. But if you saw me off camera at the house around the family here, and I'm goofy. I'm goofy. I joke around a lot. They turn music on, I might be dancing to it or something or singing. I'm not a guy that's low key when I'm around people that I trust and I know very well, have been around me for a while. You know when you feel comfortable is when you could be yourself around people. That's when you know you've got a good relationship and so forth. When you could be who you are, as goofy as you might be, as serious as you might be, whatever, all in between. You could actually be yourself. That's how I feel comfortable, right? I used to tease my daughter a lot. It was who I was. Be in a grocery store, there'd be music playing, and I'd goof around with her. I might go into a little dance or something or whatever, you know, playing around with the canned food or toilet paper, throw it in the air, whatever. I would just be goofy and just be myself. Of course, as a teenager or whatever and younger, Dad, you're embarrassing me. I say, yeah, I know. That's the purpose. I wanted to because I always really loved to get her reaction. I love to get reactions from people, and that's why I do certain things on YouTube here. I want to get people's reaction. Not necessarily their attention. I want to get their reaction. Because you know when I told you guys that, and I can say all this stuff now because I think my career is coming to an end here, which you've heard about 1,000 times before, but I know how to get a reaction from people. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean I bait them, although sometimes I do. I choreograph things, I could bait people, but in a nice way, not in a mean way. Max 7. It was very nice to see the way Gilda conducted herself when discussing the issues with Ricky. Very kind, and she's a sweet soul. Yeah, she is, Max 7. That's why I'm with her. I could have done a lot worse, you know what I mean? And I did. I've met a few out here. And surprisingly, I have not met a lot of women out here in the beginning before I was in a relationship with her. I've met a few, but not like I'd say a lot of women. And I kind of kicked the tires and all that stuff and, you know, just to see where it was, what they were all about. Then I discovered that they were using me for something and I learned from my experience. And that's how you learn. You know, I tested even Gilda when I first met her. Believe me, I did. I went into test mode and she passed the test. She never asked me what I do for a living. She never asked me how much money I had. And quite personal, but no, we never had sex the first night we met. We did not. It was a while later before we were even intimate with each other. So that was a good test right there. That was a good test that she wasn't trying to impress me to be in a relationship with me and give in like a lot of Filipinas do. It wasn't like that, man. And she really appreciated. I even asked her permission to give her first kiss. Yeah, I'm serious. If she was up to it, she'd allow me to kiss her. And it's personal, but it's a good personal. That's the way we were. Yeah. Now she's a good woman, man. I'm lucky to have her. I know that. I think people just get pissed off with me because and I'm serious about this. Come on, I've examined the rhyme and reason why I get attacked on here, and it's not what people think. You know, I honestly believe there's a certain amount of envy that's going on for people that can't live my life, didn't get settled, they couldn't find somebody, or whatever the case might be. Their personality got a disorder or something, or they can't afford to move out here, or they're not old enough to retire, and they're living their life vicariously through people like myself and others, you know. I truly believe there's green-eyed monsters out there, you know, and I don't want to mention names. We're going to stop, you know, calling people names and You know, people like Popeye and Dauncey and all this crap. You know, they live for that stuff. So why give them the pleasure? You know what they're all about. I don't have to talk about them anymore because basically you've had your fill of them. You know where they're coming from. All of them, Mick Fisher, all that, all the high rollers on here. You know where they're coming from. I don't have to definitely, get really redundant with that shit. You make up your own opinions on your own. I don't have to convince you. You make up your own minds and what you think is really going on here. I'm not the most hated person on YouTube. Absolutely not. People spend their time to listen to my shows because there's crap on here. You know that there's crap on here. I don't mean all YouTubers are crappy. There's some really fantastic channels. I don't tell you the names of them all the time because, you know, if you know I go there, you're gonna go there and try to destroy their channel. So there's certain channels I do watch, and I will not mention the names of the channel for that reason. I'm not gonna go that far. As far as Ricky's concerned, though, I will mention him. I don't hate Ricky, you know. I think everything's a big show with Ricky, and he gets carried away. He does get very ugly, and he's done some really bad shit. He really has. But he knows that. You're not telling Ricky anything he doesn't know. Ricky is what you call a showman when he's on his channel. You see when he met up with me. He wasn't violent or nothing, you know. If he really hated me that much, you know, he had his chance to do what he had to do. And I even mentioned I'm here again, you know, I mean, whatever, you know, and get that over with, you know. As long as somebody's friendly with me, we have no problem. I don't have a problem with Ricky or anybody else. If you're friendly with me, I'm going to be friendly back to you. It doesn't mean I have to hang out with you and have a beer, and I don't drink anyway. You know, I don't have to do that. It's my choice. But people are going to be whoever they want. They want to be showmen. You know, they probably depend on that YouTube money more than they want to allow you to know. Because it's too embarrassing to say that, you know, well, I really don't make as much money as I said and live in a 5-star lifestyle and all that shit. I don't know. That could pertain to a lot of people on here, not just Ricky, but I don't think Ricky's broke. No, absolutely not. But I think in all, you know, all in all, that Ricky, you probably think I'm going to attack him, but I'm going to surprise you. I'm not going to attack him. Ricky, I just think he really needs to get his life together. He's 60 now, whatever he is, and you know, he's got to worry about his health. He does have high blood pressure and shit like that. He can still enjoy himself. And if he wants to, you know, if he wants to pay for his dates, I mean, well, he has every right to do it. Let's be honest with ourselves, whether you like Ricky or not. Being lonely is really not an option when you're in a foreign country. It is not an option. It is not. I found myself with certain days out here before I was in this long-term relationship where I said, oh my God, I traveled how many miles, and here I am sitting in my hotel room. And maybe at the time I didn't have anybody lined up to meet or anything. Well, that didn't last very long. It always turned out very well for me, but as far as meeting. But I always had alternatives in my little black book of meeting somebody and getting together. If I was that desperate, I'd get together with a woman out there that I spent some time with and, you know, went some places and just, you know, occupied my time with, you know, because look, you don't want to be lonely, man. As you get older, the last thing you'd ever want is to be lonely as you get older. It could be excruciating to some people. It really could. Some people commit suicide. I'm not shitting you. No, you need to have a woman. And if you have to pay for your dates just to have a good time, well, then I guess that's what you do. You see, I kind of took a turnaround on this with Ricky because I think Ricky is lonely. I think he is. See, we're not attacking Ricky here. We're not attacking him at all. I think he has the right to be with whoever he wants to, whether it's a lady boy or a straight woman. He has a right to put out his own money out of his own pocket, if it does come out of his own pocket. And, you know, no matter where the money comes from, he has the right to go out to the bars. He has a right to pay for his dates at night. He has every right to do that. I changed my mind about this. He has every single right to do that. Live life. Because I think, and I'm very good at seeing through people and getting a feel. I think he gets the gist that maybe his life is not going to be as long as he would hope. I think he throws caution to the wind. That's my opinion. It may not be correct. I can read people fairly well. Fairly well. And that's what I think. He just wants to have a good time. But, the debauchery, different things is unnecessary. I mean, I think attacking other YouTubers like he does on the level he does is wrong. And when he started really attacking me, I'm going to jail. I told him about that. I didn't like it. He'd been all these shows that Frank's going to go to Bicutan. I said, why do you talk like that? What the hell do you hate me so much for, But Ricky is a showman. He does a show, all right? And he has to get people's attention. Ricky could be nice to you if he wants to. He has the properties of being nice to you if he wants to. He can. He can. Yeah. To Big E, huh? I don't want to watch it. He's pleading to Big E for money is what he's doing, okay? He's on a begging mode now. Because he found out that, yes, you have to pay the whole amount of money, not just what he owes to the court. I did a show on that, needless to talk about again, but he also has to pay that money to me. So he's out there. He wants out real bad because he knows that he's around the corner from going to Bicutan. He might go tomorrow or the next day. So, yeah, he's going to reach out to Big E and kiss Big E's ass, and Big E will probably give in to him to a certain degree. Yeah. To Big E. Yeah, he's reaching out. He's desperate. He's reaching out to Big E because he doesn't see him getting all the money together. It's a lot of money. A lot of money he has to put together. And like I said, it's up to anybody to do what the hell they want. I don't care. If you want to have a harem, you want to have more than one wife and have babies with other women while you're living with your wife, I guess that's your business. See, the thing is, guys, we don't have to live that way. They can live that way, and it's all right for them. See, I took a different stance on everything on here. I have a whole different stance. Let people do what they're going to do. As long as it doesn't cause harm to you or your family, let them do what they're going to do because they're destroying their own lives. Sometimes they don't even realize it. Barry destroyed his own life. Okay, who can he blame for that but himself? Okay, but we're not going to get deeply into that because you know the score on this shit. Yeah, he's reaching out to Big E and anybody he can. He fucked it with CW, that's for damn sure. So he's reaching out to people. I'm desperate. I want to get out of here. He wants to hit their sympathy nerves and, get money from it. And that's up to them. If they want to give money to Barry, they could do whatever they want. They know they're not going to get it back, and maybe some people may not want it back. But if they want to help him out, they'll be helping me out too. So I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Hey, I'm all for it. They pay him money, it's going to go in my pocket too. It's going to go in my pocket too. And thank you for that, Barry. And Barry should be happy that we didn't go for the whole banana. Legal fees, all that shit. No, he got off pretty good. And, because I thought about it. 2 years in that crappy place he spent in, that was enough. I told you, I'm turning I got a different tune now. You're reading what my mind has always thought. It's coming out now that the case is over. Did I really want Barry to spend years and years in Bicutan? No, I did not. I'm not that mean. I'm not that cruel. Not even for Barry. Barry has, I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I can't believe I'm even saying this. Barry has some goodness in him, but he can't find a way to bring it out. He's very bitter because of the way he was raised. He has goodness in him. He just has to bring it to the surface and stop feeling like he has to be cocky and he has to be in control. He'd be a better person for it, and I wish he would. Because as I said, loneliness sucks. And even for Barry. I know you're hearing a whole different tune on me now. I can now relinquish some of my thoughts because the court hearing is over. But I will admit, though, he pissed me off quite a bit. I didn't like what he called me. He shouldn't call anybody that. And he deserved to get some time. He deserved it. He absolutely did. But was it really my game plan to have Barry sit for years and years and years in a prison? No, I talked this over with my 2 lawyers. And so we discussed it during the actual session. And of course, they would turn to me because they had their phone active too with texting. And they would tell me, you want to still do this, Frank? I said, yeah, just go ahead and do it, man. He's going to have to go to Bicutan anyway. So let it be, agree on it, let him go on with his life, and I'll go on with my life. But it's just really sad. Good afternoon. It's really sad that he had to get his girlfriend involved in this, because it's not a good thing for her, It's faced, it was right. And Barry, I know you're going to listen to this at some point. It was not right to get involved, and please stop it, okay? Don't say it had nothing to do with this. You had everything to do with it, to get her involved in this. You really did. I wish you well, Barry, in your future. I hope that you find yourself, okay, and stop being cocky and stop being so bitter to the world. The world is a crazy place, Barry. It really is, but the world ain't that bad of a place, You're 50, going on 51 soon enough, and make the best of your life. Find yourself, I say find a job, but you're on disability, and supposedly you can't work, but you were talking about when you get back home, you're going to go work again. I don't understand how you're going to do that. And he already admitted on his show, my check's coming in. So that's what I mean, Barry. You just kept on lying to people about your Social Security disability, about all that shit. People just didn't take to you in that way because of all the lying, man. You're a chronic liar. That's all I'm trying to say. You lied to people about getting married, and you lied about your Social Security disability, that you weren't getting it. Then just on the most recent show, say, oh, my check came in, I'm going to add money out of my check. It means that you lied to people, Barry. You lied to people. You lied to your supporters. People who've donated to you. You've done wrong to a lot of people, Barry. You got to change that. Sorry, I'm finishing a piece of Belgium 85% cocoa chocolate. Pardon me. Oh, man. It's hot as hell. I mean, welcome April. Oh, my God. This is the kind of weather when you do want to burrow in under your damn air conditioner. Yeah. No, I'm no wussy with the weather. It's just that it's just a reality. It's hot. It's just hot. I went out back to throw some laundry in the wash, and I said, fuck, it was full sun at this time hitting the back of the house. I said, holy shit. Well, some could take it out here, some can't. I was watching Amazing Philippines. I tune into him all these years, really. He's like the new Kristen Cebu, really. He doesn't get into trouble, And he's showing a condo that they want like $3.3 million for it. And it just seems to me that these condos are all closet-sized condos. Now, the place that we stayed in, it was a double unit. So a foreign owner bought 2 units and made it into one. So it was rather spacious. And you didn't feel cramped. It had open floor, and I've showed you on my videos a little bit of that. I do believe I did, yes. And it was a huge bed too. It was like, king size bed, canopy bed, whatever. Very nice. Still, the condo market, there are so many condos on the market that in Cebu that it's just overloaded. And you would think that the owners that were selling would be very gracious with, on their price and be realistic, but it's really not that way. They're still going to try to get as much money as they possibly can. It's like that out here. They will. They want to get the best of their. Well, every owner wants to get the best of their buck, of course. I mean, that's goes with the territory, but I think they overdo it. It's not worth it because, yeah, I admit that it's a convenient location where you're not far from the mall, but I pretty much made a decision on why I couldn't live in a city because I know I would gain weight being near Sabaros and other places and the mall, and I would be spending a whole lot more money. Now, you saw my trip to SNR. And I got to make this brighter, actually, the screen. Pardon me for a segundo. Here we go. This should be better. All right, now we'll talk. Hello, Region. Good afternoon to you. John Smith, good evening, mate. Good evening to everybody. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Oh, it's good to be home. It really is. I mean, I don't mind. See, that's... you guys don't get it. That's why me and Gilda, we don't like travel, really. If anything, I'd love to travel out of the country to Italy or something or someplace like that, but it's, the transportation's so slow out here and, you combine the extremely hot weather, especially this time of year, and it makes it difficult no matter what age you are, but especially if you're older, it really makes it difficult to travel. And I don't have a lot of patience. And that's why, that's why. I'm not making videos all over the Philippines like some people do. They're younger, they're more energetic. Well, I got energy, but not as much as a, 25-year-old or something, obviously. But it's still rough traveling around. The slowest freaking ferries, they don't take off on time. They want you to buy your tickets at a certain time, but that sucker sits there for a very long time before they take off to make sure they get their money's worth and get all the passengers on that they can. So, I think she once did. She used to drive a taxi, actually, or her father was a taxi driver. Still is. No, her ex, not her father. Her father died at, she was 11 years old. No, her ex still does. He drives a taxi here and there. And there was a time she actually drove it a bit. Yeah, she actually did. She don't have a license anymore, though, but no. She sure would get the customers, though. Yeah. I always like to talk about my experience when I go to Cebu. I know you like to hear that kind of stuff, because some of you are contemplating visiting or moving out here and stuff. Yeah, I would really recommend living in the provinces. It's the best women, for one. They're not as complicated, and their expectations are not as high as some of the city gals, And it really is a dirty city, And it gets to a point sometimes when you're out here for a while, you get used to the beggars coming up to you and all that. But even after a while, it kind of gets old. Every little kid out there is selling these little towels, and sometimes you tell them no, and they still go after you, and you just say, no, I said no, delay, you just tell them no, and eventually they'll go away. Or you can just say, go away, kids, you bother me. You could do that too, but I'm generally nice to them. I mean, yeah. Then, no matter where I go, prostitutes everywhere. Jeez. And now you don't even know anymore whether they're male or female, And some people, maybe they don't care, but, I tell them right away. I go swoosh with my hand. No, go away. I see you approaching me. I already tell them before they even hardly get 5 feet of me, I swish my hand as if to say, no, I'm not interested. I'm happy with what I got, I don't do that. There's a lot of men that they flirt with the prostitutes. I was watching some foreigners out there, actually, everywhere I went. And oh yeah, they were flirting around, talking to these prostitutes out there, and had some stinky looking ones, and there's a few good looking ones too. But I saw a lot of stinky looking ones. Some of them, obviously, man, that turns me off. It turns some foreigners on, but it turns me off. But I saved them time. So if a beggar's going to come up to me, or a prostitute wants to come up to me, right away, my hand goes out. I swish them away to let them know, look, save you time. I'm not interested. I'm happy with what I got. Go away. Go away, go away, go away. Aloe got it right. You were the winner. Winner. I think, oh God. No, look, believe me when I tell you, I understand about the medical shit. Yeah, it is critical to be near a hospital as you get older. Um, it is, man. But like I said, if I was single, I could live in that unit I was in today because it's big enough that I don't feel cramped. It's got a huge freaking bed. Shit, you could fit a whole family in there, seriously, on that bed alone. It had some couple of couches, section, kind of a sectional thing, and a modest, kitchen table, which I would replace with something that's really stylish and nice, microwave, good standard size refrigerator, standard. Nothing unusual about the size of the freezer, couldn't put the things in I wanted. But all in all, it was a good new. It was new. They remodeled this. It was two studios put together, and that's what you have to do because although I haven't been around all these other countries, but I know that if you go, I don't know what Vietnam, all these different places, you get bigger bang for your buck if you want to rent. I mean, these units are big in size. There's Malaysia, was it Kuala Lumpur? You get some really good sized units, man, compared to the Philippines, because the owners of these buildings or whatever, they build all these small units so they could sell a multitude of units and make up the money and all that stuff. But you go in there, man, you just feel claustrophobic. You really do. It's horrible. It's just really horrible. Nah, it's all right about Ricky. Ricky pulled the Drew Norty, aka Brevis, and bounced out. Yeah. You think Ricky likes being punked, huh? Ah, I don't know. I'm okay with Ricky, and I'm not okay with Ricky. It's one of those situations. He's shaken my hand before when he's seen me. He's done that before. He's getting off YouTube, but he never does, and he'll go right back to attacking me again. I know he will. I already said that to him on that video, if you heard me on there. But I'm a polite person. If he came up to me and started calling me a bunch of names and shit, well, that might change the situation. But he was cordial and he was friendly, and that's all that mattered. And yeah, I mean, I could have. And fuck Jay. Fuck Jay. Ah, you couldn't do. Look, I don't spend my time in the shower, Jay Stillman, punching a fucking rubber dildo. It's the only fight you ever got in. Yeah. Anyway, we don't want to get into this what do you call talk again? We're trying to avoid this and have a good dialogue here for once. The court case is over. Oh, by the way, folks, and Barry, if you're listening, I do have to mention this. And I don't have to. I mean, don't have to mention this, but I will. Your girlfriend will get I don't know, another 4 or 5 days, because I think the 9th is a holiday. She's going to get a copy of another manifestation, and it's registered mail. She'll read it. This is something that's going to the immigration, and I'm being kind enough to tell you about it. So yeah, I told you my lawyer's been hard at work for me. So yeah, just remind her in about 4 days or so. I don't know how long it would take. Might be longer, because no mail is going out today, I think, and the 9th is tomorrow and some kind of holiday, and then you got the weekend coming, so it's hard to say. But yeah, there'll be a new manifestation coming her way. Okay, Barry boy, just to let you know. I didn't have to, but I'm, courtesy for your girlfriend. Okay. Region says, I think you made the right move with the place you bought. It's good time. Everything was good timing with me, mostly. Good timing, nice find. Condos are overvalued. Oh, they're so overvalued, man. But I do understand where some want to live near all the conveniences. But I'm going to be honest with you, man, and I always have. I could say that with pride. I would be fat. I would gain a lot of weight if I lived in Cebu. I also would be broke. It's too much of a temptation. So what you do, you move to an island province like mine, and it's wonderful to live here. Absolutely. People are friendly. I love it to death. When you have your needs to go to the city, you just take a trip. You have the best of both worlds. You have your little island paradise that everybody wants to come to. Boys have become popular here, and I don't know if that's good or bad. But you have the choice of going to the city when you want. And you don't have to stay there. You just, take care of your business, whether it's legal, social, shopping, whatever it might be. And you come back home to your little island paradise. It works out. Of course, you're fawning over. Yeah, I see that. I know. He was. And the problem, though, as you get older, maybe you just can't travel back and forth to the city. You may develop an illness or something wrong with your back, and it's uncomfortable for you to walk around and travel. I mean, anything could happen. I understand that. I don't expect it, but I understand that these things could happen. So that's where living in the city might be more advantageous for you to get around and go to the hospital and stuff like that. I realize that if I had a heart attack, I'm going to die from living here, but that's the chance you take. That's it. You got to adjust yourself to the fact that you made the choice of where you wanted to live for whatever reason it was, and you just make the best. Like anything that happens, you make the best of it. A legal thing happens to you, you make the best of it. A social thing happens, you make the best of it. A breakup in a relationship or whatever, you make the best of it. Whatever happens in your life, you make the best of it. If you can't change something, then you accept it. Okay? That's the way I think. Okay. 4 days, Grandma set a countdown. What's this countdown? What countdown? Did I'm going to go to jail or something? No, I'm not there. I'm home. Been all over the city, Cebu. I'm here. Oh, I got my steps in. And when I say steps, I also mean steps because I've climbed a shitload of steps. My lawyer's office alone, I've been there a couple of times. 4th floor, long steps going up there. Then a hallway, go around bend. Another long set of steps, another long set, and a 4th step. I've been up and down that several times. I've been in buildings and malls and this. I've been walking up and down, walking around Cebu City, coming in that area, walking around IT Park. I get my I get my steps in. Oh, I think I know what you mean then. Okay. Good Friday is around the corner. What's so good about it? Didn't something about Sunday is a day, Monday is Friday is. Was it? Wait a minute. Who was it? The band was Friday. I don't care. Oh shit! Who was that band? Kind of a I don't know, punk rock or shit, man. I forgot who that band was. Oh, was it Depeche Mode? I don't know. It was a song by Depeche Mode. I think it was. Oh no, it's hotter than hell. I'm in my bedroom, but I don't got the air conditioner. I got the air conditioner in the living room. I don't want to talk in front of them all the time. They don't need to hear all my shit, Yeah. Air conditioner, of course, and then the dogs are in there. And boy, it smells like a fucking kennel. I came in here today. We got to give them a bath, these dogs. Oh, yeah. Well, not that bad, a kennel, a kennel that it. They do spend a lot of time in here. And dogs do have a smell after a while, and you may not notice until you leave your house for a while. Then you come in, and you'll smell it. It's not as bad as some houses I've been in. It's actually very mild, but sometimes I smell that. Oy, man. No, I don't mind getting away from the island, but it's as that ferry's coming in, I look at that emerald color water and the white sand as you start approaching the island. You know you're home, and you feel good that whatever traveling you did that's your home. And it feels very reassuring, and it's comfortable to know that you're at the end of your trip, no matter where the hell you went. You know, you don't have to travel 2,000 miles away in the Philippines somewhere. Something is a simple trip to Cebu. That's enough because, you know, I don't know what we spend on transportation alone. The coming back on the Grab cab, that was like close to 60 American bucks. It was cheaper going out there. Let me see, cheaper going out from where I was. Yeah, and it costs more to come back. So it was about 50-ish. 38 to $40 going out. Yeah, coming back was more money. Then, of course, we had to grab some taxi cabs here and there, always. Then, of course, you know, we're going to eat out in some restaurant somewhere or take out some food to bring to the unit. And it, you know, paying a lawyer, you know, it adds up, man. It adds up. That's why, you know, some people swear on living in the city, but I just don't think I could do that. I just don't think, I really don't think I can. You're thinking of the, that's it, man, The Cure. Thank you, man. You guys are terrific, man. You have to be my memory since it's obviously going. Someone wrote me, how does it feel? What is it like to be 70 years old? Jesus Christ, I'll tell you what it's like. Someone asked me a question just yesterday on a comment or today, or I don't know what it was. I'm not 100 years old, for God's sake. What's it like to be 70? Jesus Christ, I'm not 100 years old. You sound like I'm like totally fucking ancient. I'm not ancient. My God, I'm not there yet. How does it feel? I'll tell you how it feels. I feel like when I was 25, 30 years old. I mean, except for, you know, occasional aches and pains, the joints, stuff like that. My balance is not as wonderful as it used to be, but nothing alarming. What else? My energy levels, when they're at their peak, they're incredible. But get me to go sit down, like we took a van. It was just ours, all alone. We took a van out there, but we took our Grab cab back. No, what did we do? On this occasion, yeah, I lay down in there. I lay down. I put my head. I rested on Gilda's lap, put my sunglasses on, shut my eyes, and it makes the trip go faster. Because if you sit there, just looking out the window, it really makes time go slow. I'll go, we in Bago yet? Yeah, we just got into Bago. Okay, good. You know, we in Carmen yet? Whatever, you know. And I always lay down. And what happens is I started to snore. She said, I said, no, tell me I didn't, you know. But as I said, I wake myself up. It's what you call mini sleeps. They define that on Google. It's called mini naps. You just kind of like, you know, if you get too relaxed, you just kind of nod off for a few seconds or milliseconds. And the minute you snore, you wake yourself up. That's what happens to me. Yeah. The Cure. Friday, I'm in love. Yeah, The Cure was really good. I like The Cure. I like The Cure. You can't beat the sounds. I mean, that era, man. I'm sorry. The music they got out today is such crap. I'm so happy the generation I grew up in. I'll never regret it. The best music generation ever. And me growing up, 60s, 70s, 80s. Some of the stuff in the 80s is pretty good too. You know, some of the stuff. But beyond the 80s, oh God, no. No. Except some, you know, some older artists like Rod Stewart, all these people, you know, he's timeless, people like that, you know. And of course, Steve Perry when he was very active. And then that other, Mandoni, the one that sing the song, you know, about wanting to date a girl that's 16 years old, Into the Night. I found myself with that song, you know, his voice, he could do Steve Perry real easy. Real easy. He has that tone. He has that range. I think he died, but he's very underrated, really underrated. That guy, he kind of had weird eyes too, but he was even on Dick Clark's Bandstand. He goes back a bit, okay? So, Nardones, yeah, was it Ben Nardones? Yeah. Okay. No, man, I'm not really a hard rocker, man. Nah, not really. I like love ballads, rock love ballads. And I'm not into metal. I don't like somebody just screaming on stage and busting your fucking eardrums. My brother used to go to a lot of concerts more than I ever did, and his hearing was gone. You know, even on these loud ferries and shit, I should bring some headphones in or something. I'm not serious. I'm serious. I mean, I got one bum ear, and I don't want the other one to go bum on me too. I got to take that into serious consideration, and I'm not kidding at all. You have to. Most of the music I enjoy is not from my generation. I enjoy 60s to 80s soft rock. That's me, yeah. All this screaming and shouting, gets everybody's adrenaline up and all that. I didn't mind Billy Idol with his rebel yell here and there. I didn't mind, you know, there's a couple of things from Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne was okay. Yeah. Cover bands. Yeah, exactly. No, I wasn't a headbanger and all that shit. Never was, never will be. You know, can't believe it. Some of these musicians are looking like these days, and ones that are still alive didn't kill themselves with drugs or something. God, look at Ozzy's about on his way out, man. But that guy had talent. He does have talent. I mean, I will say about Ozzy Osbourne. Oh, definitely a lot of talent. I'll give credit with Stu. Because some of his tunes were really good. Even I'll give credit to Steven Tyler. Steven Tyler had some tunes out there. He's very talented. If you've seen him now, there was a picture years ago. I see him on a beach at an open shirt. It was very embarrassing. He had saggy woman's boobs, man. He had no muscle tone. He had saggy boobs. It was a really embarrassing photo that somebody actually released of him. But hey, it happens. Mine are not saggy. I gotta say, for my age, I'm not doing as bad as I thought. I'm really not. And thank heavens for that. I'm not doing as bad as I thought it would be at age 70. So someone asked me, what is it like to be age 70? Okay, there are always concerns, of course. You want me to be honest with you? I always am. You do think about your mortality. Hold on, I might be a disconnect, I'm not sure. Hold on. Oh, okay. I knew I forgot this. I gotta rinse this laundry here for a second. Hold on. Yeah, it gets concerning as you get older. Some people really don't give a shit about themselves, but it seems to be not enough to completely quit smoking lately. I did cut down, I must say, but it's been my hardest thing, really. I got off some other medication shit, so they can't yell at me for benzos anymore, but okay, I'm sorry about that. Oh, now I got too much water in there. It doesn't want to spin around. Oh, there we go. Well, that water comes out fast when that super pump goes on. All right, to finish what I'm saying. Sorry, I was hitting some dead spots here. Okay, hold. All right, it's hot out here. I'm going to go back inside. I just had to attend to this clothing. See, I help out around here, too. I'm not one that uses my woman as a fucking washing maid or some shit like that. Like some people do. But I don't do that. I help out when I can. No, I have a pretty good energy level, but when I'm really relaxed, I'm going to drink some water here. When I'm really relaxed, I'm sitting on my chair, watching a movie, and enjoying the cooler air and the air conditioning. I can relax and say, if it is a boring movie on, very often I will nod out. I do that in the taxi or whatever. I do that all the time. You don't realize, it just happens. All of a sudden you're out. You're out. You don't even realize it, but you're out. Ricky was original Village People. Classic Spissy cover, yeah. Okay, to continue on that, yeah, as you see your age advancing, you get concerns, years of smoking, whatever. And thank goodness I don't do both, like drinking. It really is bad. I can't even, I'm not going to go into a health show. We'll talk about the age thing, but if something relates, I'll mention it. But yeah, it's how you take care of yourself, it's your genetics and all that good stuff, and which we discussed in full many, many times. And the rest is up to Mother Nature, and you hope for the best. Gilda looks after me really well. Yeah, she really is my caretaker. She really is. And I'm her caretaker. There's no doubt about that. She notices little changes in me. She'll notice. I'm not as limber. When I go down to pick up something, I'm not going to go down and pick it up. I'll do it slower because I'm not stretched out. And I should be doing stretching exercises, which I have not, I admit. Which I, stop talking about it, but do it, right? Yeah. We all procrastinate a lot. I feel like who I was. I mean, age is a number, really. But of course, the older you get, the closer you are to your demise. I mean, yes, so I totally understand that. You can't prevent it. So what are you going to do? You're going to worry every single day? I don't let things worry me as much as you might think. A pending complaint, whatever it might be. I just live every day. And that's what you have to train yourself to do. You just live your day every day. You take care of business as it comes, and that's all you can do. Why? You going to stress yourself out? Have your cortisol levels go through the roof? No, man. It's not worth it. And, Gilda sees subtle changes with me. She sees subtle changes, She does. She's always looking out for me, though. Oh, watch that, like if we're on a bad side. Well, watch that, or step over that or something like that. Or she'll take a bag from my hands or something, and I'll get into it with her. Say, I'm not that old, Gilda. I'm not that old. Okay, I could carry this. I don't mind carrying stuff. I need to carry things from my heart. But then there's a courtesy out here with Filipinos anyway. Her children, if we're around them, they will always take something out of my hands, out of courtesy and respect. It don't matter how light it is. They'll take it out of your hands and they'll carry it for you. You're not going to see that in America. They don't give a fuck whether you're alive or dead. They don't give a shit. They do out here. That's why I like the culture. So I'm not going to do a show, jumping down the throats of all the Filipinos out here. You got your good and your bad like anywhere else, but I'm not going to do a show saying it's so horrible out here. She's not going to do that. No. It's probably one of the better places I've lived, actually. And they got a kind heart by nature. They really do. They really do. I got to say that. There's no question about it. Of course, don't piss a Filipino off, especially a woman. Especially a woman. Don't do that. No. I've heard all these stories where this one woman went stabbed her either husband or boyfriend, a foreigner man, because he was taking her stuff out of the place, kicking her out of the apartment. He came back with his truck and had everything in boxes, and he had to help her and putting all the boxes in there. She goes in there, goes in the kitchen, grabs a kitchen knife, and stabs him. I don't think he died, but yeah, she went to jail, of course. Yeah. You got to be careful. Yes, you do. You do. I don't care what age you are. I don't care. It don't matter. It's, you just try to stay out of trouble as much as you can and just try not to get into conflict, even on YouTube. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. I think even Ricky, to a certain point, is realizing that, but the thing with Ricky is that you can't always depend on him. He'll shake your hand, everything's fine. But we've walked this walk before, me and Ricky, But he went right back, and he probably still will, Oh, you didn't do right with Barry, And I said, what did I do right? He did wrong. I know, but, to be in there for 2 years and all that. Well, I didn't say how long you had to be in there. You can't hold that against me, Ricky. Nobody can. I didn't make the rules. But yet they attack me for that. I mean, that's not right. I told Ricky, why don't you cut the shit, man? It's just not right, man. Even Ricky's starting to realize he's getting older and, The only difference I seen in Ricky, his legs were thinner, not thicker, but his belly was bigger. But his legs were not as huge, as his, shins and so forth, calves, were not as big as I remember. From all his walking, he might have lost some weight in his legs. I don't know, but anything else, no, he didn't. But yeah, but there was a guy in there, like I said. This guy was like 6'10" at least. This guy was huge, man. Made Ricky look small. I mean, I'm saying, wow. I should have took my camera and got closer to this guy even. He was huge, huge guy, man. Ah, that's why I don't travel a lot, especially in the hot weather, man. I know my limitations, okay? I don't push things over what I can't handle. I can't do that. I know when I'll need to drink mineral water, like, Pocari Sweat or something to replace the sodium and potassium and so forth. I know when to drink it instinctively. Um, I'm very protective of myself. I really am. And I don't just do it for me. I do it for my girlfriend too, because she really does need me in her life, and not in the form of an ATM machine, like the trolls like to say. Not at all. Consider me one of the lucky ones. I guess I am. Well, I know I am. You know. But yeah, we're a team. We're a team. We're a good team, though. I love her sense of humor. She loves mine. I'm not the Frank you think I am. I mean, I joke around on here a lot, but if you saw me off camera at the house around the family here, and I'm goofy. I'm goofy. I joke around a lot. They turn music on, I might be dancing to it or something or singing. I'm not a guy that's low key when I'm around people that I trust and I know very well, have been around me for a while. You know when you feel comfortable is when you could be yourself around people. That's when you know you got a good relationship and so forth. When you could be who you are, as goofy as you might be, as serious as you might be, whatever, all in between. You could actually be yourself. That's how I feel comfortable, right? I used to tease my daughter a lot. It was who I was. Be in a grocery store, there'd be music playing, and I'd goof around with her. I might go into a little dance or something or whatever, playing around with the canned food or toilet paper, throw it in the air, whatever. I would just be goofy and just be myself. Of course, as a teenager or whatever and younger, Dad, you're embarrassing me. I say, yeah, I know. That's the purpose. I wanted to. Because I always really love to get her reaction. I love to get reactions from people. And that's why I do certain things on YouTube here. I want to get people's reaction. Not necessarily their attention. I want to get their reaction. Because when I told you guys that, and I can say all this stuff now because I think my career is coming to an end here, which you've heard about 1,000 times before, but I know how to get a reaction from people. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean I bait them, although sometimes I do. I choreograph things, I could bait people, but in a nice way, not in a mean way. Max 7. It was very nice to see the way Gilda conducted herself when discussing the issues with Ricky. Very kind, and she's a sweet soul. Yeah, she is, Max 7. That's why I'm with her. I could have done a lot worse, you know what I mean? And I did. I've met a few out here. And surprisingly, I have not met a lot of women out here in the beginning before I was in a relationship with her. I've met a few, but not like I'd say a lot of women. And I kind of kicked the tires and all that stuff and, just to see where it was, what they were all about. Then I discovered that they were using me for something and I learned from my experience, and that's how you learn. I tested even Gilda when I first met her. Believe me, I did. I went into test mode and she passed the test. She never asked me what I do for a living. She never asked me how much money I had. And quite personal, but no, we never had sex the first night we met. We did not. It was a while later before we were even intimate with each other. So that was a good test right there. That was a good test that she wasn't trying to impress me to being in a relationship with me and give in like a lot of Filipinos do. It wasn't like that, man. And she really appreciated. I even asked her permission to give her first kiss. Yeah, I'm serious. And she was up to it. She'd allow me to kiss her. And it's personal, but it's a good personal. That's the way we were. Yeah. Now she's a good woman, man. I'm lucky to have her. I know that. I think people just get pissed off with me because, and I'm serious about this. Come on, I've examined the rhyme and reason why I get attacked on here, and it's not what people think. I honestly believe there's a certain amount of envy that's going on for people that can't live my life, didn't get settled, they couldn't find somebody, or whatever the case might be. Their personality got a disorder or something, or they can't afford to move out here, or they're not old enough to retire, and they're living their life vicariously through people like myself and others. I truly believe there's green-eyed monsters out there, and I don't want to mention names. We're going to stop, calling people names and, people like Popeye and Dauncey and all this crap. They live for that stuff. So why give them the pleasure? You know what they're all about. I don't have to talk about them anymore because basically you've had your fill of them. You know where they're coming from. All of them, Mick Fisher, all that, all the high rollers on here. You know where they're coming from. I don't have to definitely, get really redundant with that shit. You make up your own opinions on your own. I don't have to convince you. You make up your own minds and what you think is really going on here. I'm not the most hated person on YouTube. Absolutely not. People spend their time to listen to my shows because there's crap on here. You know that there's crap on here. I don't mean all YouTubers are crappy. There's some really fantastic channels. I don't tell you the names of them all the time because, if I go there, you're gonna go there and try to destroy their channel. So there's certain channels I do watch, and I will not mention the names of the channel for that reason. I'm not gonna go that far. As far as Ricky's concerned, though, I will mention him. I don't hate Ricky. I think everything's a big show with Ricky, and he gets carried away. He does get very ugly, and he's done some really bad shit. He really has. But he knows that. You're not telling Ricky anything he doesn't know. Ricky is what you call a showman when he's on his channel. You see when he met up with me. He wasn't violent or nothing, If he really hated me that much, he had his chance to do what he had to do. And I even mentioned I'm here again, whatever, and get that over with, As long as somebody's friendly with me, we have no problem. I don't have a problem with Ricky or anybody else. If you're friendly with me, I'm going to be friendly back to you. It doesn't mean I have to hang out with you and have a beer, and I don't drink anyway. I don't have to do that. It's my choice. But people are going to be whoever they want. They want to be showmen. They probably depend on that YouTube money more than they want to allow you to know. Because it's too embarrassing to say that, well, I really don't make as much money as I said and live in a 5-star lifestyle and all that shit. I don't know. That could pertain to a lot of people on here, not just Ricky, but I don't think Ricky's broke. No, absolutely not. But I think, all in all, that Ricky, you probably think I'm going to attack him, but I'm going to surprise you. I'm not going to attack him. Ricky, I just think he really needs to get his life together. He's 60 now, whatever he is, and he's got to worry about his health. He does have high blood pressure and shit like that. He can still enjoy himself, and if he wants to, if he wants to pay for his dates, well, he has every right to do it. Let's be honest with ourselves, whether you like Ricky or not. Being lonely is really not an option when you're in a foreign country. It is not an option. It is not. I found myself with certain days out here before I was in this long-term relationship where I said, oh my God, I traveled how many miles, and here I am sitting in my hotel room. And maybe at the time I didn't have anybody lined up to meet or anything. Well, that didn't last very long. It always turned out very well for me, but as far as meeting. But I always had alternatives in my little black book of meeting somebody and getting together. If I was that desperate, I'd get together with a woman out there that I spent some time with and, went some places and just, occupied my time with, because you don't want to be lonely, man. As you get older, the last thing you'd ever want is to be lonely as you get older. It could be excruciating to some people. It really could. Some people commit suicide. I'm not shitting you. No, you need to have a woman. And if you have to pay for your dates just to have a good time, well, then I guess that's what you do. You see, I kind of took a turnaround on this with Ricky because I think Ricky is lonely. I think he is. See, we're not attacking Ricky here. Yeah, we're not attacking him at all. I think he has the right to be with whoever he wants to, whether it's a lady boy or a straight woman. He has a right to put out his own money out of his own pocket, if it does come out of his own pocket. And, no matter where the money comes from, he has the right to go out to the bars. He has a right to pay for his dates at night. He has every right to do that. I changed my mind about this. He has every single right to do that. Live life. Because I think, and I'm very good at seeing through people and getting a feel. I think he gets the gist that maybe his life is not going to be as long as he would hope. I think he throws caution to the wind. That's my opinion. It may not be correct. I could read people fairly well. And that's what I think. He just wants to have a good time. But, the debauchery, different things is unnecessary. I mean, I think attacking of the YouTubers like he does on the level he does is wrong. And when he started really attacking me, I'm going to jail. I told him about that. I didn't like it. He'd been all these shows that Frank's going to go to Bicutan. I said, why do you talk like that? What the hell do you hate me so much for, But Ricky is a showman. He does a show, all right? And he has to get people's attention. Ricky can be nice to you if he wants to. He has the properties of being nice to you if he wants to. He can. He can. Yeah. It's a Big E, huh? I don't want to watch it. He's pleading to Big E for money is what he's doing, okay? He's on a begging mode now. Because he found out that, yes, you have to pay the whole amount of money, not just what he owes to the court. I did a show on that, needless to talk about again, but he also has to pay that money to me. So he's out there. He wants out real bad because he knows that he's around the corner from going to Bicutan. He might go tomorrow or the next day. So, yeah, he's going to reach out to Big E and kiss Big E's ass, and Big E will probably give in to him to a certain degree. Yeah. To Big E. Yeah, he's reaching out. He's desperate. He's reaching out to Big E because he doesn't see him getting all the money together. It's a lot of money. A lot of money he has to put together. And like I said, it's up to anybody to do what the hell they want. I don't care. If you want to have a harem, you want to have more than one wife and have babies with other women while you're living with your wife, I guess that's your business. See, the thing is, guys, we don't have to live that way. They can live that way, and it's all right for them. See, I took a different stance on everything on here. I have a whole different stance. Let people do what they're going to do. As long as it doesn't cause harm to you or your family, let them do what they're going to do because they're destroying their own lives. Sometimes they don't even realize it. Barry destroyed his own life. Okay, who can he blame for that but himself? Okay, but we're not going to get deeply into that because you know the score on this shit. Yeah, he's reaching out to Big E and anybody he can. He fucked it with CW, that's for damn sure. So he's reaching out to people. I'm desperate. I want to get out of here. He wants to hit their sympathy nerves and, get money from it. And that's up to them. If they want to give money to Barry, they could do whatever they want. They know they're not going to get it back, and maybe some people may not want it back. But if they want to help him out, they'll be helping me out too. So I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Hey, I'm all for it. They pay him money, it's going to go in my pocket too. It's going to go in my pocket too. And thank you for that, Barry. And Barry should be happy that we didn't go for the whole banana. Legal fees, all that shit. No, he got off pretty good. And, because I thought about it. 2 years in that crappy place he spent in, that was enough. I told you, I'm turning I got a different tune now. You're reading what my mind has always thought. It's coming out now that the case is over. Did I really want Barry to spend years and years in Bicutan? No, I did not. I'm not that mean. I'm not that cruel. Not even for Barry. Barry has, I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I can't believe I'm even saying this. Barry has some goodness in him, but he can't find a way to bring it out. He's very bitter because of the way he was raised. He has goodness in him. He just has to bring it to the surface and stop feeling like he has to be cocky and he has to be in control. He'd be a better person for it. And I wish he would. Because as I said, loneliness sucks. And even for Barry, you know? I know you're hearing a whole different tune on me now. I can now relinquish some of my thoughts because the court hearing is over. But I will admit, though, he pissed me off quite a bit. I didn't like what he called me. He shouldn't call anybody that. And he deserved to get some time. He deserved it. He absolutely did. But was it really my game plan to have Barry sit for years and years and years in a prison? No, I talked this over with my 2 lawyers. And so we discussed it during the actual session. And of course, they would turn to me because they had their phone active too with texting. And they would tell me, you want to still do this, Frank? I said, yeah, just go ahead and do it, man. You know, he's going to have to go to Bicutan anyway. So let it be. Agree on it. You know, let him go on with his life and I'll go on with my life. But it's just really sad. Good afternoon. It's really sad that he had to get his girlfriend involved in this because it's not a good thing for her, you know. It's faced, it was right. And Barry, I know you're going to listen to this at some point. It was not right to get her involved. And please stop it, okay? Don't say it had nothing to do with this. You had everything to do with it to get her involved in this. You really did. You know, I wish you well, Barry, you know, in your future. I hope that you find yourself, okay, and stop being cocky and stop being so bitter to the world. The world is a crazy place, Barry. It really is, but the world ain't that bad of a place, you know. You're 50, going on 51 soon enough, and make the best of your life. Find yourself, you know, I say find a job, but you're on disability, and supposedly you can't work, but you were talking about when you get back home, you're going to go work again. I don't understand how you're going to do that. And he already admitted on his show, my check's coming in. So that's what I mean, Barry. You just kept on lying to people about your Social Security disability, about all that shit. People just didn't take to you in that way because of all the lying, man. You're a chronic liar. That's all I'm trying to say. You lied to people about getting married, and, you know, you lied about your Social Security disability, that you weren't getting it. Then just on the most recent show, say, oh, my check came in, I'm going to add money out of my check. It means that you lied to people, Barry. You lied to people. You lied to your supporters, people who've donated to you. You've done wrong to a lot of people, Barry. You got to change that pattern is all I'm saying, man. You know? Change your pattern. All right, I got to go because it's getting too hot in here. Take care, guys, and that's the skitty for now, man. I'm going to make this short here. Yeah, let me say something. Yeah, Barry's is big time wanting to get some money together. And 2 of the people that he shit on so many times, he's asking for money, and that's Big E and CW. All the times that he's really trashed Big E, but when he needs him for money, and even CW, how many times does CW help him out and he trashed CW? And I think that's wrong. I just think that's wrong. I mean, you know, I'm willing for him to get money so I can get paid too. Don't get me wrong. But he's saying that, yeah, you know, you need to contact Shaw. She's probably in a panic because it looks like either tomorrow or the next day, it looks like Barry's going to be transferred. I think that's exactly what's going on right now. And I think that's exactly what's going on. I think he's going to be transferred pretty quick. So he wants Big E to get a hold of Shaw because Shaw's going to be pleading with Big E for money. And CW, that was his broadcast, and he got mad because nobody was conversing with him on there, and he just took the show off, or maybe Big E called him or something, whatever, you know. But yeah, he's at that moment when he probably got notified he's going to be transferred either tomorrow or the next day. So he's kind of going on panic mode, and I certainly understand that. I understand that completely. So I think that's what's happening. He sounded pretty frantic, so Big E, get a hold of me, call him a cuz. You know, when you shit on people sometimes, they sometimes they think twice about helping you out. It's just some advice, that's all. You know, when you shit on people, don't expect people to help you out. You know, but like I said, it's their business whether they want to help this guy out or not. But they also have to think how many times they shit on him. Oh, but when you need money for something, all of a sudden, oh, you're my buddy now, and I need your help with a bad situation. But he's borrowed money from people and he's never paid them back. And you know the story with that shit, right? Yeah, you know the story with that shit. So, yeah, now he's on begging mode. Now he's on begging mode. All right, that's about it. You know, good luck, Barry. But I know one thing about me. If I helped out somebody before and they shit on me, I'm not going to help them out again. I don't care what situation they're in. I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I won't. I got a heart and all that stuff, but if you shit on me before and you find yourself in a really tough position, don't come to me. That's the way I deal with things. Like I said, everybody has a right to do with their money whatever the hell they want to do with it. Whether it's Big E, CW, if they want to feel compassionate to him, they can do whatever the hell they want. And I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying that sometimes you got to remember how people treat you and what they said about you. And he trashed Big E quite a bit. NCW, the person that gave him $50,000 one time and gave him a lot more money, and he was trashing and blocking CW. But now that he needs these people, now that he needs these people, can you contact me? Can you contact me? That was Barry's show, and he just ended it. That was Barry's show I'm talking about. This goddamn spinner, man. Hold on, I'm trying to adjust something in my washer spinner here. I'm not going to be on. I just did a show, so I'm not going to... I'm just getting out, whatever. Yeah, we're talking about somebody who's trashed people before. Then when the chips are down, they're looking for money from these people. And, you know, it's a scenario that, I mean, I wouldn't go for. But that's, you know, that's me. They can do whatever they want with their money. And it's their money to do what they wish. Either way. But, you know, I got a good memory for shit like that. If somebody didn't treat me right, I'm not going to help them out, man. Again, that's me. They do what they want to do, but I'm not going to help them out. If you've been trashing me and you come into a bad situation, don't come to me. I'll tell that to anybody. Don't come to me. Wrong person, find somebody else. You got yourself into a mess, you get yourself out of the mess. That's what you do. He probably found out for sure now that he has to pay the whole kit and caboodle out at once in order for him not to serve any time in Bicutan. That's what he... More than likely. Besides, I did a show explaining exactly that he has to pay everything. And he probably talked to his lawyer, and he probably asked his lawyer. She probably said, yeah, you're going to have to pay all that off. And then all your immigration, this and that, and this and that, this and that, before I could even help you. So that's all I had to say. Nothing more than that. I'm going to go watch a movie. Thanks for listening. Thank you. Sounds like it's party time across the field. Oh, yeah. I'm watching this series. It's kind of a medical shit. I don't think I'm keeping it on, but needed to take a break from that, to be honest with you. Boy, it is humid. I could feel it out tonight. Gilda's knocked out. She went to bed early. I should have myself. We've been running around. I don't know where I get all my energy from. She poops out, and I keep on going like the Energizer bunny for some reason. I think it's not too bad at my age, I guess. Just taking a wild guess at that. I don't know. One viewer, one thumbs up right away. Okay, hello. How are you? Have you ever been to Hawaii? I have lived there for 15 years. What's your story? Okay. Now wait till a few people show up. I don't know how long I'm going to be on. I'm kind of pooped out. Get it? Poop? Poopite? Alright. I just finished reading twice over a very interesting manifestation. Very good one. A very, very good one. And it connects somebody to somebody else. So we'll see what happens with that. That's all I'm going to say about that. But it was a very good one. Very well written, I must say. So how's the fundraising going? Baby needs a new pair of shoes, you know what I'm saying? Get that fundraiser going, man. In fact, I need a new pair of shoes, but I bought a new pair of shoes today, actually. Or was it yesterday? I guess it was yesterday. No, it was yesterday. I was en route back home today. God, I'm sitting outside and I can feel the humidity. That time of year again. I just tell myself, get used to it. I guess that's what you got to do on here too, I guess. Which brings me to a question. There's not enough people on here to kind of dive into this. Maybe I'll save it for another time. Okay, we need more people here. People, there we go. Build it and they shall come. There we go. Let me know you're alive and you're listening. You always are. All right, what am I missing? Contrary to what you might believe, I'm not on YouTube all the time, looking at people's shows and seeing who's on. I actually do other things, believe it or not. I had to convince myself of that too. But yes, I do other things besides come on here. I know it seems the total opposite. But what's a retired man supposed to do? That's a good question. Out here in the Philippines, what does a retired man do? Talk to a lot of retired men and ask them what they do. You might see some similar answers, as I found out. Should I be out there jogging in the heat and humidity? I don't jog. Well, I do sort of kind of jog on the treadmill, but I don't think it's fast enough to be a fast jog. Oh, a little breeze out here. Wow. Small miracles. Yeah, I'm kind of in that position right now where I have to decide one way or the other what the hell the purpose is of coming on. So the trial is over. At least the trial and tribulations of this guy is over as far as I'm concerned. But there are some other legalities sort of kind of involving him that is being worked on as we speak. Well, not as we speak right now, but it's being worked on. No need going into details because that's something I'm not going to give out on here. It's over, but it's not over. That's all I can tell you. It's over, but it's not over. But as far as my topic matter on here all the time, going back to beat a dead horse over and over again, we're not going to do that. What's the purpose? Court is over. Decision's been made. I'm happy with it. Everybody happy. I don't know about everybody being happy, but I'm pretty good with it. I can tell you that. I am good with it. No matter what you think, I'm actually good with it, really. It goes to show when you get your ass in trouble, you know, it's hard to get out of it. Especially if you're guilty of something. And you mean you're truly guilty of something, you know. You gotta work yourself out. You gotta grab for that straw, that branch. You gotta sink deep in that quicksand. And that's what happens, unfortunately, for a lot of people. And you can't get yourself out. Then you might ask yourself, if you survive it, Who do I have to blame for getting myself in that quicksand to begin with? Yourself. You managed to fall in that quicksand. It was your responsibility to get out of it. And if you failed, you sunk, and you suffocated, and you died. That's kind of how it works in life. Why suffocate yourself with lies, accusations, mistruths, and just a lot of inner bitterness? That doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help yourself. That's my philosophy. I don't know about yours, but I'm talking about mine at the moment. And how do you wean yourself off of something that you've been on for 10 years? Always have something to say. Maybe you just say too much. Maybe that's what it really is. You're saying too much. And maybe some people on here just say too much. And some of that too much stuff gets their ass in big trouble. Perhaps. By the way, does anybody know how I store bread? I got this nice loaf of rye. The temperature in the room is so hot and it's humid. I don't know, usually I'd put it in the vegetable drawer of my refrigerator. If it stays out here like this, I just think it's going to get moldy. If anybody's brave enough to write something and make a suggestion, I think I'd appreciate it. You spend a lot of money on this shit, but then what happens? You don't know how to store it right. And that doesn't help it. Sorry, I gotta go on lockdown here. I have procedures. All right, nobody's talking, so this is a monologue, I guess. A lot has happened in the past several years, that's for sure, on YouTube. And people have been fighting with each other, attacking each other left and right. For recreation or whatever the purpose is. Pure hate, bitterness, recreation, jealousy, envy, whatever the hell it is. But the fact is, no matter what the rhyme and reason is, people have been attacking each other like crazy. And I guess the question is, how long do you really want to be part of this institution of hell? Where you're dealing with people that are not mentally well, and for a while you entertain it, then sometimes it gets just a wee bit ugly. And next thing you know, you're bringing somebody to court. Well. How did that work out for the other guy? Just goes to prove. Just goes to say. I'm not going to make a long show. I want to wind down for the night here. Just going to be doing a lot of thinking about my purpose, reason, and rhyme to keep on vlogging. Never mind, I've been on here for like a decade. Always have something to say, and I always do. Because my mind thinks a lot. It's healthy enough to formulate ideas, to calculate people, their behavior, to make my own assessments of the YouTube genre. I have the capability of doing that. Believe it or not, I actually have the capability of doing that. And for what I have ascertained through the years, I'm just trying to think of something that's advantageous for me to be on here. Hydration. Now, I'm trying to think of a damn good fucking reason. Okay, hobby? Sure. I'm retired. Waiting to die, right? Is that what you say? You're an old man, right? You're just waiting to die. Your time is coming. Well, guess what? All that time is coming. Not just me. You, everybody. Some of you may not even reach my age. Hey, I'm not 100. I'm 70. I'll let you know when I get there. It's quite possible I will. But in the meantime, sometimes you got to get over some hurdles. And I've had plenty of hurdles, but I seem to get over them. Always Always be yourself. Face somebody when you think they're a schmuck, and then you tell them that they're a schmuck. If you really think they are a schmuck and they deserve to be called a schmuck. I do that all the time. I did it this morning with somebody. Told the motherfucker I should cold cock you right here and now. I speak my mind. Maybe it's not always a good thing, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Some of you might call it putting people in their place, but you shouldn't have to put anybody in their place. They should be in the right place the first time, so you don't have to put them in their place. But I do a pretty damn good job nevertheless. If I say so myself, and I do say so myself. I don't got too much more to say, actually. I'm not going to go on and on with some dissertation on here. Just I'm going to be doing a hell of a lot of thinking on this. Case is over. I'm dealing with something else right now. And maybe dealing with something else that I started. And I'm going to decide whether I'm going to finish it. None of your business to know. Not at all. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Do I want to spend the rest of my life fighting court cases or putting court cases on people? Well, you know what? I'm determined enough to do that, all the above, and more. If I feel it's a righteous thing to do. That's just me. Maybe it's not you, but that's me. I'm a righteous motherfucker by heart. If I'm wrong about something, man, I am fucking wrong. And I'll tell you that I'm fucking wrong. But when I feel I'm right about something, there ain't nothing stopping me. Nada. Not a thing. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to relax for the rest of the night. Thank you very much. It's been kind of a long couple of days for me. Very interesting couple of days indeed. So I got to do my thinking on this. Do I just become a fly on the wall? Which I think is probably the safest thing to do. And for most people, I think it's probably the safest thing to do. Become a fly on the wall. It's more enjoyable. The fly gets to listen to a lot of shit, then gets to evaluate what he hears, and decides, and back up it's a statement that he's always had, that this world is pretty fucked up. And people have become pretty fucked up. People have become to be a very violent society. Selfish and self-serving. No care about what happens to anybody else. They just want to get the numbers up on their show, want to make their ads sense. And if they happen to step on somebody's head or face at the time to get there, then I guess that's what they have to do. Isn't that right? Hey, that's all I got to say. The boys got to do some thinking. Definitely got to do some thinking. I still have some unfinished business. And guess what? It has nothing to do with this person in the court case. No. Not going to tell who it's about. But I decided to go all the way on something. If I could achieve what I'm trying to achieve, I'm going to do it. You know, when you get your toes stepped on too often, it starts to hurt. Next thing you know, you're swelling. Next thing you know, you got an embolism. I don't want an embolism. Nah. I'm done. All I got to say. Be told that you have to come to my channel and listen to what I have to say. They were interested in what I have to say.
Yeah, don't go YouTube for how many days so many people go there or other channel and talk about you.
Yeah, if I'm not on for a couple of days, let's just go to another channel and talk about me, is what she just said. I don't know if you heard in the background. They want to get their fill of Barry. They want to get their fill of me. They want to get their fill of gossip. These guys, I mean, they should join the fucking sewing circle, man. They might as well. Popeye really does. He goes to bingo with all the blue and gray-haired ladies smoking their Chesterfields. The blue haze of smoke in these bingo parlors as they changed the laws. But I remember when my parents used to go to that shit. Man. There was a purple haze in the bingo hole. Purple haze was in my brain. Just things don't seem to stay the same. Whatever. Purple haze. Everybody's smoking. Journal? Oh. That's not the life for me, man. I'll tell you right up front. That's when you're admitting you're old.
I said, no need to rent
Oh, need to borrow that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they rent for
As long as you get it back.
Yeah, I said, you can use or you can borrow. Because I don't donate to the school.
Okay, well, that's very nice of you to let them use that. Yeah. Biko says that SNR is shocking expensive. Social Security wouldn't last long shopping there every week. That's why I said there are benefits of living where I am, and on the other hand around is, there are trials and tribulations of living on an island province. So, hope you guys have anything learned from all my broadcasts. I kind of tell it like it is, and sometimes I say things that people they don't want to particularly hear it, because they don't want to believe it, or they just don't like me and they just don't want to believe anything I say. But I'm sure people have learned a hell of a lot from all the times I've come on YouTube and talked about a whole lot of different shit freely. No matter what anybody thought about it, it didn't matter to me. I just did my thing. That was it. And whether they like it or not, oh well, I can't expect.
Yeah, so many here, huh?
Yeah, they're starting to really shed again. They are. I can't force people to believe in my philosophy of life and follow the way I think, because you're all individuals. You have your own thought process. Whether you're right or wrong, who am I to say? But in a fact, we all make judgment on each other. That's a fact. I do, you do. We all make our own judgment, but it's too bad when you have to go to a court of law and a judge has to make a judgment on you. That's when it gets ugly, and you realize that you fucked up, and now you got to pay for it. And that's the story of that. Officially, ladies and germs, the court case is over. Let's acknowledge it. Let's move on. And with Barry, he set the goalpost in his life. He just decided the team is what he did. He got confused along the way. Well, it's over. It gives that much little people will have to talk about now. That's going to leave Popeye kind of stymied a little bit. But that won't stop Popeye, of course. People will say whatever they want to say to get the attention that they need. But let's state some facts here. People are going to do whatever they want to do. Whether you like Biggie or believe in a polygamous relationship or whatever, it still is his doing. It's not like I'm sticking up for these people. I'm just basically telling you that the reality of it is that it is their business. You may not approve of somebody who's married to somebody. It's a sin if you're really religious. They look at it as a sin that you're having a relationship with another party besides your wife, having children with somebody else, keep people in your life, with your money, your big fat wallet. That's his gig. He has to live with it, the pluses and minuses that come his way, as well as anybody else. Look at Popeye, for example. He's living a very lonely life. The likeliness that he's had a woman since his divorce is pretty low. Or his capability of even performing is pretty low. I've seen the most recent picture of him that I've posted. And he was looking a hell of a lot older than me, I'll tell you that. He looked like he was about 82, rather than maybe 69 or something, whatever he is. He really did look old. I've seen the picture of Don C. I could put it up here. And he has the yellowest fucking nicotine teeth you could ever see in your life. I got a picture. I could post it sometime. Don C's supposed to have money, but all his money, he's got yellow teeth. I mean, really yellow teeth. Nobody's perfect. Ricky's got a big old space between his teeth. He's supposed to have all this money. Why can't he get his teeth fixed if he has all this money? See, there's a lot of things, little detailed things you got to look at and be aware of to know whether somebody's lying or not. If they live in a 5-star lifestyle, they wouldn't be renting a $200 apartment in the deck of homes, which is basically a slum. But, you know, I'm not on the attack. I'm not on the attack of Ricky. I'm just saying, are they really living this 5-star lifestyle that they all claim? There's another way of looking at it. Maybe there's a couple of people out there that are living a 5-star lifestyle, at least economically. But the question is, take the economics out of it. Are they living a 5-star lifestyle as far as being happy, content with their partner, right? Content with their relationship, where they don't have to go outside their relationship? There's always flies in the ointment. They're not living the perfect life they're trying to portray. They're the ones with that finger all the time, the high rollers. They're always pointing their finger to everybody else but not to themselves. They should be looking in a mirror, pointing that finger to themselves, because their life is not perfect. It's far from. Far from. There's a lot of issues in their life where maybe their partner or wife is holding something financially above their head and they have no choice but to stay in that relationship. That's a possibility with some people, right? Maybe she's holding the cards because she's married to him and she has a right, when it comes to the finances in the relationship, that she could turn on this person at any time. And I think that's what happened at one point with somebody on here. She laid down the law to him, is what happened. And he got scared. Okay, what do I need to do to get you to change your mind about this? While it opens up, she's happy, they're both happy, you know, and they add an additional person to their relationship, 3-way, another baby on the way. Oh, who does that pertain to? No names mentioned here. They're not living perfect lives, is what I'm trying to say. Okay? Lastly, I always felt if Barry just listened to Fazio's advice, he'd be a free man in Vietnam. Fazio knew the noose was coming for him. Yeah, more than likely. Okay, so the case is officially over. Okay, after this broadcast, I just don't see any reason to bring Barry J into this anymore. It's over. It's done. End of topic with Barry J. More likely today or tomorrow he's being transferred. Yes, he's freaking out. He's begging, even getting his girlfriend to beg. You heard that on his show yesterday. Please, Big E. Shaw needs to talk to you. It's important. Can you contact me, Big E? Please, please. He was in beg mode. Now it's up to Big E. He wants to really help slap me in the face, which he's not slapping me in the face, because I will venture to gain on this. I will gain on this. If Big E don't like me, he don't want to give me no money, but he is. And anybody else who donates to this guy is giving me money. It's giving me money. Thank you. You know, it's win-win for me no matter what. No matter what. It's a win deal. Yeah, I could use the extra money. I'm a poor man. I'm a poor man. I'm a very poor man. We could do a lot with 250,000 pesos. That's, you know, in Philippine terms, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. It certainly is. It's a lot of money for me. How long does it take a Filipino to earn 250,000 pesos? It's quite an undertaking for the average Filipino. So yeah, that is a significant amount of money, no matter how you look at it. You've got to get away from your U.S. standards of how you look at money $250,000, $250,000 pesos. That's a lot of money. A lot of Filipinos can't work all their life and they never be able to put away 250,000 pesos. If they did have it all at once, they'd probably spend it all in 2 days. They don't understand the concept of saving for a rainy day. That's just the way it is. You're not going to change a culture. That just ain't going to happen. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So the court gets satisfied. I get satisfied. The case ends. The beat goes on. And you go on with the rest of your life. Put things behind you. You did what you had to do. You had more than reasonable success in what you were looking for. That's winning. What did you want? But the fact is, and just so you understand, no, I wasn't really hoping that he was going to get all these years in jail. Nevertheless, what he did was wrong. He needed to learn a lesson. That certain things you can't do and certain things you can't say. And repeatedly. He learned the hard way. It's called the hard knocks of life. And that's how people learn. You got to go to the school of hard knocks. And that's the only way you're going to even remotely not make that mistake again. All right, Miko. I always felt if Barry... Okay, you already said that. 35 in here, 13 up. All right, anybody have any more questions? We're going to officially end this topic of the court case. It's official. It's closed. It doesn't mean it's totally closed. I could still do another case on him if I really wanted to. I got all the evidence on hand already. I already told you about that. In regards to his girlfriend, well, we'll deal with that. And we are dealing with that. The manifestation is going to clearly spell out the relationship between her and Barry. Got it right here on my phone. Unfortunately, it's not in her hands yet, and I can't read it. I can't read it. I will deal with that situation as it comes. People already lied to all of you about being a resolution out there, which goes to prove what scumbags they are and what liars they are. There's as much of a liar as Barry is. But they do that for effect. They want to pull somebody's chain. They want to be noticed. They want to be heard. They need the attention. And what Jay did, by the way, I keep on talking about that. What he did was wrong. He presented a page, one page, written out. It was a falsified document. And Jay does not understand the gravity of that situation. And I showed one of my attorneys anyway. I showed him that video. He said, that is against the law. You cannot falsify a document like that. So you better think about that, Jay. And shut your fucking mouth. I could use that against you any fucking time I want. Keep that in mind. And you know I will. You know that much about me. I'm not all talk. And I think you know that. I think you know that very well. You fucking aborigine. Fucking boxing in his shower with a fucking rubber dildo. What does that say about this guy? It speaks volumes. Stefan's here. Hello, Stefan. Maybe now the legal case of Barry is over. He would actually understand what he did wrong. I don't think so. Sadly, I doubt it. Right. You beat me to the punch, yeah? No. You can't get through Barry. He has such a level of cockiness that's unprecedented. He'll never understand that what he did was wrong. I think it's nearly impossible. The way his mind thinks is that he's in the right all the time. He didn't do nothing wrong. He just called me some words. Now, you did call me some words, but powerful words. Powerful words that are legally incorrect. And I wasn't going to tolerate it. He served his time, 2 years, in a sweaty, filthy environment. Yeah. That was punishment enough. So, Big E and some of the high roaders, I'm actually agreeing with you. How about that? How about that? Is that what you wanted? Well, come on, Frank. 2 years is a long time. I don't think Barry deserved it. No, high roaders. He did deserve 2 years in there. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. He did deserve 2 years, but did he deserve to, excuse me, what level you want to talk about? Why? I would think that he needed to have some real prison time. Well, he's going to get prison time in the interim. Whether it's a couple of days, a couple of weeks, a couple of months, 6 months, a year. I don't know. Okay? All right, I got somebody that's contacted me, in fact, my lawyer. You probably heard that beep on there. Okay, guys, I want to thank you for listening, and it's been quite a challenge, hasn't it? It really has. But it's over. I'll deal with the other issue, and if I'm going to go on making any more YouTube shows, and I talked to Guild about this, she said, whatever makes you happy, Frank, but she said, do me a favor. If you're going to continue, that's up to you. You know how I feel about YouTube, she said. But just get out of the topic matter with trolls and all that. If you want something to say on there, maybe you just want to do it without allowing a comment section, or maybe you just want to do some uploads. I'm really kind of for the uploads, really. And as I said, keeping my private life private, I think is really the ultimate goal here, because I had a guy who saw my video at the supermarket at SNR. I think he's on here right now. And this guy, it was unbelievable. This guy paid so much attention to detail of the food that I showed in that video. He named everything I was looking for. And not only did he name it, he categorized that as either being healthy or unhealthy, or that I made a good choice not to take this. People have that kind of time on their hands. I'm not shitting you. Actually, it was posted on my, it's there. It's on my last video, I think, or on the video of the supermarket. And this guy left this comment. You should go read it. It was a lengthy thing. He actually went, it's unbelievable what people do. He went through the length of itemizing every single thing I looked at in there. Who the fuck has the time to do that shit? A lot of people do. That's my point. He itemized every single item of food that I had in my hands or was contemplating buying. That's scary shit. That's like bizarro world, man. That people have the time to do that and give a shit what I'm looking at in the store. Just bizarre shit, man. Parabolo. Barry is the type of person we'll never understand. He's a psycho. Steven says, it may take him a long time to get the 500 up. Well, whether he does or not, it's no longer my concern. Barry is no longer my concern. His girlfriend is my concern. I'll deal with her. And we are, as we speak. Trust me when I tell you that. She's all frantic now because Barry's probably crying on the phone to her. He won't show you he's crying, but I'm sure he's been on the phone to her, sobbing his head off. I don't want to go to Bicutan. Please, I'll get Big E to talk to you. I'll get online and I'm going to tell him that Shaw wants to talk to you. And she's going to plead to Big E or anybody else. And she'll sob herself and give a sob story. Can you please help Barry out? Can you please help Barry out? I don't want him to go to jail. I don't want him to go to jail. Exactly what's going on, man. She should be fucking happy this is over. Let her move on with her life. Because it's going to be impossible for them to ever get together. Ever. He's going to have a one-way ticket to America. And whatever happens from that point is going to happen to him. He's got bench warrants. He's got this or that in America. It's going to happen, whether he likes it or not. He's not going to be able to obtain a relationship with her other than a pen pal beyond what happens when he gets deported. That's it. It's over. It's all she wrote. And it's all I wrote. And with that being said, it is what it fucking is. He's paying the price. Okay? I gave in a little bit. I gave in a lot. He said, fuck this. I'm not going to continue this. Let's settle this matter. Okay? He served his 2 years. Wasn't prison, though. He got away with a lot for that 2 years. But now he's being forced to go to Bicutan, and he ain't going to like it. So he's going to get, and by the way, this is not by my, I want to make this clear. Hello, everybody. Listen up. I want to make this clear. It is not by my doing. They were going to renovate the place. And just by chance, he's wound up in Bicutan after all. Because they have to renovate the structure. Orders from the BOI. Not from my lawyer. Not from me. I'm not putting him in Bicutan. They are putting him in Bicutan in the interim of all this shit, the case going on, because they got to put him somewhere. So he's going to Bicutan. So he's going to get, as short or as long as it might be, he's going to get his taste of Bicutan, and rightfully so. It's what I wanted originally, and for most of this time, that is what I exactly wanted. But then I thought about this 2 weeks ago, and then about 2 hours before the trial, I spoke to my attorneys, and as I said, they asked me, where do you want to go with this? We have control of this right now. You could say no to whatever his lawyer is pleading, or we could carry this on. I decided that I don't feel like carrying this on. Let's get this over with. He served, even Barry admitted, you got me on that, Frank. You had me locked up for 2 fucking years. And they had him locked up. I didn't have him locked up. They had him locked up because of his immigration overstay. And then there was a case. They had him locked up. I did not have him locked up. Let's make this perfectly clear. Everybody pointing their fucking faultless finger to me. They had him locked up. Let's just get this straight once and for all. So I figured that he served enough time, locked up. I made my point. I made it very direct and very clear that sometimes there's things that you just can't say and you can't get away with it, and that there's freedom of speech, but there's limitations to freedom of speech, and he found out the hard way. I hope people learn from this too. I really hope people learn from this, because everything you do, people are watching. Whether you're putting up falsified documents on YouTube, you're being watched, and it's being recorded, and may very well be used against you. No matter what you say on here. I'll take your last comments, and okay, I think we're done with this. Now you can hear Popeye's speech, if you even want to bother. I'm not even going over there. I'm going to have an official breakfast here. I was a bad boy this morning, I told you. Living in, if you had to live in Cebu, man, there's just too many temptations, cookies, this, that, good restaurants here and there scattered. I would go broke. I would go broke completely if I lived in a big city like Cebu. There's just too many temptations with the mall, everything. And I don't want to be too close to the relatives either. But you know what? That's never been a problem. They don't ask me for anything. They never did. If I've ever given, I gave out of my own doing in my heart. But they didn't need it. Most of the family, well, at least the brothers and sisters, the siblings of my girlfriend, they don't need the money. I mean, they're pretty set up from it just goes back many years, some land property that the father had ownership of. I don't know how many hectares it was exactly, but he had quite a bit. They're set up pretty well, but there were certain members of the family that weren't, other than outside of the siblings, so yeah, we've helped them out a couple of times without, them asking me. Never had to ask me for anything. They never did. And that's what I like about our family. We had a very fortunate situation here that they don't have any expectations from me at all. None. And that's got to be an ideal situation if you're going to have a Filipina and you're gonna, think the family's gonna be after you for money. I still don't suggest though living close to the family though. No, I don't suggest that. I still don't suggest that. Although we're not suffering the consequences of anything like having a family that's always after money and stuff. Let's just say I'm very unfortunate who I met. I'm fortunate that I don't have her family line that's always asking me for money. They have never asked me for anything at all, except for her children who might have needed a uniform for their college, a registration fee for their courses or something, the curriculum. That's it. You know, one of the kids got hurt on a motorcycle once. We helped out with that. Some injuries. Things like that. Obvious things. If they have some medical problems, my girlfriend as a parent to these kids, and they're kind of like my. They're kind of like my. If we were married, they would be my stepchildren, but I still regard them as my stepchildren. And if I could help in any way, I'm more than willing to help. All they got to do is ask, not demand. They just have to help. Hey, I got this situation. Would you be willing to help? One of her sons said that, I had to do with a computer, but I don't need to go into that. But, he needed a computer. I didn't want to give him mine because I had so much documents and personal information on my laptop. He needed it for school. So basically me and my girlfriend, we bought him a laptop. Is what happened. We don't talk about everything on here. I could have gave him this laptop and took the new one. But I had so much information on this. And I'm not technical to transfer all this information to another device. I'm just not technical. I needed to keep this solely because I have a lot of videos, a lot of personal information on my computer. So I didn't want to give that over to him. But he got what he needed out of this, and that was the important thing. Mike Ross is Bobby. Mike Luna is claiming you are being watched by a trail cam. Oh, this is just too funny. Oh, these people are really sick. They just want the attention so bad. And Mike Ross says, an expensive trail cam that uploads to a cloud. It has solar battery as well as waterproof. I'm familiar with trail cams. Thank you for explaining that to me. I'm quite familiar with a trail cam. I assure you there's no trail cams around here. And why? And what would the reason be? Just to have the glory of seeing me on a camera leaving my house or something? What would be the purpose of that? That's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Okay, folks. Case closed. Okay, no need to talk about the case anymore. And if I do any more shows, I think they're going to be uploads of something, maybe into music, whatever. I'll come on, maybe do something. I don't think there's any more to talk about in Barry's case in regards to what's going on with his girlfriend. Let's just say that we're dealing with that. I don't need to talk about everything I'm doing on this thing, but we are addressing that situation very carefully, very precisely. And if I have something to say about it in the future, I will probably be willing to say something about it. Keep everybody's business to yourself, or keep your own business to yourself, and I'll keep mine to myself. Papa, I'm afraid there's one less topic you're going to have, but you'll still talk about me anyway, because that's just who you are. You're a sickly old man, lonely and desperate. God bless you, Popeye. God bless you. God bless the poor soul. May God have mercy on your soul, sir. Okay, this is kind of a public thanks to my attorneys who have gone through all the crap that I went through, because they had to be part of this venture, and they went through a lot because I'm the kind of person that doesn't want things done today or tomorrow, but I want it to be done yesterday. That's who I am. I like to get things done, and I gotta admit that they did a good job. They get it through the whole process. Almost feel like a kinship to them because I've been dealing with them for several years now, and when you've been dealing with them for a while, it's almost like a friendship. Of course, it's business for them, but it's business. But when you've been dealing with them for so long, it's kind of like you like to peer in and say, "Hey, how you doing?" or something like that now and then. They went through just as much as I did, believe me. And I'm not their only client, and my expectations were quite high, and I couldn't get everything I want done on demand. It doesn't work that way. But they could have threw me away as a client if they, because there were times that I was getting a bit pushy with them, and they had a lot on their plate. I'm not their only client, and I have to realize that they got other clients, man. I'm not their only client, but they did a good job. They cooperated in everything I wanted them to do, um, and they came through for me. They actually did, and of course with my agreement on certain things. We weathered the storm, both me and my lawyers. And it was a storm that is pretty much over, but doesn't mean my relationship with them is over because we still may have something in the horizon here going on. So yeah, you did a great job with this whole thing. Well, I did the best I can, Viking. I'm going to be. I want to show you what some good smoked brisket looks like. Speaking of brisket, well, I didn't speak of it today, but we're going to head over somewhere, and there's a new store, and I made an order. Smoked brisket, man. Smoked brisket. It's pretty expensive. It's USDA stuff, and I may just put it on an upload, more than likely. And I'm going to do that sometime this morning. I'm going to show you my celebration is going to be with brisket because everybody talks about brisket so much it's become part of a joke on here, actually. Well, you know who. Yeah. For once, feel free to pat yourself on the shoulder. You deserve it. Well, God, I'm humble with this. There's no reason to pat myself on the shoulder for anything because it's been a rough ride for a couple of years and a lot of money put out, a lot of time. Just remember, as a client of any attorney out here, it's pretty much your job to provide adequate evidence for a case. It's your job. And it was easy for me because, evidence just came on me. But still, gathering the evidence, putting it on a video card, other stuff, it wasn't overall that easy in a sense. It was kind of stressful and more likely irritating to have to go through all these motions of doing this and doing that and paperwork for this, paperwork for that, coming to see him. Yeah, it's very difficult. Mr. Loser, I know someone well that talks to Barry often. Barry told him I thought he had 90,000. Okay, now it changed. Told him that he just has the 70,000 pesos. He seems like he's not going to be able to raise the rest of the money anytime soon. Well, this is the end of topic. We don't need to talk about that anymore. That's his problem on how much money he raises and how long it takes to raise. Let's move on with this, okay? No more Barry on here, okay? Chances are he's going in there today or tomorrow to Bicutan, and he will get his chance to finally see what Bicutan is like, and so whatever, it's over. Case over. We could all move on with this shit, and I hope everybody does move on. Hope everybody moves on with everything. I hope his girlfriend realizes she made a huge mistake by, going in on Barry with this little venture to try to get me deported. That's not over with, of course, but she needs to do the right thing. Because if it's done any other way, like I explained on here, it could have effects on her. Because if they don't, even if they do, they decided on a deportation procedure. Of course, I told you again and again and again and again and again and again, we have recourse to this, but nevertheless, it's going to be better for her position because I will be at the point, if she drops the case, she drops the complaint, I will be at a point that I will not take any action on her whatsoever. We're going to bury all of this. We're going to bury all of this, and we're going to move on. I don't think she needs to go through mitigation and litigation and goes through more expenses that she can't afford to do. And, I mean, she could barely help her boyfriend out, nevertheless have to defend herself in a legal case for herself. I would just hope that we could all just move on with this shit. Okay, she made her point that she was supporting Barry. That's fine, as a girlfriend would do. Understandable, but the way she went around this and all the lying in that report puts her in a very bad position. So, quite frankly, I'll get it out. I'll tell you that she doesn't actually contact the immigration and kind of renege on her, withdraw her complaint, I'm really not going to have any choice of what I'm going to have to do. I may have to bring it to court. And once all the information is out, is all put together, she may be facing some charges. And I'm being very honest about this. I have no reason to lie about anything. I never do. I'm being upfront and honest. She definitely does need to drop that complaint because that's her recourse to me to get even with me through Barry. And I have recourse in this too. I have every right to respond to this. And I am. And we will, meaning me and my lawyers. We may have no choice. And it's going to get very ugly before it gets better. Yeah, cancel Barry for good. Viking Sun says yes. Miko says, Frank, do you think Shaw has no proper case? Well, her complaint? It's not. I've read that thing over 10 times. And my lawyer, he did the affidavit addressing the situation. He was very eloquent about it. I mean, there was no proven evidence of anything. Nobody called her a whore or a prostitute. And even all the trolls said it. They heard what was going on. Nobody threatened her life. And this comes out into view with a court of law or a prosecutor. She's going to have to definitively prove a real video that says, because if she can't prove that, they're going to go after her. And then I will proceed with aiding and abetting and harboring a fugitive, and on top, on the same case, will be to include, this as a perjury situation, gross intimidation, it's let's just say it's not going to turn out very well for her, because as far as I'm concerned, this is not over. None of this is over until that situation is relieved once and for all. And she's going to have to drop her guard as much as she doesn't want to. But if she's in for it, then I'm in for it. That's it. I can't be more honest than that. Because I have to defend myself. Okay? Prevent the deportation. And I will do whatever it is I have to do that. And if she has to be dragged into this, well, of course she's good. She's already dragged into this. She made her statement. It was a lie. She knows it. She's got no PTSD over me. She's not suffering psychological problems. It's been proved. I got videos, everything. We turned all that shit in. Having a happy time, shopping with her friends, dancing through the trellis in the park with this ethereal music of how happy she is and wonderful life is. I never called her a whore or a prostitute. I never said any of that shit. So she's in the wrong, and she's clearly in the wrong. And anybody that's going to try to destroy my life, they're going to have to deal with me. I'm not letting something like this go. She has to contact whoever she's in contact with or through her lawyer to say that I'm dropping the complaint that I decided it's not worth the effort. I want to just live my life. She don't have to give him a good reason. She doesn't have to. I just don't want to get involved with this. I don't want to deal with court issues. I want to drop the complaint. That's what she has to do. And if she doesn't do that, well, then I have to do certain things to protect myself. And I hope you all understand that. As well as I had to do with Barry. It's no different, okay? I mean, we're talking about something serious. Someone trying to deport me. I can't take that lightly. I hope you understand that. Hector says, what's happening? Are you counter-filing or complaining? If she doesn't drop the complaint, yeah. Make a deal with her. She drops her complaint, and you drop your fees on Barry. No, she's totally different. She's a complaint, and Barry has his case. I'm not dropping fees on Barry. I'm not giving in. I gave in to Barry already. I saved his ass, actually, by just going ahead and allowing him to pay the fines. He's getting to go to Bicutan anyway. I mean, I won no matter how you look at it. If you want to call it a contest, a war of attrition, I don't know what you want to call it. It's over. So let's not talk about it, please. Just keep him out of this. It's fucking over. Let's move on with our lives. I'm moving on with mine. I'll deal with his girlfriend's issue, judiciously, whatever I have to do to get my point across that she lied. She lied. She clearly lied. I've never threatened that woman, ever. This is not Bill Clinton saying, I never inhaled. Or I never touched that woman. I'm not Bill Clinton. I'm Frank Battaglia. And I never threatened that woman, ever. Ever. Never called her a whore or a prostitute. I've never seen a video that ever said or heard or seen or showed that. Therefore, she lied. At my expense. At my expense. My expense. To have to go through this shit, to be in fear that I'm going to be fucking deported? Fuck that shit. No, she'll have a fight on her hands. I'll guarantee you that. That's a guarantee. My lawyers are still there for me. Of course, they know everything that's going on because they're dealing with that right now. They just sent the manifestation in that she will get a copy of in a couple of days. I know she's listening, or through Barry or whatever. I know she's listening, or somebody's going to send her a copy of this show. I'll leave it on. Or maybe I don't have to. It's already out. The minute I come on here, it's all out and recorded anyway, so it don't matter. That's just the way it has to be. And no more people stepping on my toes. I've had enough of it. I'm moving on with my fucking life, and if it means getting off YouTube, I'm just going to do it. If you don't hear me tomorrow morning, I'm off. That's it. I thought about doing something that I used to do in the past. And this is just getting completely off live streaming. And just doing uploads. Someplace I visited. Set something to music. Pro Philippines. Pro culture, whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. I can dig that. Or I don't have to get involved one-to-one with trolls and all the bullshit that's going on. Keep my nose clean. Not talk about trolls. They're always going to find another victim. That's just the way it is, okay? Viking says 100% true, because if you threatened her, then they would have had a video of that. Of course, man. And don't quit. They will triumph over you if you leave now. Steven says, I don't blame you for stopping altogether. It's enough already. It was enough years ago. Cody Williams says, hello, Cody Williams. This has been overkill, But I do get a chuckle out of how popular the trolls have made me, devoting channels to me. Nobody's ever achieved that greatness ever on here. And that's what it is, it's greatness. It don't matter if they're knocking me, it don't matter. The fact that they take their time to name channels after me and replay my videos, I must be significant in their lives. I really must be very significant. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to maybe head out, go to the next town, and we're going to look into that beef brisket. It's USDA smoked brisket. Oh, yeah. Smoked brisket, my boys. Miko says, Shaw is paying heavy prices as Barry is blacklisted from PI. The only scenario I can see is if Barry, if he can get into Vietnam, and then she could live with him there. I don't know. I think they have to transfer you to the country that you came from, unless otherwise planned or agreed with or requested. I'm not sure. But, you know, these days it's not easy with the visas anymore. It's just, you know, then Barry, of course, you know, he's been used to not paying any money. He's going to have to rent a place in Vietnam or wherever he might decide to go in Asia. You know, perhaps, you know, somebody will take him in under their wing. Maybe Big E will take him under his wing. Or maybe Big Kevin will take him under his wing or something. I don't know, Vietnam or something. I doubt it. But he's still going to have to pay costs, and he just doesn't make enough money. And even going back to America is going to be very difficult. He's going to have to pay his way, for one, unless he arranges it with them. Say, oh, I can't afford to pay it. They're going to have to pay it for him. I don't know how that works. I don't know. Chances are he's going to have to pay. But then again, once he gets to America, you know, he's on his own. Whether he has bench warrants against him or whatever, he's on his own, man. I look forward to the day we never hear from him. Yeah, me too. He's just full of corruption, you know, and people like him should not be in this country. I think it's a good country. I still think it is. You know, the only thing I have against this country is the horrible heat and humidity. I'm good with the people. There's good and bad out here. I have yet to really come into a Filipino out here that caused me any harm or, you know, other than his girlfriend trying to get me deported. You know, like I said, I don't agree with everything about their culture. I don't follow all the things in their culture, you know. You have to live with it or just get out. You have a choice. You don't have to stay here. Even if you're in a relationship, you can choose to just say, get the fuck out of here. You got these people, they talk about his negative things about the Philippines, that British guy, and then his Jim, Asian Adventures. Guy's out of his fucking mind. They're all out of their fucking mind. If you don't like it here, then don't come here again or move out. Just get the fuck out of here. We got enough foreigners living here. We got enough troublemakers. We got enough, you know, bubblegum seekers out here looking for the little girls to fuck and shit like that. We don't need these creeps in this country. And I know a couple of people out here that I know 100% has been with underage women and has sexual intercourse with them. I know for a fact 2 to 3 people, definitely 2. We're never going to talk about it on here, though. I definitely know. And they might be names that you're familiar with, but I'm not going to bring it up on here. It'll be hard for Barry to live on the Social Security in the States, absolutely. And America has gotten, oh God, has it. I showed you some things that they were charging for certain things in America, and it looks like it's going to get worse. Yeah, it is. Barry will need to go back to work in the States. Well, how's he going to work? Did he not try to establish that he can't work? He's on a disability status? How's he going to go to work? That means he's stuck living on $600 or less per month. And you're not going to live in America for that price. Unless somebody lets you use their garage for, you know, a couple $100 a month, but then you have to eat too. And there's so many factors in there. He's fucked no matter how you look at it, man. So don't worry. If you don't like the guy, just look at it this way. He's fucked all the way around. And karma did come through. He is going to pay for everything he's done, the people he borrowed money of and never paid, the women, foreigners, you name it, the stores, the bars. Payment is due. The payment is being demanded. And he's paying the price. That's all that matters. Yeah, his uncle is loaded. His uncle. Lastly, before we totally get out of this shit. Oh, yeah, I got an inheritance. He's got an inheritance in Alabama. Yeah, right. We believe you. Inheritance, my fucking ass. For a bunch of fucking hillbillies, an inheritance. We got an old shotgun for squirrel shooting. An inheritance. His uncle's loaded. He's loaded with liquor. Moonshine. That's what yeah. Now, Ricky, if you listen to me, man, be cool. That's all I'm telling you, man. You've been in my targets, and I'm not going to tell you how far you've been in my targets. We met each other at SNR. You shook my hand. But then again, you've done that before, dude. Don't push it any further, man. And I got reason why I'm telling you this. You don't have to believe me. I am insinuating something. I absolutely am. Cool your heels before you get beat up by somebody out there in Thailand or somewhere that don't like you. You push the envelope. You push things too far with people in different countries. I think it's time for Ricky to cool things down for his own good. Even nothing to do with me, but he needs to kind of cool his heels. He really does. For his own health's sake, for his safety, and for legal purposes, he really needs to tone things down. That's all I can say on Ricky's part. Will Barry criminal record be applied in the States too? This could affect his work prospects. I don't know. Whatever he has going on already is going to affect his work prospects. And he the fact is he does owe back child support, quite a bit of money. That even might be, after a point, it might be called a felony. Yeah. He's got enough to deal with. All right. On this note, I got to go. I don't want to hear anything about Barry Jordan anymore. If I come back on, if I allow comments, if I even do live shows, I may just do uploads. I will say, though, lastly and again, that, of course, I'm going to be following through with his girlfriend's complaint. Of course, absolutely. That goes without being said. I will deal with anything that I have to deal with because I can deal with adversity very well. I've had adverse situations in my life, and I have dealt with it. Same as I dealt with this whole Barry shit. I'm still here. I'm still alive. I'm not going anywhere. And I don't plan to go anywhere unless I want to go somewhere. I will fight it tooth and nail, scratching and biting all the way. Pulling out hair from the follicles if I have to with somebody, because this is not acceptable to me and never will be acceptable to try to pull me away from a real relationship, a real retirement life, from what have now become my family. I will not let that happen, no matter what it takes and how much it takes to carry this on. I'm not going to budge on my quest to see this through. She has to drop her phony complaint. If she had a legitimate complaint, I'd fight it in court with her and show me the legitimacy of your complaint. And we might get to do that. That's my point. She's got to stop worrying about saving face, because this could elevate into something that she just doesn't want legally. We're not threatening her. Just, and believe me, we're not. There's no threats. Trolls will say, yeah, you're threatening her. No, I'm not. I'm saying facts. They're not threats. I have the right to defend myself. That's not a threat. It's not a threat. It's a promise. And it's something that I have a duty to do to protect my character, to protect me staying here in this country. And you know damn well, if I fought Barry this hard as I did, I would do the same thing with her. Yeah, I will. I'm going to go buy it in a little while. Ricky is low value, mediocre troll. Just ignore him. He thrives for attention. And Hector says, has your lawyer filed a response to her complaint? Would be, of course. Absolutely. And more so just the other day. There's a new manifestation that was just turned in. Well, it's going to be in the mail anyway, registered mail. She'll get a copy of that. Absolutely. In light of, which helps me, is in light of Barry getting convicted on this matter, that's going to help kind of satiate the thoughts of the people at the BOI, the BID, and immigration, to see the correlation between Barry's romantic relationship with her and the distinct possibilities and probable cause that they were in cahoots together to do this, and whatever they do from that point on, they do. But I will make a promise to her that if I got verification that she's going to drop her complaint, I will no longer pursue any legalities on her. That's my only deal I'm going to make with her, and I won't have to talk about it again, because I'm not going to sit here and let that happen. I will not let that happen. Okay? Then the BI will examine the evidence, and the complaint will be adjudicated as no merit and will be dropped. Well, we'll see. Loser says, it's crazy. She has a problem with you, but is in a relationship with Slick. It's amazing. Yeah, I know. All right, that's it. Everybody, trolls, everybody, it's over. The case of Barry Lee Jordan, the Alabama chick, the waffle flipper, the mantis, and every other name she's been called. Case now closed. It's time to move on and deal with other issues methodically, systematically, legally, and otherwise. It now begins. Here we go. Hope you're all satisfied. You had all fun with the drama. It's over. It's over. As far as Barry.
And touch the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw
I'm not a credit accepting agency here. I'm not accepting your credit. Sorry. I'm not accepting installments. I'm not an Indian. I'm not a 5'6". That ain't gonna happen. Tell your lawyer to save her time. You come up and be responsible with the money that you owe people. Oh, the court's your priority. I'm your motherfucking priority. I'm your motherfucking priority. Get that straight, Jack. I'm your motherfucking priority. I could have done worse. Be grateful. Enjoy your trip. And make sure you turn the lights out in your cell in Mandawi before you leave. I'm sure you have lots of fun in Bicutan. Ask yourself this final question. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Fair question. He was even lying on his show. Tell me what I'm guilty of. Tell me what I'm guilty of. I'm only guilty of immigration. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's why you had a case with 5 charges against you. Really? It was only immigration, was it? Oh, okay. I guess I must have been paying my lawyer for the wrong reason. I thought we had an actual case. Oh, I guess my lawyers did very well, didn't they? And now you can really call him, Vic. He's packing up, ready to go. You're going to get to go on an aeroplane ride. Just think of the fun part of it. The fun begins. I can get along with anybody. I'll be fine in Bicutan. Really. How do you know that? With your big mouth? With your fucking big mouth? You ain't gonna get along with anybody in there. Maybe you get a nice Bicutan tattoo before you leave there. You gotta fit in. Okay, you got the tats, you got the bald head. Okay. You look like a regular inmate. The one thing you got bad going for you is your fucking mouth, man. That's the one thing that you, sir, can't control. So you didn't do anything right. You're still in a state of denial. You're still in a state of fucking denial. Jesus Christ, get over yourself, man. Seriously. Get over yourself. Wow. Talk about a man who's just not accepting the reality of his situation. I told you, I'm amazed. I'm always amazed. Anyway, enjoy your trip, Barry. Hope you learned a lesson. And don't worry, I'll deal with your girlfriend's stuff. ISC says fish head and rice meals in Bicutan and really hot cell. That's what I'm called winning. Yeah, well, I guess if it was a contest, I would be. Despite what her girlfriend is trying to do. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so. All I say to you right now, Barry, is Aloha O-E. Until we meet again, and I certainly hope we don't. Enjoy your stay.
Bent the knee, he took a knee, and they took a knee. The whole team Frank took a knee. They bowed down to Barry Lee Jordan, and Barry Lee Jordan won the case. 5 counts of cyber-libel, which Barry Jordan pled guilty to. He pled guilty to this, and guess what? no jail time, you know, no, nothing, anything crazy. Barry Georges has to pay the 50,000 peso per fine per charge because there's 5 charges. So according to the Philippine statute, it's 50,000 pesos per case that goes to the Philippine government, the court, okay?
We're going to make a couple of side notes here. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to have to hook up to a charger here soon. I was reviewing, on a side note here to talk about, I was reviewing, there's one particular, there's a number of them, but there's one particular video from this British guy that did wind up getting out later on, but he managed to take videos and whatnot, and what he had to say about the place was absolutely horrendous for anyone. And I don't really know how you look at this, and not just what Barry did to me, but it's what he done to other people, where I really don't think anybody should feel sorry for him. It's just a conglomeration of continued bad things that he's done ever since he's actually been in the Philippines. And so it's not just what he done with me, but it's just a series of things through approximately 10 years that he has done to Filipinos and Filipinas, businesses, and so forth. So for those that, want to shed a tear about this, well, you can go ahead and shed your tear. I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it. I did hear Big Kevin's, well, portions anyway, Big Kevin's live show today. I was a fly on the wall, which I enjoy more, to be honest with you, and all the bullshit I hear. But I did not see any representation of Barry as not deserving what he's getting. And that's pretty much from everybody. But they talk, oh, Frank's the most hated, that I should have this against me, and blah, blah, blah. And as far as Brevis is talking to somebody that heard that Shaw's case was dead, I mean, I'm not going to believe that either. You just don't believe anybody on here. Okay, I'll know it's dead when I'm able to actually go and file and get back in order again. It ain't dead unless I know it's dead, and it's not going unless I know it's going. But it's kind of a very unusual situation where even my attorneys can't find out. But the good thing is, of a manifestation that was sent in, that was a needed manifestation to make the immigration understand that he was convicted and he's being transferred to Bicutan, and to further make them understand that there is a connection between, a romantic connection between him and Shaw. And therefore, and henceforth, the possibilities that this was all a planned event becomes very real. And immigration can relate to that. So, yeah, I did hear Big Kevin's show, and every troll in the world was on there, including Aloe. The whole crew was on there, basically. So, I don't know who wasn't there, to be honest with you. But you hear some of the same old high roaders in there talking high road stuff. The only person that was missing was Mick Fisher. I don't think he was on there. And yeah, I know Barry's probably listening with his girlfriend. And I'll give you a final message, Barry. You get what you deserve as far as I'm concerned. No, you're not going to get a sentencing necessarily for X amount of years in Bicutan, but you're going there. That's the important thing. And then what are you saying that there's no Filipinos in the detention? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But you got some honorary characters there. You got some mean motherfuckers. They beat up people. And there are no privileges there whatsoever, especially for a greenhorn, a newbie. There's no privileges whatsoever. Catching knives, that's a good one. What's the name of Kevin's channel? I'm not going to promote him, sorry. I don't want to promote anybody on here. You know, we're slowly bringing this shit to an end on here. It's the end of the case, and it's not the end of the road yet for Barry, because he could be in there for a while. I did hear that Big E was thinking about helping Shaw. Well, if he's helping Shaw, Barry's girlfriend, then he's helping Barry. It's his way about saying that, no, I'm not going to help Barry, but I'll help Shaw. So if he helps Shaw, then where do you think the money's going to go? It's going to go to Barry. So that was kind of a talking on both sides of the mouth with Big E, and that's all it really was. Yeah, the money is going to go to Barry if he helps Shaw out. That's pretty much saying that he's going to be donating to Barry. Master of Puppets is back. He better worry about the triads, the Yakuza and the Koreans. Yeah, I know. They're all there. I mean, they're all around. Yeah. Chinese pogos are everywhere there now, waiting to be deported. Helping himself to Shaw is what he meant. Become part of his new harem? I would not be surprised. Do you think I would be surprised? Try me. No, I wouldn't be surprised. Not at all. Arrogant motherfuckers. Just arrogant. They think their big fat wallet can do wonders for them all the time. But it doesn't always work out that way. Don't mind what Big E says, because he gives money to people. He just tells them, hey, I never gave you nothing. He just wants to save face in the community is all he wants to do. He'll give Barry money. Because if he gives Shaw money, it's going right to Barry. And here's another question. His girlfriend want to help Barry out so much. Why doesn't she sell the motorcycle? After all, it is hers. And if she loves him, why didn't she sell the motorcycle? Good one, huh? Good point. Good point. April and Honey co-sister. Well, Shaw talks regularly to April. They're kind of friends. So if April is friends with Shaw, then you know there's going to be a money output somewhere. Because she's going to plead to April to get Big E to finance Barry's situation. Because if Barry raises all the money, you know it's coming from Big E. There'll be no question about it. That's the way I see it. He's not going to come out, Big E's not going to come out forward and say, yeah, this is what's going on. No, Big E doesn't work that way. He'll work behind the scenes. And, you know, it's his biz. Whatever he wants to do, he does. I mean, I'm just saying. Otherwise, if you don't raise the money, he was actually expecting to try to do a deal with my lawyer to pay payments. And I said, I'm not an Indian, and this is not a 5-6, and I'm not a credit agency. Cash only. Cash only. Cash only. I'm not dealing with that. Yeah, anyway, I've seen numerous videos in regards to that particular facility. They were showing this basket of dead rats and people sleeping on filthy floors, people getting sick in there from the tap water, rusted pipes. Yeah, it's not a pleasant place, but he's not a pleasant person. It's no fucking country club, and it's not meant to be a country club. It's not meant to be. I'm sure he's shitting his pants tonight, because by tomorrow evening, late afternoon, he's going to be transferred there. And he's shitting his fucking pants right now. And rightfully so. Although he didn't get a prison sentence from the judge, turns out he's still going to Bicutan after all. Ain't that amazing how that happened? Stroke of luck, karma, whatever you want to call it. But they're all talking like my deportation is in the bag. There's no resolution. There's none. And with the new material that my lawyer's sending in, it might seal the deal on this. I don't know. And as I said, there's still a lot of fight in this yet. I mean, it's not like they make a decision on a resolution that is not in my favor. It's not like I can't sit back and fight it, because I can, no matter what anybody says on here. I already know this. But it's been about a year since she's actually filed this complaint, and they haven't done anything, which is unfair to me, because I am an unwilling visa non-payer, unwilling. It is absolutely administrative. And the only time they're going to deport anybody is if you don't pay for 12 months. That's reason for a definite deport. Well, certainly a definite blacklist, yeah. Big E would knock up Shaw if given a chance. Why? Well, why? Is she like a, prime choice on Filipinos? I don't know how he sees women, but not to my eyes. I mean, that's my opinion. I won't say any more than that. Don't need to. Well, Big E will probably knock anybody up on there. Who the hell cares? Big E is insignificant to me. He's just insignificant, period. I don't care what Big E does. The main thing is that this fucking case is over with, and that's one shit out of the way. Master Puppet says, and Aussie, yeah, you're right. And Aussie died there in December from drug-resistant tuberculosis. Had been there since 2013. Couldn't deport him because of the TB. Yeah, it's a horrible place. Now, I certainly wouldn't want to be there, I can tell you that. I certainly wouldn't. Yeah. It's a horrible place. People not humanely treated. They just let you be and let you die in there. They don't care. It's a horrible place. Hotter than fucking hell. Sweaty, dirty, smell of urine. Rats running around, cockroaches. No, it's not a great place, but it's not intended to be a great place. And what do you expect when you get a population that's made for 800 and they stuff 4,000 in it? Yeah. A place that has, it's really only made for, I think, 800 people, I think. But they stuff about 4,000. Ain't that something, man? Hugo says Big Ego would not, oh, okay, so that's his style. No other opinions on Big E. There really isn't any. I know what I think of him and what I feel about him. I know what kind of a person he is. He's also full of shit. Don't believe anything he says. He's not going to help Barrett because he knows in the past he didn't do anything right with the money and probably never will. And he's probably right about that, Big E. But still, Shaw called up Big E, begging Big E, and got April on the phone, and they had all the discussions. And of course, April, because she's friends with Shaw, is definitely going to get Big E to unleash some money, or unleash some of her own money, if she has, and give it to Barry. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. But remember, that money's going to me too. And even they said it themselves. That's why people are reluctant to give anything to Barry, because they know that 250 grand in pesos is going to go to me. Barry will never leave Bicutan under his own power. Yes, the land is forgotten. You're left to die. It's not for anybody. I mean, I didn't. Yeah, I mean, and even in strangely enough, in Barry's defense, and it's strangely enough saying this, I think on both parts of the coin, that in one part he deserves everything he can get, because he didn't just try to hurt me, and there's a lot of people he hurt. On the other hand, if you want to talk about the humanitarian type side, yeah, that place is, unless you're a murderer, a rapist, or something, it's not a proper place, you know. Bummer using his girlfriend to get Moneybags ego, yes.
I go out with Christian dinner.
Hold on, folks. Okay, I had to talk to somebody. Mama-san, the girls heard Barry today like he wanted to cry, but his girlfriend sounded happy he was going to Bicutan. Bummer using his girlfriend to get to Moneybags. Yeah, exactly. Master Puppet says, zero sympathy here. What comes around goes around. He screwed over everyone, and that's ever tried to help him. Well, I agree with you on that, because he has done that. And that's why, sympathy for me is like, sympathy for the devil. And if a devil does exist, this is the devil incarnate. And he's done so many wrong to people. And this is his way of paying. So he winds up in Bicutan after all. And I don't care if it's one day. I don't care if it's a week. I don't care if it's just a month. He's got to get a taste of what he did. He's got to get a taste to show that if he continues to be on this path, that this is what he's facing. Lesson learned here. Pay your visa fees. And they're all acting like I'm a criminal. No, this is an absolute administrative issue here. I'm not unwilling to pay my visa. I'm not unwilling. I'm being forced that I can't. It's a big difference than what he did. They keep on telling me I'm 4 months. Where are my 4 months? Where are my 4 months? And then they're saying 6 months. Where are they getting these figures from? How many months is it in reality? You remember we got the visa approved last time, Gilda?
Huh?
We got the visa approved last time. That was what month?
March.
It was. No.
Your visa until March 3.
Right. The visa was good till March 3rd. So get your facts straight, folks. Good till March 3rd. And it's March 8th or something now, right? Where the hell do they come?
April 8.
Where did they come up with 4 months? My visa was good all the way up to March 3rd, just to get it straightened out on here. Where did they come up with 4 months or 6 months? Well, I realize it's just troll talk. No, we're talking about a week. We're talking about a week. That's it. Hello, Stephen. What he called you was horrible, and what he did to you and to those Filipinos hurt their lives for a long time. He deserves everything he's getting. Yeah, well, I do agree. Mr. Ice Store is here. LOL, 33-day overstay. I'm not a credit agency. Ain't nothing. I cancel. What 33-day? Oh, okay. March 3rd. Okay. Excuse me. 33 days. And it's an unwilling overstay status. It's a big difference. So Big E and all the trolls out there, get your facts straight. It's not been 4 months. And Ricky, get your facts straight. And everybody else. It's not in Popeye. Get your facts straight. 30-something days, a month. But not by my doing. Period. We tried, but they had to wait and see what happens with a resolution. I could only follow their orders. And I could only have my attorney work on this matter. And I'll just pay my fees and dues when it's time. And we'll take care of the situation. But until then, I'm not a willing person to not, say, pay the visas, for example. That's not my doing. That's not my doing at all. Yeah, 33-day overstay ain't nothing, honey. Yeah. Nuts and honey. Yeah. It's bullshit. Complete bullshit. But, like I said, I'll deal with it like I dealt with Barry. His girlfriend don't want to make a move on this matter. He's got some kind of a hold on her, but she's got to realize there are possible circumstances for her, too. If she wants to go through that, well, she might have her wish. Because she lied on every goddamn thing she said in there, and every one of my viewers knows that. They know it's been said. They know it's not been said. They've heard her. They know I never called her those names. They know I was never threatening her. I'm not going to go into that whole lineup again of rhyme and reason why she's lying. She just is. And she deserves to get some legal feedback on this, shall I say, for her lying. Mama Son says Bicutan guards will treat him more bad than others. They will know he pulled a knife on that young girl bartender. I doubt it, Mr. Ister says, because it's what I was saying, an administrative order. Yeah. It's an administrative order. It's what it is. I'm not unwilling to pay my dues. I even went there to pay it last time. And we couldn't. The guy said that, when this matter is settled, and if it's settled in your favor, whatever, you just get back to normal pay and just have to pay a few small fees and fines for the short time, and then it's done and over with, But we just have to get to that point. Yeah. So, anyway, that's what's going on with that. Steven says, I wonder how much pressure Barry put on her to file that complaint. She probably didn't want to do it. I don't think she wanted to do it either, to be honest with you, because she didn't want any trouble in her family. She didn't want her family knowing. She didn't even tell half of her family that Barry had been in jail all this time in lockup. So what does that tell you? Saving face, right? We talked about saving face. We talked about that many times. And she didn't want to get involved with a court thing, but Barry pressured her to do so. He gave her alternatives. I'm not going to talk to you no more if you don't do this for me. It means you don't love me. Prove it to me that you love me. Prove it to me that you love me. Prove it to me that you love me. Okay, I'll do that. I'm not going to like it, but I'll do that, honey pun. Fuck that. Boy, she's easy to, she's naive. She's just easy to please. I don't know, man. It's just, damn. Shit. I will serve you, Barry, all the time. I am your indentured servant. Apparently so. Why is she indentured? Why is she in that situation? Fear. Fear factor. I think it's fear. I think it's been fear. Demaclady says, I'm sure Kevin is jealous. Barry may get money from his cash cow that he could be getting. Mick Smith says, doesn't Bicutan have an infinity pool? Oh, only the best. Only the best. It's called a cesspool. Yeah, Mrs. Roboto. Mama Son says, it would be real funny if she kept the money Big E would give her for herself. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there is some humor to some of this after all, you know. There is some humor to this. Ain't gonna be humorous to him. But he's getting, you know, even on Big Kevin's show, I listened to some of it, a lot of it actually. I started nodding out, but I heard the main parts of it, and the consensus of the opinion, basically from all of them, was that Barry deserves to get what he's getting. That was the consensus. Unless I heard wrong, that was the consensus of opinion. Tell me if I'm different. If I heard different. Then this thing about how rumors go around. Oh yeah, Brevis was talking to somebody at the bar. No, he told somebody at the bar that Shaw's case was dead. Well, either way, I would know if it was dead or not. I mean, we would get some notification of some sort. But thank goodness my very attentive lawyers did send in a new addendum. Not an addendum, it's kind of an addendum, but it's a manifestation again, which he had to send out. She'll get a copy. He'll get a copy. Well, let's see. Yeah, she would. And it's basically an official notification that Barry has been convicted and of 5 counts, and that he's going to Bicutan for now. And see, immigration, you'd be surprised, this particular part of immigration we're talking about, okay, that is being the deciding people on this deportation matter. They don't always get that information. They don't get that information. Just go. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So he had to take it upon his hands to send in that manifestation. But however, there's one more piece of paper he has to send in. It's more official than part of a casual thing on the manifestation. This is an official document that's going to state from the court and everything that Barry has been taken to Bicutan, that he pleaded guilty on 5 counts of cyber-libel, and that's going to help a lot, because the whole thing and the defense on this, of course, has been that, and he's pointed that out so many times in so different ways to the BID, that there was a coercion going on with this, and it was out of revenge. And if they can't see this after this last manifestation, then they never will see it. That means that somebody was paid off. That's the only thing I could ever see. Yeah. Always be careful with us Filipina girls. Oh, believe me, I know. 99% Barry deserves it, but you're the bad guy. You're the bad guy? Yo, Chico Razor Ramon. Chico Razor Ramon. Yeah, I'm Chico Razor Ramon. Chico and the man. Hey, I'm not a bad guy, and I know that, and that's not being, I'm not trying to be, I'm not ostentatious. I'm not an egotist. I'm not a lot of things, but they tell me I'm a whole lot of other things. I'm not a narcissist at all, period. Because I will criticize myself. If I was a narcissist, I wouldn't criticize myself. That's just a fact. There goes the shepherds again. Jesus Christ. Ice Store says, yeah, night. Okay. At least you're not a fake gangster like French Fry. Now I was looking at MJ's where they're flexing his steroid muscles on one of his shows. Yeah, he's got a big old muscle on his arm. He's been working out, but I said, I guess those steroids really work. He said, oh, it ain't steroids, just hard work, man, just hard work. No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. He did have some guns on him. He really did. Big round ones, which is very atypical for steroid usage. But they're not going to tell you that. Well, anyway, the show's not about MJ, but yeah. Unfortunately, Frank, I think it might take a few years to collect your money. Oh, I don't give a shit. I'm not hurting that bad or at all or really need the money right now or have any particular needs for it or whatever. I'll get it when I get it. And hopefully I don't get it. That simply means that he's still going to be in Bicutan. I'll squeeze it out of him one way or the other. If I can't get the money, it just turns into jail time for him, and that works for me. That works real fine for me. Not worried about 250K. Shit. I'm not that desperate. Not yet. I'll let you know. Yeah. And I'll do a marathon to make money, and I'm sure every single one of you is going to donate very generously to me, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. When hell freezes over, man. Finally happened, folks. Huh? Finally happened. I even had my little confidant was texting me on my girlfriend's phone here to get a hold of me. He didn't see the show where I met up with Ricky. I told him, well, you got to watch that. He says, it's still on. I said, yeah. Yeah, I think the consensus of opinion is that Barry's going to be in there for a while. But I think Big E's going to come to the rescue. If anybody's going to give him money, it's going to be Big E. Big E just doesn't tell everybody the truth, obviously not. And because of the fact that he's married to April, because of the fact that April is friends of sorts with Barry's girlfriend, of course, Big E says, well, I might consider helping Shaw out. Well, helping Shaw out is just another way of saying I'm helping Barry without him saying that he's going to help Barry. Mama says, Sir Frank, when does court give you record of the hearing with judge's orders? I heard it takes 1 or 2 months. Judge's orders? You mean for who? Barry or Shaw's case? Or it's not a trial. It's not a case. It's a complaint. My lawyer gets all those court records, or eventually will. I mean, whatever. He'll share it with me, whatever, of course. I'm sure that'll show up somewhere. I don't know. It's on his record now. He's a convict. That's it. He was convicted, period. Maybe Ego is going to make an arrangement with Shaw. That's his style. I know what you mean. Do you think anything would surprise me? Then you're kidding yourself. There's nothing on here that surprises me at all. Nothing. And I do mean nothing. There's a lot of shit that goes on behind the scenes that you don't hear about. The court record from your Monday win. The court record from my... Well, yeah, it's already done. It's not like you need paperwork to prove it. It's already done, Even Barry admits it. Yeah, that's what happened. This what happened. Blah blah blah. Yeah, and he's trying to get me to do a fucking payment plan or something. I said, I don't take credit. I don't take credit. First thing I'm going to take care of is the court. I got to pay them. No, you got to pay me too, bro. But I don't care if I get the 250K or not. Because if I don't get it, he remains where he's going tomorrow afternoon, early evening. He ain't getting out of there, and he also, it sounds like bullshit that he doesn't have to pay his penalties and all that for his overstay. That's bullshit. Of course he does. And let's not forget something important. He still owes a lot of money to his lawyer. So where is all this money going to come from? If Shaw loved him so much, why didn't she at least sell the motorcycle? Oh, her brother's using it. Oh, that's no excuse. That's no excuse. If she loves this guy, maybe she's just too afraid to get out of the relationship. Who knows? He is overpowering with women. He tries to put fear in them. But if she loved him that much, she would get the motorcycle because it's hers. Sell it and use that money to help him out. Why isn't she doing that? That's the key question tonight. Yeah, he is. He's gone. He's gone. We have an order. The order didn't say when, but we have an actual order. I've posted it on here 1,000 times. You want to see it? Here's an actual order. An order. An order. Is this it here? Let's see. Come on, show out. Here's the order. Read it. Laughing Larry. Well, there's an order here. And she came over to help him pack and everything else. He admitted it himself. So, yeah, I guess he's going to Bicutan. He said something about tomorrow evening or something like that. Here's the order. You want to copy it, screenshot it, you're more than welcome. People of the Philippines, plaintiff, read that. People of the Philippines is the plaintiff. Is that chicken done?
Yeah.
All right, so I got to mix it in. It's already in there? I'll go eat. Beggars do not like to sell or pawn. They want others to give them money, Mama-san says. No, she wants to hold on to that bike. Well, so much for love. So much for love. So much for love. I guess that's a lot of love. Got a whole lot of love. Bam. Got a whole lot of love. Bam. That's a whole lot of love, man. Shit, my girlfriend would do that for me if she had to. Hell yeah. Okay, I gotta mix this up in here. Chicken with the lentils. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll even throw a spoonful of rice for good luck. Just for good luck. I thought you were gonna have dinner. Why are you eating here? At the birthday, your friend's birthday party. They're gonna have food there, aren't they? I don't know, man.
Hindi kang pwede.
Kuya. Kaon mo ko din.
Manikaon mo ka din.
Mukbang.
Okay. Have to have a conversation in here. I'll go in the living room. So I have to talk around the kids. Yes, the good-looking one's here. Oh, she's here. It's good-looking daughter. Yes, she is. I know some people that really get off. I think Popeye really gets off on her. Oh, absolutely. Let's see. I'll have to turn the sound down on the television here in a minute. Hold on, man. I'm just like, fucking multitasking like crazy here. It works. Which one of these? I got like 3 different remotes here. I'm not kidding. There we go. Hello. Work. Oh, wait. Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
We have much to catch up on, brother.
What? Oh, this is not illegal. Pardon me. Mr. Multitask here. What's the deal, Carmel, on this?
I don't want to.
You just have to hear this in the background, I guess. I don't know. Fuck it. I'm not gonna be on too much. Oh, here it is. It's right in front of me. I got like 4 remotes out here, and I'm supposed to figure out which one it is, right? Wow, a series movie called Karma. Oh my God! Like, was that like sent from the universe? What pops on here? It's called Karma. Can you fucking believe that? Can you fucking believe that? Which just oh my God! I guess there is a lot of karma going around, man. I guess there is. Okay, so I can see your comments a lot better. I'm gonna remove the order on here. Thank you. Oh, shit. No, come on. Off. No, I don't want any one of these. Okay. Alright. Okay, Miss Eister says the total amount due is unsurmountable for the mantis. Someone would need to cough up $5,000 minimum to have a chance to make it go away. Laughing Larry says, important question, Frank. What? Is there a possibility Barry might never leave Bicutan? Oh, he'll leave it. It's just a matter of when. If he comes up with the money, then he could leave. But the crazy thing about this is going to where? He's got nothing going on for him in America. In fact, he might have the law actually waiting for him in America because of child support and various other issues or bench warrants or whatever he has. So he'd be going from a frying pan into another frying pan. Pretty much. Viking Sam says he will like his new housing. I'm sure he will. Custom made for a person like him. Oh yeah. Hope he enjoys himself. Who is Abe? I think I know who you're referring to. Oh, if you're referring to his girlfriend. So sorry for her for what? Trying to get me deported? Fuck that. Why the hell should I feel sorry for her? What the fuck? He likes when I say that. Sha-na-na-na-na. When the skies are gray. When the skies are gray. California dreaming. Or Bicutan dreaming. I got you by the balls. Walked on by a church. Got that on my knees. Along the way. Hold on, that goes. But I got 10 on my knees and I began to pray. Barry says he's going to bring his clothes. He's going to bring his Bible. Now he's going to need that Bible. He may need to defend himself with that Bible.
Mostly people in prison, they read the Bible.
I'm sure people do read the Bible there. Oh yeah, it's common. That God's going to help them. God's going to feed them. God's going to turn them loose and free. Yeah. Hello, God. What happens if some Bubba steals Barry's food? Well, I guess he won't eat then. They play around with the newbies a lot, you know, when somebody new comes in there, right away they kind of size them out, you know. I'm not saying nothing bad about her. Don't worry about it. I never did. Well, what more can we really say about this? He'll be on a jet plane tomorrow evening or earlier. He'll be issued probably a yellow t-shirt. But don't worry. If you're really a supporter of him, Big E will bail him out. Big E will get him out. I guarantee if he gets money, it's from Big E. Or Mick Fisher. Or both. It might be the last time those two liars see each other, more than likely. And he's still talking ridiculous shit. Oh, just can't come have her visit me in America. Yeah, how's that going to happen? How's that going to happen? Let's get rid of this so I don't break the bowl. You going?
Yeah. I did
Hold on.
that.
She has to go to her kid's friend's birthday party. I don't feel like being social. I just ate anyway, so I'm full. I am full actually. Damn. Got a full tummy. Healthy food, of course. Boneless chicken with lentils. Made kind of a soup out of it. All right, go on, girl. Go ahead. Go feed. If they get him out, how will that roll on YouTube? A round of applause for Frank, said Laughing Larry. Laughing Larry said, I can't wait for the next installment. And Top Shelf Drama can't make this shit up. No, you can't make this up. I didn't go there today. It was really hot today. And we brought back some food, some stuff from Cebu. Excuse me. I didn't feel desperate to get food because I got some beef around here. I've got some small, ribeye steaks and hamburger meat, for doing mixing with vegetables. I've got chicken products and stuff like that. Yeah. It's a smoked brisket. I can still get it from them. Probably have it available tomorrow if I feel like. Yeah. Look good, at least on their shots on their website. Yeah, it wasn't USDA. It wasn't on the brisket. It was New Zealand, I think it was. It was either Australia or New Zealand. So. How much is the ribeye in Cebu? Oh, I don't know. I just buy it. I don't always look at the price on the ribeye. I just look at the best cut. I don't buy these big, thick ribeyes. I don't buy these big old 16-ounce suckers. You don't need it. You shouldn't have that much beef. I'll tell you what, the average person that can afford it anyway sits around with a big old 16 at least a 16-ounce steak in front of them, and I will tell you right off the bat, no, don't do that. Beef is healthy for you because it has minerals, all kinds of shit. It's actually recommended to eat to stay healthy, and you have the protein and minerals you need. But the drawback is, if you eat too much of that, yeah, it will make you unhealthy. And any saturated fats that might be in there, and da 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 da. We won't get into that. I'll spare you that. But no, I eat small portions. I like getting the taste of beef, enough that I have maybe 5 or 6 forkfuls of beef, pieces of beef, and I'm very happy with that. All right, babe. Well, how you getting there?
The corner, they get a multi-cab.
The corner? You got to go to the corner?
Yeah,
Yeah, in the street.
because we ride multi-cab
Right, little.
Ah, well, be
car.
careful.
Yeah, that's why I bring.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
what?
was that a Mac cookie?
Yeah.
Well, you're welcome to it, you know. All right, love you, babe. Be careful. All right, watch those dogs. All right. She is the socialite of the family. She is the socialite. She is, actually. Nice and cool. Okay. She knows so many people out here. It's just absolutely amazing. She'll make friends no matter where she is. She's got that personality. I think you all know that, the little bit you've seen of her. She's the real deal. And don't associate that with Jay. There's nothing real about Jay. She's the real deal. 2,500 for a ribeye minimum. Yeah, a good Cebu, right? Yeah. No, we don't do a lot of grilling. I'm surprised that we don't, but we don't do. I got that cheap grill. I don't need to get a John Blaze special, but then he buys his shit at Walmart anyway. And it gets the job, as Chris and Cebu used to say, it gets the job done. What we have is a piece of shit, and we know it is a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. I don't got the grand poobah grill with smoker and all that shit. If I want to smoke the meats, I'll light a cigarette and blow it on the meat. Don't need the grand poobah. The green egg here is green egg. It's 1,000 US. What green egg? What's a green egg? Oh, Weber Grill is alloy here, $300 US. It's just not worth it. Unless you have a restaurant or something, you have a business. Yeah, you get these big old aluminum, big old fucking grills, with the temperature gauge on it and all that shit, all fancy and duded up and all that shit. Yeah, for business. But, for home use, you get one of these fold-out things that we got. Yeah, it's an absolute piece of shit. And we know it is. And we don't care. We don't care. It gets the job done. No, we don't do a lot of grilling, actually. Because, we would probably use the charcoal. And that's really not healthy. I'm not going to get into that about health. It's actually not healthy to use charcoal for grilling. Okay, there's cancerous elements that come out of the charcoal. But again, we're not going to get into that. And it's not a health show tonight. That's part of the reason I don't grill a lot. They can grill their fish. They can do what they want, Yeah. I like to buy cheap grill top. All you need is a fucking grill thing. You put it on some fucking blocks. You don't need to make it at home. You got some concrete blocks. Build it up about 3 high or 2 high. Okay. And you have your grill itself, the actual grill. 2 levels, 1 on top to put your meats. And then on the bottom, you could put your charcoal on that or on a plate of some sort. You want to make sure that air from underneath is getting to your charcoal. So you can make it at home. You got a few bricks, you got a grill. Don't even have to buy one. It's so easy to make one of these things. I've made them in the past. It's so easy to make. No, none of it is. I mean, I've learned a few things in my time. Getting older is getting a lot of wisdom. And there's the truth on that. If you lived longer than somebody else, chances are you probably know a hell of a lot more than they do. You've experienced a lot more life. I mean, I balance things out. Like when I'm eating and stuff, Maybe I decided to pig out on a couple of chocolate chip cookies today, which I did. But I balanced things out. For dinner, I chose to have lentils. And in the lentils was boneless chicken and other flavorings. And it was excellent. Protein, iron, I mean, who could ask for more? Fiber. So when I cheat, and I've got a cheat sheet, I absolutely do. I pick on the macadamia once or twice, or, we came home with some cookies and shit. Fuck yeah, I've been going for them suckers. But I balance it out by eating something that's really healthy and fibrous and some things that could counteract some of the shit. You don't want the sugar, though. That's the whole thing. That's the thing that I don't like, and when I have to give in to something like this. I do eat a lot of carbs, unfortunately, really. Especially when I'm in Cebu. That's why I said I can't live in Cebu. I wind up at Sbarro's somewhere every time I go there. And I get their, pasta, with the Alfredo sauce and add a meatball to it all the time. I do it all the time. When I can't think of what I want to eat, I don't see anything that's around that's worthwhile. Let's just stop in Sbarro's. And we do. It's not the healthiest, but I got to have some enjoyment on my foods. Not that I don't with all the healthy stuff I eat. I enjoy eating healthy foods because I know it does me good. What about Lasada? I'm 64. Maybe smoked 20 years total. When did you stop? Okay. Does Frisbee have his own kitchen in Bicutan? No. No ice cube maker either. His girlfriend's taking that. She's hoarding that thing. Oh, yeah, she's going for grabs on that sucker. He's got to bring all the clothes he owns, which is about 3 T-shirts and a couple pairs of shorts, and his big scuba diving slippers. Somebody mentioned that in another show. His big scuba diving flippers. December 18th. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, they say your lungs will heal unless you damaged all the cilia or you killed all the good cells. If you still have any good cells alive in your lungs, then you're okay. But unfortunately, if you've killed all the alveoli and the cilia, which are these little hairs that move the mucus out, then it's irreversible. But they say if you stop smoking, you can reverse some of the damage. There's always going to be some damage in there, but they just said it's better to quit than not. But the only thing it's not that I'm trying to make excuses at all. I'm really not trying to, although it sounds like I will. And every smoker or drinker, for example, same shit. But I hear all these people that wind up dying shortly after they smoke. Isn't that something? I know several people that died after they quit smoking a short time. They had a stroke or a heart attack or something. Go figure. Maybe it was all that shit that was keeping their lungs together. I don't know, like a glue. I don't know. But I've heard lots of stories about that. Shit, my brother quit smoking and drinking one time, right? And we're in Hawaii. Well, he went back to the drinking. Well, what happened was, he quit smoking and he had a mini stroke. That's what happened. After that, he didn't smoke anymore. The whole time, half the time he lived in Hawaii, he didn't smoke cigarettes anymore. Smoked pot all the time. That's not really too much better. But he continued drinking. and that did him in. Part of it did him in. Didn't help. But, you know, he had emphysema from the crack, pipe, smoke, and the weed, and all the years of actual chain smoking. So he had so much against him. So much. I was a runner, so I'm good. You were a runner. Okay. Parable says, walking 14,000 steps a day usually. Yeah, that's adequate. I can't say I've been walking 14,000 steps a day. I try to get somewhere around 10,000 at least. Then I'll eventually increase it. But, well, I was really trying to do 2.5 miles. And when I was really using the treadmill, I was averaging about 2 miles. It's been really hot, so I haven't been on the thing in there. So I have to do it in the morning. I have to turn the air conditioner on in the bedroom and let the air conditioned air go into the exercise room, which is connected, you know, right there, which is connected to the bedroom here. So with the air conditioning on in here, I've run some fans and, you know, blow the air into that room. That's what I do. Yeah, it's a little mini gym. There's not much in there. There's just a few hand weight shits of different sizes, and there's a stationary bike and a treadmill. There's some little bar things you put on the ground for push-ups. There's a what do you call it? Another thing you put on your toes, and it's expandable. You pull up and down. There's oh, what else I got in there? Oh, this thing is it's an ab roller. We got an ab roller for your abs, which I haven't been using. No, I definitely ain't got no 6-pack. That's for damn sure. I don't even have a 1-pack. I understand. Speaking of packs, I guess Barry was deciding to go back to smoking. So, yeah. Yeah, I know. If you got something, use it. And one thing I do have to work on is the legs. You got to make your legs strong. I suggest that to every single person on there, no matter what your age is. Because you get older, it's your legs. There's a test. I was watching a YouTube show. There's 8 things. If you could still do these 8 things, you're in pretty good shape if you're 70 years old and above. And some of them was, can you walk and, you know, a brisk walk and not get out of breath right away? Okay, can you, when you get out of a chair, do you need to push off your chair to hold on to something if you leave your chair? If you don't have to, that's a good sign that you're doing good at 70. Can you walk a brisk walk for a good distance without feeling overtired? I can. I passed everything on that 8-item questionnaire. Can I get up off the floor by myself? You mean without somebody helping me, you mean? Well, yeah. Well, you have to push yourself up. I mean, some people have such dexterity and muscle control that they don't need to grab onto anything. Those are like, you know, gymnast type people. Those are people with stretched muscles and strong ass muscles. No, I have to, if I'm on the floor, no, I do have to take my arms and lift myself up. Yeah, I have to do that. For sure. Also carrying 2 full bags of groceries. Yeah, I can do that. And I have done that, yeah. Shit, my backpack alone, what I put in there when I go to Cebu, fuck, that was a heavy motherfucker. Carrying that around, sometimes not on my back, but on my shoulder, like for real quick, when I didn't want to, yeah, but, you know, and I use the 20-pound dumbbells, a hand, you know, I use that every day. And it's not that it has to be increased weight, it's just repetition, reps. I'm in the right direction. I just got to keep at it and keep working in that direction. It's just don't get lazy and don't keep on using excuses like it's too fucking hot. Well, if it's too hot, you take the goddamn treadmill, for example, and put it in my bedroom directly and shut all the doors. It's just a bitch bringing it back and forth inside, but It's not that big of a deal. It folds up and you just roll it inside. That's all. There's no excuse. A good grip is also carrying 2 foot, but a good grip. I have a good grip. Okay, so much has been going on here, and I haven't heard Ricky on since I met him in SNR. What's going on with that? He said he was just going to get away from all this shit, but no, he won't. That, handshake of his with me doesn't mean a whole lot of shit because I've done that before with Ricky. The famous handshake. He's got some big-ass hands, too, I'll tell you that. Over twice, 2.5 times the size of mine. Ricky's a big guy. There's no question about it. He's a big guy. Although his legs used to be bigger, for some reason, his legs looked a lot thinner than the last time we ever ran into him. I had a feeling he was going to be in there. I mean, I told you, I had a feeling. I said it to Gilda, and I said, I have a feeling that Ricky's going to be in there today. And lo and behold, I'm walking around from one refrigerator's place around the other, and there he was. And Gilda saw him right away. He saw her, and they were talking. And I knew who he was talking to without even seeing it. I knew he was here. I knew he was here. I knew he was going to be here. Mama-san says, Sir Frank, can Barry said he can leave country, pay you in states. Can he leave country without paying you the fine? No, he cannot. That has been established. No, he cannot. He cannot. Don't mind what he says. If his lips are moving, he's lying. You know the story with that. Well, I'll tell you what. He's going to get his experience in Bicutan finally. Hey! I didn't even expect it. Oh no! I thought I'd have to wait until the judge made a decision or something, But lo and behold, I mean, to my surprise, as karma works out, he got an order from the BOI to have to be put into Bicutan because they're going to renovate the place. So a stroke of Irish luck, I'm not even Irish, and lo and behold, he's going to be in Bicutan. Imagine that. I laughed when you said you should cold cock him. Laughed my ass off. I meant it too. I was tired of his shit, man. I figure if I'm going to be deported, if that's the case, I'd have nothing to fucking lose. Bigger they are, the harder they fucking fall, believe me. I'm not afraid of Ricky, and I never was afraid of him. It's not a particular thing I'd like to get into a fight with him. He's a bigger guy than me. Fuck, I don't know how much, I don't think he has much strength, though. Fuck, he could take his big old hands, grab me by the neck, and lift me off the floor if he had any muscle. But not everybody that big can do that. But no, make no, he's a big guy. Ricky's a big guy. McFisher's a big guy. Big E's a big guy. When they all get together, it's like the big guy convention. Like what the fuck it is? These like ex-football players or something? They're big guys. It doesn't mean they're strong either, though. It's a fallacy. It's just you're big and overweight, and they're all overweight. Doesn't mean that you're strong. They have an advantage on you. They got longer arms. Yeah, that would be one. And some of them may have strength. But I'm not going to pretend at my age, and I don't, to pretend at my age that I can take anybody down because I can't. I admit it. I don't want to get into a physical confrontation with anybody. I don't want to get into one with my girlfriend. She might beat my ass up, man. I don't know. The fuck I know. And I don't really believe in violence anyway. I really don't. I hate violence. Although, gotta admit, I like watching mixed martial arts. I watch them beat the shit out of each other. Yeah. I never thought I'd like blood sport like that, but... And I love watching revenge movies, too. I love revenge movies, Absolutely love revenge movies. Love it to death. Get even movies, Licky knows his shtick. is risky, like Vitaly. Well, I said exactly that to Ricky. And whether it was on camera or not, I don't remember. I told him he's got to watch it, man, because I'm tired of the shit. You know. And he really does. He's between Thailand, everywhere he goes in the Philippines. He's caused havoc no matter where, he should be called Havoc Master. He caused havoc no matter where he went. And people remember that. And one day you may catch somebody in a bad mood that remembers some bullshit that Ricky said or did. And it's all over. It's all over. No matter how fucking big you are. Bigger does not mean badass or badder. That's a fucking fallacy. That does not mean you're bigger and badder than somebody else. There's a lot of... Look at Manny. Look at Pacquiao. That son of a gun. He has fought some of the biggest... Out of the weight league. The biggest, baddest fuckers, man. And he took them motherfuckers down. He's a little guy. And he doesn't have much arm reach. He's a little guy. Manny is a small guy. But yet you put him up against these fighters. If you know what you're doing, you could take it. And he's proved it. Manny has proved that he could take practically anybody down. He's proved it with guys that were just big masses of muscle. And a lot taller than he is. Everybody talks about size. You get some big Brutus guy, and you think, oh man, I want to fuck with him. Because that is your first reaction. When you see somebody bigger than you, say, oh fuck, I wouldn't want to mess with him. Fuck that shit, man. And you're probably right. You probably shouldn't mess with somebody that's that much bigger than you. Unless you are really so confident of yourself that you have the ability and the agility to handle that. Otherwise, make amends or something. Walk away, say, fuck this, I don't need it. Whatever. Do what you feel is right for your own protection and safety. I recommend that to anyone. I'm not in my 20s anymore. I know better. I'm not in my 20s anymore. I can't fuck around like that. I could get hurt really bad. I know my limitations. And I will admit that I know my limitations. But I don't never know. I might surprise myself. I haven't got into a physical fight with anybody for as long as I can remember. But I know one thing about me. And I know one thing for sure about me. When I get my adrenaline going, I'm amazed even at myself. Because I'm so protective of myself that if I got struck by somebody. And as an example, I remember back in when I was a kid. And I was in the at a dojo, and we had to practice our katas and all that shit. So you had to be teamed up with somebody. It didn't matter what their belt was. There's this older guy, and I was like, 14, 15. I don't know what I was. He's a much older guy in his late 20s or something, who was a brown belt, and basically, we had to spar. And he started off by throwing, kicks and punches, roundhouse, all this shit at me. And he struck me a couple of times in the chest. So now we had to switch. Now it was my turn to basically, cause damage to him. And to my surprise, and it was to me, I came out this guy with like a bat out of fucking hell. And I kid you not, and I'm not exaggerating. So much that the sensei, at the end of the session, gave me a piece of paper because there was a competition coming up. He saw potential with me. I didn't. It read on there, we're not responsible for death or injury. I read that and I said, no. I knew I was not ready for this. Even at that age, I knew I was not ready for a competition. I wasn't practicing that long. And I didn't have all the moves down, the katas and all that stuff, I was learning it. I mean, I know them now, but because I practice at home sometimes in the other room. And I've been doing that for years, actually. There's certain things I do practice. How practical will they be if I got into a real situation? I don't know. I could tell you the truth. I don't know. I don't know if it would help me or hurt me or I don't know. It's just that instinctively you've been doing that such a long time that you kind of know what to do when the situation comes up. And whether or not it's going to work in that particular situation you're involved in, I don't know. I'd have to try for my own self-protection. But I know one thing about me. It's kind of comical if you remember Curly, and he was in the boxing ring, right? Of course, they put some Limburger cheese under his nose, and Curly gets an adrenaline reaction to that, and he goes wild. I'm kind of like that. If I'm in a fight with somebody, and I've been in a few fights in my life, I have. If I'm in a fight with somebody, I'm really protective of myself. I don't want to see my own blood. I'm not scared of seeing blood. I don't want to bleed. And that sends my adrenaline to high levels where I could pick up a fucking Volkswagen. I mean, you've heard wives doing that when their kid was under the car. How the hell did they lift the back end of that Volkswagen? But they did. That's me. It's just, it just comes out. And I will fight to the death if I had to. But I can't let somebody take advantage of me. It's like I can't let it happen. I mean, I will cause some damage to somebody. Even if they won the fight, they would come out of it. I don't care how big they are. They will come out of it with damage. Unless they knocked me out right away, then it's all over. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. It's over. That's it. That's all she wrote. But if the circumstance doesn't happen that way, I guarantee 100%, no matter what age I'm at, I have a guarantee that if I don't win the fight, they're going to at least get hurt during the process. They're not going to come out unscathed. And I don't care who the fuck they are. You'd have to knock me out first. Because I'll be on your back. I'll be fighting till I can't fight anymore, or I have a broken bone or something, or whatever. They'd have to peel me off the person. They'd have to literally, not figuratively, peel me off the person. Maybe Mantis is bulking up for Bicutan. He's I'm going to lose weight when I'm in there. I'm going to get a chance to lose my weight. He sure will. He sure will. He said Bicutan will be his diet camp. He die. Get it? Die. Yeah. Yeah, certainly. I'm a victim of circumstance. Hey, Moo. Hey, Larry. Yeah. You guys think I'm fucking around, right? No, I'm really not. I'm crazy. You want to call me crazy? You can call me fucking crazy. I'm crazy if I get into an incident like that with anybody. You can't peel me off somebody. I refuse to go down. And if I get hit and I get knocked down, then it's over. That's it. All she wrote. But I'm hell on wheels. And I don't give a fuck what age I'm at. I don't. I really don't. I'm in my last quarter of life. I don't give a fuck. Especially if I had to protect Gilda from something. I'd fight for my life. I'd die for her. No problem. I'd die for her. And, and whatever it takes to protect myself, I will do it. And the trolls could laugh and they could say whatever the fuck they want, but they've never been in a fight with me. They don't know what I'm capable of. I probably don't know what I'm capable of until I try it. It's been years I ever got into a fight. I know certain things. How to protect myself. I do. I actually do. Again, the key question is, see how I'm talking the truth here? I don't say I'm a superhero. Nothing. I don't say that I could definitely kick the ass of anybody. I don't say that. I don't say any of that. Because I know that's not true. There are different factors that you have to play into this. They're not going to stand still for you. Okay, do your best to hit me. Knock me out, motherfucker. They're not going to stand there. They're not going to do that. Shit, they could put their long arms against my forehead and I'm over there fighting and my arms are just swinging and not hitting because they have a bigger reach than me. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. If it's the situation and I'm not going to win, I would have to give up. Unless I want to get hurt. But I can guarantee tell you, I'm a fighter when I want to be. I do know some moves that could actually help me. It could actually put down somebody bigger than me. Mick joked around. I know it's a joke. Hey, why don't you have me as a sparring partner? You never know, Mick. You just never know, Mick. You just never know. But then again, on the other side of the coin, here's where I get my chuckles from. Somebody who could be considerably younger than me, talking tough talk to me. I could beat your ass, I could do this and that. I'm fucking 70 years old. They're going to get pleasure from beating up a 70-year-old man? A notch in their belt of how tough they are? Try somebody your own size, try somebody your own age, and see how that works out for you first. That's what I say. So, Frank, the girls said, tell you have a nice voice and Gilda very pretty. Well, thank you. Who are you anyway? You Filipino or so? Well, I don't know who you are. You come on here, but Viking says you are still a threat to most of them. Oh, some people say I'm crazy, and they'd be correct. I am crazy, at least when it comes to protecting myself. I don't care what it is. If I have to pick up a stick, a rock, I don't give a fuck what it is. If my hands and arms ain't gonna work, I'll pick up a fucking rock and crack their fucking skull. I don't give up that easy. You don't know me personally. When I get upset, if I get angered in a situation with somebody, you don't know how I would react. I do. I know myself better than anybody, obviously. I'm a crazy motherfucker when it comes to protect myself. I will avoid a fight. I will take every effort in the world to avoid getting into a physical fight with anybody. But if it was a situation where I had to, and there was no choice, I had to protect myself, I'm hell on wheels, man. I guarantee you I will do some damage to the other person. Maybe not enough to put them down, perhaps, I don't know. But enough to protect myself. And even if I get the shit beat out of me and knocked out, there would have at least been damage to the other person. I can almost guarantee you that. Again, unless they knock me out in the beginning, it's all over. But I'm being very honest to my viewers. I'm not no Superman. I'm no super martial arts hero, nothing like that. None of the above. I'm just a 70-year-old dude. 70-year-old dude who lost his youth. But I have an extremely strong personal protection character to myself. I don't like being hit. I don't like bleeding. I would be very reactive to that. My adrenaline would shoot to the fucking roof. Then I become a superhero. Get that adrenaline up in me, and it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. When I get pissed off at somebody, look at my eyes. I've scared people away from my eyes. When they knew I was pissed, they didn't want to fuck with me. And I'm not kidding. Now, I'm not a big guy. I'm only 5'7". I'm not a big guy at all. I'm not a big guy at all. But that doesn't mean shit. A lot of smaller guys have done a big bang-up job on guys that were 2.5 times their size. It happens all the time. People assume that you can't protect yourself because you're shorter than them. The biggest bugaboo is when they got the longer reach, the longer arms. That's the biggest bugaboo. But if you could avoid that, there are other things you can do to avoid that. Talk to Manny Pacquiao about that. He does a good job of that. He knows how to hit, timing, the whole bit. But anyway, we're not doing a show here to talk about physical possibilities of getting a fight or any shit like that. I don't even like talking about that shit. I'll just end it off with saying that, yes, I will do my best to protect myself in a situation that requires a fight or a physical altercation with somebody. I'm not going to stand there like some chick in the movies and scream, oh, like they have no arms, like they have no legs, that they can't do anything. Fuck, I'd bite if I had to. I'd become another Mike Tyson. I'd bite somebody's ear or nose off if I had to. I'd bite their fucking lips off. Yeah, I would. I'll inflict damage. I guarantee that. I do value my life and how important my life is to my girlfriend. I value my life. If I have to bite the person, eat him alive, I'll eat him alive like a fucking cannibal. Barry could not stand chances one-on-one to you. No, Barry would not. I sized him up the first time I ever met the dude. He's not in shape to fight anybody, even his own age. He's not. I know this is a fact. Now, Barry gets what you call beer muscle. He's been in some altercations in bars with people. Jay talked about it and somebody else did, or actually Ren Zero, I think. Oh, was it him too? And Barry's a crazy man in the bar when he drinks. He doesn't understand that he's not this big-ass person that could kick everybody's ass. But when Barry's all drunken up, he gets what we call that beer muscle. And he thinks he's tougher than everybody once he gets that alcohol in him. But he's wrong. You know, it gives him a false sense of security. That's what alcohol does. He thinks he could be very intimidating to people through alcohol. Oh, he'd get his ass kicked by the smallest Filipino girl. Believe me, he would. He's all mouth. That's all he is. That's all he ever was. He said he was a bouncer at a bar, and I'm laughing at that. All right, he was a bigger dude back then, but he was still small. And he don't know any martial arts. He don't know about fighting. Oh, he kicked all these people out. Bullshit. He flipped fucking waffles is what he did. How in the world could he be a fucking bouncer at a bar for 18 years? But wait, what happened to the years he spent as a waffle flipper? He didn't spend 18 years as a waffle flipper, or did he? And where's his benefits then? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. Oh. I think we've been on here long enough. It's supposed to be a non-Barry talk show, but you guys are just incredible, man. So will Barry get the money to get out of there? There's a chance he will. Big E or Mick Fisher or somebody will give him money. But then they're going to give me money too, and they don't want that. So they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, because they help Barry out. They're also helping me out, and they don't want to help me out. So they're like sitting there scratching their heads. I don't know, man. I don't want to give any fucking money to Frank, because exactly I'll be giving Frank a lot of money. I don't want to give him anything. So they're kind of sitting there, they're contemplating the navels, you know, and thinking, I don't know what to do on this. So Big E comes up with a good excuse. Oh, yeah, Shaw was begging Big E to help out, is what happened. Barry was announcing, Big E, if you're out there, Shaw wants to talk to you. It's really important. Well, what do you think it was for? She wanted to get money off Big E. And he's fucked over Big E so many times, the shit he's talking about Big E. He really has. If I was Big E, I wouldn't give him shit. But Big E finds another way around. If I give it to Shaw, then he could say that he didn't give Barry anything. And he wouldn't be lying initially. But he also knows that what he gives Shaw is going to be used for Barry. See how they work this out? Yeah, it's giving without giving. And he'll tell people, no, I don't know. I'm not going to give him anything. I'm not going to give him anything. But they will. Through Shaw. That's exactly. Just like somebody financed Shaw to get a lawyer to put that complaint against me. Somebody gave him the money. Ricky denies it. All right. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. Let me get on my evening, if you don't mind. I want to watch a movie or something. A perfect movie just showed up. It's called Karma. Would you believe that? The timing on this? Karma. Wow. Well, Barry, I know you're probably listening with your girlfriend there. What else are you going to do? Well, get laid, whatever you have to do in there, man. Do what you have to do. Because the only dick you're going to see is from another, you know, well, there ain't going to be no pussy in that jail, man. You're going to become their pussy through your fucking rear end. Just, you know, have Shaw pick up some lube for you, man. You're going to need it. Get some lube. Get some antibiotic lotion. Get some alcohol hand sanitizer. Pick up some talcum powder or something, you know, related to that for all the sweat. Get some antibacterial soap. You're definitely going to need that in there. They may steal that from you, though. Well, you don't need a shampoo. You have no hair. Who's going to give him hair? That means if Barry stays in there long enough, He might grow his hair back. Well, not in the middle of his head because he can't grow it there. The side. He'll look like the Pope or something, or St. Anthony. No, St. Anthony had the bald spot in the middle, and he had hair growing around the edge. You ever see those old pictures of these saints or these old priests or something, and they're all bald in the middle, and they just got hair growing around the perimeter? Yeah. Shaw is still going to battle with you. Well, I'll battle with her too. I'm capable. Fuck what she thinks about me. I'm not somebody to contend with, man. If somebody's trying to get my ass deported, fuck her with that shit, man. I'm livid about this, and so is Gilda. Believe me, we are. Listen to my voice, how it changed when you bring that up. I'm livid about this. She filed a false report on me, and I'm not fucking happy about that. I could call her some expletives, but I'm going to hold back from doing that. I'm livid about this. Hear my voice. Hear me roar. I'm not happy with her at all. Not one fucking bit. To lie like she did, just to satisfy her loser boyfriend. That's such poor judgment. She's that vulnerable to him. Naive. Was she so fearful of him that she's got to listen to everything he says? She wants to become his savior, and why? What's worth saving with him? There are good men out there. That might want to date her. I don't know who, but there's better people than him, who are not in trouble with the law, who maybe she could trust, and she's not an ATM machine to him, like Barry's, all the women he dates are their ATMs, his ATMs. There's got to be a good man out there for her. So why does she settle for him? I have no fucking idea. Stop telling me to be fucking careful. I'm going to do fucking Viking son what I want to fucking do. Because I don't give a shit at this point. I'm not happy with her. Do you hear my voice, Shaw? I'm not happy with you at all. And legally, I will handle this situation. Believe me. You filed a phony complaint trying to complicate my life further. And I'm not going to sit back on this. I'm going to fight with claws and tooth and everything I have to bring you out into the open as a liar. A bigger liar as your boyfriend. You're a liar. Your report was a lie. And you damn well know it, Miss Religious Girl. You damn well know it, Miss Churchgoer. Lies in front of God. That report was complete bullshit. And I never called you a whore, never called you a prostitute. I never threatened your ass. How fucking dare you? You love that goober that much that you're willing to lie for him? They're willing to go to try to destroy somebody's life? The only person that was causing damage to anybody was your boyfriend. And he caused damage to a lot of people. And you support that kind of behavior? Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. That's my show. Hey, good night, folks. Shame, shame, shame. Shame a fool. Shame, shame, shame. Oh, a little drinky poo. I should be the one having that drink, but you see, I don't drink. All right, celebrate. Drink away. And it goes to show you how much he's gotten away with in that cell. And he had it too easy. No, he's not going to have it easy at Bicutan, I'll tell you that. No, he's not going to have it easy there at all. Drink away in your cell. Drink. Enjoy. Enjoy. I don't think you'll enjoy where you go, oh, there's just a bunch of foreigners there, he says. Ah, no problem. I could handle myself. Can you really? Stop the cockiness, Barry. Cut the shit. You're not a tough guy. And they can see right through you, man. That's just too fucking funny. Too fucking funny. Yeah, I didn't realize he had a show on. I caught part of it anyway. Caught enough to hear his cockiness. He's got his beer muscle on because he's drinking. Yeah. Oh, he'll be greeted down there at Snow Country Club. He knows that. He's putting on his bravado. Nobody gonna touch me. I'll cut their dick off or something, he said. Well, dude, what if a couple of guys came and pinned you down and fucked you up the ass? That's what they do in jails. Oh, I'm not worried. I'm streetwise. I could handle myself. Your life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And you never know what you're going to get at Bicutan. I'll tell you that. That's for sure. Surprise, surprise. When a couple of them big boys pin you down. Pin you down. What are you going to do, tough boy? What are you going to do? You ain't going to do shit. Hello. Oh, we got 25 people here. Look at that. Just started. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Baguio Drama Club. Huh. He's going to cry like a bitch when he gets there. No comforts. Sleeping on mat on floor. If he's lucky to have a mat. I don't feel sorry for the guy at all. When I really think about this, well, I already thought about it. He gets what he deserves. He's still in denial. That's just the amazing thing about it. He's still in denial. He didn't do anything wrong. How many times have we heard that? Oh, I know how to handle myself. I'm streetwise. No, you're not Philippines-wise in that sense. Oh, there's just going to be a bunch of foreigners in there. Well, I'll tell you what, there'll be some Chinese in there, and those guys don't fuck around. Some are gang members. You got all kinds of people in there, man. You got all kinds of people. He don't want no Indian people in there, I'll tell you that. He don't want to deal with no Indians. No. Tough guy. It may work. You think it works on YouTube, but, you know, come into reality when you go into Bicutan. It's no country club. This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around. Yeah. Al declared you the winner. Well, I won a long time ago. He spent 2 years in detention. That's old hat. Barry don't know how to win if he was the only man in the contest, okay? Yeah. He's been a loser all his goddamn life. Now, a little suspicious about something here, because I like to read between the lines. When he moves his lips, he's lying. Been thinking. First he said he was going tomorrow evening. Now he's saying 10:30 in the morning. You know how he forgets when he tells lies? There could be something going on that we don't know about here. I don't know. Maybe they're not yet putting him out. He's making everybody think. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him at all. I really wouldn't. Oh, he's definitely got an order to go there. I mean, that's real. That's as real as it gets. But, can you charge interest on the $250K? Is it a lump sum? Lump sum. Lump sum. Would I be sad if he died in prison? No. Considering all the shit he's caused, That's not my problem. That's his. He don't behave himself in a prison, he could die. And I'm not worried about no tuberculosis. I'm not worried about TB. And they got antibiotics for that. Yeah, if you could get them to get you to a medical or a doctor to get antibiotics, they let people die in there. TB is all over the place in there. The water that they're drinking, in fact, is horrible. It's coming out of a rusty faucet. It's shit water. You get sick on it. You get diarrhea at the minimum. And there's so much disease in there. They got scabies. They got, what do you call, lice. I was watching this video where they had to catch the rats and kill them. They had this bucket in there with 2 or 3 dead, huge fucking rats, man. Gross. I don't give a fuck what happens there. Whatever happens to him is something that he would have caused by opening his mouth, because he can't help. He can't help. And he's not going to have all the frivolities in there, like getting the drink and all that shit. You got to earn that. And you got to pay dearly for it, too. He's not willing to do that. He ain't going to have no Xbox. He ain't going to have no fucking liquor in there like he's drinking tonight. He's obviously drinking. Yeah, it's amazing. He's in lockup. He's got some dude that used to be in that cell one time and his girlfriend visiting him. I believe that's who it is. And they're fucking drinking in the cell. The guards let him do it. This is the kind of shit that he got away in the detention center, but he ain't going to get away with that shit when he goes to Bicutan. I'll guarantee you that. I'll guarantee you that. Hell no. Yeah, he'd be crying like a little bitch. One night in that place, he'd be crying like a little bitch. He's got to make a good impression on them, I'll tell you that. But that's kind of hard to do with his character. He dies in jail, he dies in jail. I have nothing to do with it. All he got to do is open his mouth and they'll immediately know what he's all about. He said he's streetwise. Nobody's going to fuck with him. He's a little guy, except for his weight. He couldn't punch his way out of a fucking McDonald's French fry bag. The guy is a meek, big-mouthed, sorrowful soul. His mouth gets him in trouble all his life. What do you think's going to happen to him in here? He's going to get the shit beat out of him by somebody. And already people have been sending to the Bicutan family sites. I know that people that are spreading the word around on how he talked about Filipinos and Muslims and so forth. They're already pre-warned. That's what I've been told. I get some people writing me on the email. They already know he's coming. Oh, they already know. They know what to look out for. Picture, everything. It's going to be very challenging for him. It'll be nothing like his Motel 6 over here in detention in Mandawi. He's going to have plenty of cellmates, lots of conversation. He'll have plenty of people to talk to if they speak any English. They can see right through newbies like him that are trying to be tough when they come in there, you know. Just see right through him. These are hardcore people, a lot of them. Just because it's detention don't mean it's hardcore. And some of them might be even leftovers from the big drug war with the Do 30 deal that is still awaiting trial. And those are motherfuckers. There are gang members there. There are gang members there. Still waiting for trial, man. Gang members. He's got a lot to face over there, and he deserves every fucking bit of it. I hope he rots in fucking jail. Oh, yeah, he wishes me well. Yeah, you wish me well, all right. And on the same note, wait till I get it, he was going to beat the shit out of me. Dude, if I ever got inside there, believe me, it'll be you that's going to get the shit beat out of you. They're already going to know about you. And I can handle myself, thank you very much. They'd probably enjoy watching a fight between two foreigners. Watch you get your ass beat up. Your mouth gets you into trouble, and it's one thing you can't, you just can't stay away from. Loose lips sink ships, they say. But loose lips will get the shit beat out of you in that kind of a place. But I don't trust the whole situation. Let me explain something right now. He wouldn't be jibber-jabbing that much. In fact, he'd be in a fury, calling me every name in a book. There's something I don't trust about this situation. Just a thought that passed through my head, because I know the guy. He would try to get every word out he could on me before he gets shipped out. You follow me on this? I read through things, and I don't think he's getting shipped out yet. Just a thought. Just a thought. Because he'd be calling me every fucking name in the book. Well, he did say a few bad things, but no. He'd be like a madman. He's a little bit too lax on this tonight. Or maybe because he's drinking, but drinking usually brings the worst out of him. So, first he said tomorrow evening he's getting shipped out. Then he forgot he said that. Now it's 10:30 in the morning. So again, it's the old switcheroo trick that Barry always does. Which is it? Evening or 10:30 in the morning? You know how many lies we caught him in? How he got his head busted open and he, switched off from a rock or a stick or a beer bottle, then changed the story around. The same as this. He's going to leave 10:30 tomorrow, but he first said it tomorrow evening. So again, which is it? Another lie, perhaps? He'll lie to the very end. That's what this guy's all about, man. He'll lie all the way to the very end. Am I the only one that's sensing this? I mean, I know the guy that well at this point. I know when he's lying, something don't sound right to me. Nope. Don't sound right to me. Just kind of came into my head. Could be wrong, but I might be right. Something came into my head with this. He's not saying something. He's a little bit too chill. Because the one fear he's ever had was to go to Bicutan, and that's happening. And he just sounds a little bit too chill to me. So, what's up with that, right? Or he's putting on some bravado. Well, he does that all the time. So it's hard to tell. Bon voyage is all I have to say. Good voyage, man. Enjoy yourself, but ain't gonna be no Motel 6 over there, I'll tell you that right now. I was looking at some of those videos, man. That's a hell of a place to be put. It's like on the top list of the worst prisons in the world. Not the very top, but it's on the list. Maybe El Salvador is worse, or places like that. Or they have one in Siberia, which is horrible, man. Oh my God. That has got that one might be the worst. They just indiscriminately just get rid of anybody in that prison. If they don't like you in Bicutan, man, they'll let you know about it too. They'll let you know about it in no uncertain way. So he continues running his mouth in there. He's already created a reputation for himself in a very short period of time. It doesn't take much. But he's got to be thankful. He's alive to see another day. But how long will that last? When he gets TB or something? Or he opens his mouth too much and then somebody gets a shim or whatever and cuts into him. It happens all the time. Someone decides they don't like you, man. That's the place where it happens. Shit, they got gang members in there, all kinds of people, man. Now he's got to put on his tough guy face. He's going to walk in there. stare everybody down and say, I'm here now. I used to run the 3rd floor at the detention center. I'm going to run this place now. I can see that, man. If you don't have a video of that, I'd pay for it, seriously. I'd pay good money to see something like that. Somebody to capture that on video. His cocky attitude going into this place. I see what a swell time he's going to have. That's a fart. Did you hear that fart? I just farted on you, Barry. I'm usually not that rude. I let loose that one just for you. You deserve to be where you're going. I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it. It's where you belong. You're going to wind up in Bicutan after all. Ain't that amazing? And I don't take credit, Barry. I don't take credit. You pay, like Ricky say. You pay. And you're not getting out of there unless you're paid in full and pay all your immigration overdues and everything else. You pay. Hell, even one day in that jail. One day in that jail. Well, that's not good enough for me, but one day. But one day alone. He'll get to understand what he's dealing with. One full day. He's going to eat what they feed you. And if you don't like it, it's too fucking bad. And you're going to tell, I can't eat rice. I can't eat rice. I can't eat onions. I don't eat no fish heads. No. I need brisket. You ain't get no brisket in there, man. Your ass is going to be somebody's brisket. Your ass is going to be somebody's brisket. 43 strong. You like brisket? How about being on the receiving end, buddy? You talk about your dick being so big? That might attract a few of those gentlemen in there. And why? Again, is always talking about, and to males, you could come and suck my dick. He always says that. Then he should fit in real well in that place then. There's a whole lot of dick sucking that goes on in that place. He should fit in real well. Every time, every show, you can't miss a moment when he ain't saying to somebody, he could come and suck my dick. I don't know, he said he was heterosexual, but I don't know now. When I come to think about it, everything's about sucking dicks. Well, okay, I think I get it. Well, the incident with his dad, yeah, maybe that's where he gets all this thing about the dick sucking. Because his father made him suck his dick. No, hey, he said he was sexually abused by his father. That's public information. That's public information. You've all heard it. No disclaimer on that. L-O-A-J-J. I saw where you lasted about 2 minutes. No. I heard him say that I was not on his show. That was not me. That was a copycat. Oh, I tell you, if it was me, I got nothing to hide. No, he thought it was me. No. I didn't even know he had a show on. So I turned my phone on and I see he had a show on and I went to listen to it. Then I heard him say, oh, look who's here or something like that later on. No, that wasn't me. Oh, no, that wasn't me. That was a copycat. That wasn't me. I don't even know what the guy was saying because when I went on, he wasn't live. It was 43 minutes. It said 43 minutes ago to put the stream on. So I did not come in when it was live. I would have been able to see the chat and everything. No. I did hear him say that I'm blocked. No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. No. What does that mean, BD? Oh, big dick, little money. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's big dummy, little money. Well, if he has a big dick, that's going to come in awfully handy in that place, I think. He'll be a superstar. He'll be a superstar. He'll get to give it, and he'll get to take it. There's going to be a factory going on, a fudge packing factory in that place. He might like it. It reminds him of home. Mom and apple pie. It'll be like walking down memory lane. Yeah, big dummy, little big dick, little dummy. Well, I don't know if he has a big dick. I don't know, and I don't care. But if he has a big dick, that's going to be something of interest to a certain persuasion of other men in there. I would think. Question: how do you get paid by Barry? Probably go to my lawyer. Courts to the lawyer. Yeah. Oh, I don't care about the money, man. No, I think it has to go through my lawyer. Something like that. Because he has to make a legal note of the money that he paid and blah, 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 blah. Oh, I don't know why I had a temporary 2-second disconnect on here. I'm not sure why. So, no, he has to pay the whole thing. And besides, I said I'm not a credit agency here. I don't give credit. So, the discrepancies here. First he says he's leaving tomorrow evening. Now on his show he says 10:30 in the morning. So what do we believe? You know, when his lips are moving, that kind of situation. What do we really believe? What's really going on? Could be something a little bit funky going down in Funky Town. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. There's something going down. Now, I'm not sure. Because he would use his last moments to just try to rip me a new asshole. So, especially since he's drinking. So, I'm not totally buying his story as to when he's going there. I've just been thinking about that. Not being paranoid. I'm just sensing something here. The High Road Club. Anthony says because Barry was giving a convoluted explanation, he sends the money to... Yeah, right. Sends the money to Shaw, then Shaw's Gcash it to Gilda. No. That's not the way it works. Nope. It has to go to the court system, my lawyer. There's no Gcash to me. They have to have public record of this, legal record. Don't listen to what the fucker says, man. With a name like the High Road Club, you just got yourself off here, man. No matter what your intent was. Sid says, one flight from Cebu to Manila at 10:30 a.m. on Air Asia. So there is a 10:30 flight from Cebu. All right. Maybe he's telling the truth about that once for all. 41 strong. Let's get the thumbs up here. It's a celebration night, man. Let's get the thumbs up. Be generous tonight. I'm not asking for money. I can't receive it. I couldn't even give you a Gcash number. I don't have it with me. Not that you donate anyway. My loyal viewers, my ass. 10:30. I don't know what he was talking about tomorrow evening. I guess the thing is, it's hard to believe anything he says. I mean anything. So there's two things he's got to be concerned about. Getting the shit beat out of him in there. He's got to worry about TB, tuberculosis. He has to work cryptosporidium, which is generally a rat-borne disease from the water, filthy water surroundings. So there's all kinds of stuff. Giardia, Giardia, cryptosporidium, tuberculosis, pneumonia. He's got a lot to face. And he's in the right place. No, I'm glad he's going there, man. Because if the judge didn't do it, This was like pure karma, man. We could have pushed this to hell. But me and my lawyer put our heads together. We knew exactly what we were doing. Finally, Lassie's finally home here. Okay. Big Dummy is going to a maximum security prison, and his happiness was having 51. I know his happiness was, he's more concerned about how many people were watching, that he had 51 watching his stream and giving out one of those stupid hillbilly yells. Oh, I didn't catch the hillbilly yell. Lassie is home. The socialite.
We're together, man. We one car, so we ride all together the car. So
All right, you had a good time?
yeah,
And what did you eat over there?
a lot.
You ate a lot?
Yeah, we got
You didn't bring home no goodie bag or nothing?
no, eh.
Ah,
So many kids, eh.
you didn't bring a goodie bag home. Ah,
No goodie.
no goodie bag. Oh, well.
That's quite good. We need.
So what is that? Is that his official girlfriend now or what?
Huh? No, just a friend. I call my friend's daughter and son to birthday together. So
Isn't that the girl that he's always talking to?
that one, the daughter and son.
Yeah, that's where they went, right? Same place. Okay. Okay. Shipping them off at 10:30 tomorrow. Okay. Shipping right off again. Shipping right off again. Shipping off again, my friend. No Motel 6 this time. Somebody shut the lights from his detention center when he leaves. There's Hector. Big ups, Frank. Yeah, it's celebration time, man. I celebrate my own way. No big yipping and yelling and shit like that. I've been expecting this to happen for a long time. I didn't expect it to the end of the trial or something. It was going to last longer, that he'd get sentenced to X amount of years, but it all worked out for the best. He still gets to go to Bicutan. So, isn't Mandawi right next to Mactan Airport? It's a distance away. I don't know. What is it, an hour drive or something from there? According to traffic or whatever. I don't know, something like that. So if he's going at 10:30, yeah, he's got to probably have to leave at 7:30 in the morning or something. If he has a 10:30 flight, by the time they get there, and he's got to, sign in for this and that, and they got to see him off and wait for the flight, all that shit. The guards stay with him until they see him actually get on the plane. He's got this hillbilly guy that comes over and visits him. That's what we had over there tonight, this guy and his girlfriend or something. Oh, they were drinking, no doubt about it, they were drinking. Yeah, I'll give him that. He's going to be shipping off to Bicutan, so what the hell? He gets a bottle in there. It's not the first time. It's many times he's had a bottle in there. His girlfriend either brings it in or somebody else brings it in. Well, it has to make it in. It doesn't grow, or he gets the guards to do it. I mean, it doesn't grow legs on its own and come in there. I mean, it's coming in from somewhere. It's not walking in. He says, oh, I think I'm going to start smoking again. As stupid as he is. If he really did quit smoking, that would be the worst thing in the world. But he's been vaping, and that's not been helping him either. So, but since he's dumb as the day is long, he should stay off the smokes since he already got off them. Well, so he claims anyway. I don't know that is the truth. No. He can say whatever he wants, but as if his lips are moving, he's lying, so it's really hard to believe anything. That he actually did quit in the first place. I don't know that as a fact. It's his word, and his word is nothing. So what's the big word on Discord, guys? What's the scuttlebutt on Discord? Granted, says Frank, have you ever considered creating your own Discord? I'm not. Lucky I'm even on this thing now. Nevertheless, Discord, man. I'm going to try to stay so fucking far away from social media, it ain't even funny. I said that when he finally gets this case over, that I'm going to wean myself off this fucking thing one way or the other. I was waiting for this moment, and the moment has come. So that's entirely up to me. And of course it's up to me. I mean, I hope he has a good trip. You get to go in a real airplane, making believe he's going back home to Alabama. Yeah. One can dream. Auntie says, sorry, I tried getting on it, but it proved to be a pain in the ass. So I stopped bothering. To get on what? To get on what? Oh, Discord. Okay. I'm not on there. I'm really not. I don't belong to Discord. I don't know what the format is, and do you have like a comment section like you have on a YouTube live stream? I don't know how it's formatted. I don't know how that works. I have no clue. Because honestly, I don't go on there. People just tell me what's going on in Discord. That's where I get my information from, but I've never been on there. I signed up for it at one point, but it just says you signed up and then you don't know what to do. It doesn't tell you where to go, I had to find somebody's Discord channel. It doesn't. I tried to get on. I gave up. It's confusing to me. I'm not very technical. Yeah. I don't know. It's people spend their time on Discord. They spend their time on YouTube. They spend their time on Facebook. I mean, when do they have any time for themselves at all to do something other than going on social media? God, life is precious, man. I admit I come here a lot, but I only come on here when I'm taking care of anything else I needed to do for the day, whether it's chores, whatever the hell it might be, so-called family time, whatever. I don't, when I get in between time, if I'm not watching a movie or something, I'll come on here when it's convenient for me, but that's it. I don't belong to Twitter. I don't post on Facebook at all. I just use it for Facebook Messenger. That's it. I don't post on Facebook. I don't have an active page. I don't post anything on there. I was on Aloe's channel that, as far as I can tell, it's most used to share homosexual imagery. He's a pretty sick dude, man. I believe he's real. Man. He's married and everything, too. I always wondered, does his wife know what he does when she's not home? What he used to do on his computer and things I don't get it, man. I admit it. I don't get it. And I barely go to Adam's regular channel. I see what he had on there recently, yeah. Frank wins or some shit like that and making a superhero out of me or something. Aloe hates my guts. So you can't buy what Aloe says either. Aloe will jump on either side of the fence. He don't care what side of the fence he's on. Sounds like Aloe is so progressive. Whatever that means, really, as far as being progressive. Well, time has finally come. The boy's going to ship out. He finally gets to get out of that detention center, but not that he's going to any place that's marvelous. Believe me, when I pick him up, he's going to be shitting bricks. And when he's on that plane, he'll be doing a lot of thinking. But he gets to go on an aeroplane ride. That should be exciting. It was about a 45-minute flight. Something like that, right? Somewhere around there. I never flew from Cebu to Manila. Never had the pleasure. I've been in Manila, but I never walked around. You know, I just, most of the time was at an airport. They have long layovers. Always hated landing in Manila. Every single time there was a long layover. So I hope everybody's happy, finally, that we're coming to some closure on this matter. I'm sure he'll find a way to get on his phone at some point or another. Oh, he's supposed to do a show tomorrow on his way to Bicutan or something like that. He acts like he's going to the circus or he's going to Disneyland or something. Like he's celebrating to go there. Oh, I'm going to show you my trip over there. Really? All right. Barry didn't want to be where he is. He even made a video complaining. Looks like he got his wish to get out of Mandawi. Well, he certainly did. Well, the order is real. Whether he's actually leaving tomorrow, I can't make a guarantee on that because the guy lies a lot. I'm trying to think out of the box here because I know how much he lies. We don't know if he's actually leaving tomorrow or what's going on. We don't really know. He's lied before and he'll lie again. But I smell a rat. And he's going to get to smell a lot of dead rats over there, man. Might even get bit by one. Rats are running all over the floor. There's people laying all over the floor, too. And they're sleeping. You might have rats crawling around your head. If the cockroaches don't first. Oh, yeah, he's drinking in his cell, obviously. He could slide on that one. But, you know, they have contraband in the prisons. But if you get caught with it, unless you're dealing with a guard that's providing you this and he's making money, it's a different story. But if not, and you're caught with contraband, you're going to get the paddle. If somebody hit him with a paddle, they'd probably kill him. He'd be so sore that he couldn't sit on his butt. He'd have to sit sideways. I saw that video about the place. All the dancing groups and the paddling when they get out of line. His official status will be known as a PDL. Yeah. Person deprived of liberty. Exactly, that's the entitlement. I've seen uniforms that said people, PDL, deprived of liberty, so I've seen them wear it. Oh, yeah. Well, he'll get a free T-shirt out of the deal. I think it'll be yellow, not orange, I think. I don't think he's going to wear an orange jumpsuit. I think that's only when they have to take him out to a court or something to put on his orange jumpsuit, but they will give him, I think it's a yellow T-shirt. And I don't know how they wash their clothes. There's so many people there. They got running water there, and I guess you have to find a tub or something and fill it with water and put detergent in it and hand wash it. Well, you got to keep your clothes clean one way or the other. Brutal. That padding is brutal. Yeah, I saw that on the documentary. It was hard to watch. Oh yeah, it is brutal. It's very brutal. Very brutal. Horribly brutal. I don't think it's right, but it still happens, whether it's right or not. All that it is, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. God, we gotta clean the top of this counter, man. It's horrible. Hoy. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't I bring some over there? Didn't we have some over at the condo? And I thought we had. Biodome. Here's the soap I was looking for. I took a shower early and I couldn't find that. I got all my tea bags in here and damn, I pack, don't I? When I pack a bag when I leave for Cebu, I take everything I possibly could take that I could ever possibly need. Oh, I thought I had more of that shit. No. What's this?
That one.
Oh, I have. Okay, good. Goody, goody two-shoe. Good.
Oh.
They're so small. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of winding down for the night here. Shaw will wash his clothes for him. Well, she ain't gonna be able to come by that often, I'll grant you that. That's a long way to travel just to visit him. Well, he'll find some fag boy or something to wash his clothes for him. Or they might have him designated. Because if you're a newbie in a place like this, they're going to take advantage of you. And since you're the new kid on the block, you're going to have to follow what they say and what they want you to do. They may give you jobs to do that you're not going to like. You can be assured of that. But I guess they are required to do some shit there. I don't know. You can see on that one video of Bicutan, and they're taking buckets of water constantly, and they're washing down. Hold on, I gotta see the dogs. You girls gotta go pee? You girls gotta go? Where are they? They're not even in here. Okay. All right. They're on. Oh, they're over here. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure they put them to work doing something, because otherwise they're just hanging around their cells all day. That could get pretty monotonous. Oh, he'll meet his buddy there. Well, there's this other guy he'd rather meet, but Vitaly, yeah, he'll get to meet Vitaly. That would be interesting. By the way, that's a big, strong guy, Vitaly, by the way. That's a big, strong Russian-American guy. I saw his muscly legs and arms and everything there. You're not going to fuck with him. So if he likes men, yeah, Barry would have to give in to that motherfucker. But I'm sure if even someone like, Vitaly, is going to have to give in to the system, no matter how cocky he is. He'll be reduced to tears in that fucking place. The biggest men break down in a place like that. Anthony says, aren't foreigners and the elderly prisoners separated in a cell to themselves? Hell no. No. They got like fucking 30 people to a cell or something, you know? They're all over the floors. And some of them that are more privileged get to get a bunk. But the newbies, if they got a bunk, for whatever reason, they get the top bunk. And that's not something good. You might think it is. No, because heat rises. If you got the top bunk in there, you're going to be frying your ass. No, they're all together. I think even the elderly. However, if you have a medical condition or you have something transmittable sexually or some kind of a disease, they'll put you off in the medical unit and they don't give you no medical care. You got to pay the guards off to get medical care, money on the side for this. You'd have to pay them to be able to take you to a doctor. It'd get quite costly between transportation for the favor to do so, to get the medicine, everything else. Man, I heard enough on Bicutan, and it is not a nice place, man. It's not nice at all. It's horrible. Just horrible. But he's deserving of it. I'll still say it and mean it. He deserves to be there. So one way or the other, he did make it there after all. He's making it there after all. He said, "I never going to get me to Bicutan. It ain't going to happen." Oh, nothing's going to happen, but everything I said was going to happen did happen, didn't I? And Coinky Dinky, they're going to work on a place. They got to send him off there anyway. And until he pays everything he owes, inclusive, they're not dropping, like he said, they're not dropping his immigration fees and fines. They're not dropping that. Auntie says, aren't foreigners in the... Oh, okay, already read that. Still got 39 strong in here. I figured, though, I'm kind of winding down for the night. No, my back is actually hurting on both sides. It's my posture on this chair, to tell you the truth. It's not a real comfortable recliner, it really isn't. So... No, the elderly, they're mixed in with everybody else. No age discrimination, Okay, girls, you want to say goodnight to your daddy? You want to say goodnight to daddy? They always say it goes through a ritual. It goes through this ritual. Seriously, every night. Come here, come see daddy. You say goodnight to daddy? I don't say chet to you, do I? No, I don't. Here comes the other one. She wants the attention too. All right, I'll say goodnight to you too. Yeah, she loves her daddy. Isn't it nice to be loved? Okay, I love you too. Daddy love you too. Daddy love you too. You ready to go to sleep? You girls ready to go to sleep? I gotta go to a routine. Usually I kind of rub their belly with my foot. They love it. Oh, 41. Hello, 41 strong. See? I scratch them, rub their belly. Right, girls? You ready to go sleep? Yeah. You ready to go rest? You ready to go rest? Are you ready to go rest? Okay, you be good girls. All right, Daddy, love you too. So I tell you, I treat them like my kids. They are my kids. All right, good night, girls. Gilbert never says good night to them. I always do. They'll sleep in the hallway here because they want to be close. I would leave it in my room, the air conditioner on. But the problem I don't leave in my room is because they don't always want to be confined. They don't always want to be confined. So I'm going to put this on medium. Is that medium? Okay. They don't want to be confined to the room. Now, why isn't that going off? Okay. Because they sometimes have to go out. That means, we'll have to be woken up by them. Besides, they might be scratching or some shit. I'm a sensitive sleeper. So they like to be close to us all the time. They want to be close to you. Yeah. What am I missing here in the comments? Sorry. His official status will be known as a PDL. Yeah, person to private. Got that. Oh, let me get down to the blast. Okay. All right. Well, Been an interesting day. Oh, Frank, it's right. You're going to be in here with me. When you do, yeah, what are you going to do? What the fuck are you going to do to me, Barry? You ain't going to do shit if I was in there. You ain't going to do shit. Don't worry. The word is already getting out about you that you're going to be in there, bro. Not just by me, but a lot of people. There's a forum on there you're not familiar with. It has to do with families of the inmates in there. When they start talking to the inmates, word gets spread around along with the photographs. I know how it works in there. They know about him. Give it a couple of days. Word spreads in there like the coconut wireless. They'll know who you are. They'll know a little bit about you. And they're going to know how horrible. He says, there ain't going to be no Filipinos in detention, man. The hell there ain't. You got leftovers from the Due 30 administration when he was, coming down on a drug war thing. There's people been in there a long time that haven't even been to court yet. So of course you're going to have Filipinos in there. You're going to have a lot of Chinese pogo workers. You're going to have Russians and a lot of ruffians and Vitali, whatever his name is, who's a real asshole. And there's gang members in there too. And there's going to be gang members in there. Sounds like a gay old time to me. It couldn't happen to a better person. And with that being said, nighty night, folks. I'll tell Barry tomorrow night, don't let the bed bugs bite, or the rats, or the roaches, or a very hungry homosexual. So maybe that big dick you talk about all the time might just come in handy. And since you don't have any teeth, oh man, they're going to be looking for this guy for a little oral action. Indeed. With that being said, I got to wind down for the night. Thank you for listening. And let's celebrate. But still, I still have this suspicion. First he said tomorrow night, now it's 10:30. Is he pulling our chain a little bit? Maybe he knows something we don't. Another lie. Maybe he's not going right away. I don't know. Chances are that he is, but just for the record, let me be the first to say that I'm a little bit suspicious of something. Can't pinpoint it. I'm just a little bit suspicious of something. Because I think his mood would have been really elevated, especially if he's drinking. For a man that's about to go to Bicutan tomorrow, or maybe it's just his bravado, but I think he'd be slamming me through the roof. Well, he did a little bit, but not the usual dose. So with that, I kind of scratch my head and say, I wonder what's really going on. Think about it. Let's just hope he is being shipped out tomorrow. End of story. Now, what happens to him in the prison system there, I don't think we're ever going to know. Unless he gets killed in there by somebody or they get a real bad incident that might make the news. I really don't know. How would we know? So you're going to have silence for a while. But hey, if there's a way of using his phone, I'm going to put a guarantee. He'll find an opportunity to use his phone, one way or the other. Whether he has to pay a guard or something. But he'll come on and he'll do a show and say, oh, it's fine here. I made all kinds of friends. Birds of a feather, He'll say something. Well, I spread the word about you for when you come in here. Y'all. Once they see that he's dumb as the day is long, they're going to take advantage of this guy. Okay, man. I got to go. Take care. See you guys around. Somewhere. Have a good trip, Barry. I know you're going to have a good old time there.
What's up, guys? Here with my buddy Barry Jordan. Got a delivery from Black Smokehouse. A little brisket sandwich. Some steak fries. That's how we're living.
Yeah, baby.
Make America great again, baby.
Yeah, MAGA.
Yeah.
Out of the prison where he currently resides. This man had no idea this was coming, and he is, to say the least, a little bit annoyed. He's not going anywhere close by either, so that means he'll be taking a trip on America's most notorious airline, Con Air. The prisoner won't be.
There is a slew of reasons why I don't want to go to prison, but I think the number one is that I don't want to have to not be a bitch. Like, being a bitch is my right. You feel me? Like, I can just be a bitch if I want. Like, in everyday life, I choose.
Was call me maybe. What of it? I stabbed 12 people because I didn't like their faces. Yeah, I did that more in the metaphorical sense. Now, I'm sure you have questions about what goes on in here. Yeah, is don't drop the soap real or can I unclench? That's the least important question you should be asking right now. It's the most important question anyone can ask always, actually. You should be asking about the people you want to avoid. But will I have to blow someone or did Hollywood lie to me? I'd put it at 40%. I'm just really nervous about my first time. Does it hurt? No. Hey, if I'm hypothetically hungry now, who brings me sushi? Now let's talk about who you should avoid. Also, who do I ask if I need to use the bathroom? Right there. Hell no. Nope. We're not doing that. Cause see, I thought that was a
to wake you up to say goodbye, but the dawn is breaking, it's early morn, the taxi's waiting, he's blown his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could die. So kiss me and smile for me, tell me that you'll wait for me, hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again.
Mop out there, I think it is. Hello, folks. In a momento. Okay. I gotta mop something up here. You know me. You know me. Always multitasking and patrol. Well, do we have a monumental moment going on here? Is it all a hoax that he's not leaving yet? I don't know. Could be. More than likely. Wait a few more people show up here. Now it's a cleanup morning. That's exactly what we're doing. Cleaning up. Dogs are shedding more at this time of year. Ants are taking over the place. Nothing new about that. It's a good morning otherwise. It's a very good morning, considering a lot of things. Well, let's face it, this is a moment that pretty much everybody's been waiting for. He is on his way to Bicutan. And you know, I'm really not trying to be cruel about this. You know, a couple of shorts I put up, but in consideration of the crap I went through with this guy, you gotta understand, this is a golden moment for me. Did a short. See you soon, cuz. Well, he'll be on again. She's supposed to photograph his trip on the way there or some shit like that. Okay. We'd love to see it. Don't stop there. How about a selfie when you actually arrive at the prison? That's what we'd like to see. Well, that's what I'd like to see. So it seems like I'm blowing my horn. Well, I kind of am. I mean, in consideration of all the crap, and this is, you know, everybody should be blowing their horn who's been affected by this guy. Anybody who donated to him in the past and he blew your money on booze or cigarettes or whatever it is. All the scamming and shit this guy has done. I think it's a monumental moment. Even if it wasn't exactly a prison sentence, the standard type of sentence, I sentence you to 3 years or whatever. Fact is, he's still going there. And that's the important thing. Let him get a taste of Bicutan to remind him that apparently there really isn't as much freedom of speech as he thought. Maybe that'll curtail his future rants and so forth with people and thinking he's above the law, get away with just about anything. Now he's hoping that I'm going to be in there with him. Well, not if I can help it. And I don't think he would want me in there with him. I'm a more likable guy. But, you know, when you got attitude, there's attitude, and then, unfortunately with him, he doesn't have any altitude. Well, this room is actually not really clean. Boy. Yeah, pardon me, I'm just gonna finish up here. Doing what I'm doing here. Okay, we have enough people here now. Put my little mop away. I'm a very clean person. You know what I mean? Oh, the trials and tribulation has finally come down to one point. And as Ricky's famous statement always is, you pay, and it's payment time. For the court, for me, for him, to understand that you can't get away with that kind of shit all your life. Truthfully, it was in the cards for him no matter what. Because he can't help being himself, and he's not the most wonderful person on the earth. Treated people very badly in his life. Okay, I did a little basic mopping here. I have to step outside, folks. There might be a brief disconnect, you know, the dead zone. The dead zone. Ant City, yeah. You get rid of all the ants, you look down on the floor again, they're back, they're coming out of something. But anyway, that's not the topic, the ants. There's always going to be ant problems. And there's always going to be assholes out there, so they share something in common. Ants and assholes. They're always going to be there. Oh, it smells in here since we had this. This got to be cleaned out again, a little bleach or something. The cooler. I can smell this thing's been closed, and I just smell a lot of crap in there. And the meat's being in there, whatever. Okay, sorry about that disconnect. I'm back in. Okay, let's see. Don C. folded when someone threatened his family. What happened? When did this all happen? I hadn't heard nothing. Don C.'s family was threatened? Who threatened him? Barry? So, but Barry threatened Don C.'s family? Okay, it says, Brevis has announced that Big E, Mick Fisher, and CW have raised $7,000 between three of them. So does that mean I'm going to get my money? That's all I'm concerned about. No, trust me, this is not a flight back home. He's going to Bicutan. Okay. Details, boys. Details. You going to believe Brevis? But would I be surprised? Would I be surprised if Big E or somebody gave in? No. And Mick Fisher, would I be surprised? No. I guess I could say thank you, boys. What is $7,000? How many pesos is that? I don't have my thinking cap on here. It's on Brevis's personal Discord. Well, yeah. If anything, he'd come on YouTube and say it if it was a reality to that. All right, so who wants to do the math? 7,000 US dollars equals how many pesos? I don't feel like calculating. Warthog says, did you happen to catch Barry's last stream a few minutes ago? They were moving in and he was bugging out. Yeah, I caught the short video and he just abruptly ended it. I heard a Filipino talking in English. I just want to get the fuck out of here. I heard him say that. He didn't put much of a live stream on. He just came on, of course, with the caption, "See you soon, cuz." Not if I see you first. 350,000 pesos. So what does he need? He needs 500,000 plus the immigration penalties and fees and all that stuff. He was scared. So, well, yeah, I sensed a little bit for the little bit he did say anything in there. He didn't say much. Well, still sounds like he's on his way there to me. That sounds real. Well, the only reason, if anybody actually did give him any money, the only reason I'm going to give him money is just to slap me in the face, but they're actually helping me out too. Give him the whole 500,000, man. Good morning, Parabola. Give him the whole 500,000, boys. If you're going to go all the way. Go all the way. Let me get my share. Yeah, he is, because he's got to get to the airport. You got to get there earlier to get the flight, signing in, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. He said he was going to videotape it or something, his trip there, a part of it or something like that. That might be his most popular show ever. What is this on my wrist? What is this girl that showed up the other day?
Huh?
Showed up the other day.
I don't know the thing.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Hugo says, Bitcoin multimillionaire Jay Stillman will bail him out. $10,000 USD is a drop in the bucket. Oh, for the supposed Bitcoin millionaire, huh? Brever's supposed to be a Bitcoin millionaire, too. You believe all that? You really believe all that? I don't. So who believes that they gave him this money? Somebody send a link or something to Discord. Mario, if you're out there, send a link. You know what's going on. Well, the sooner he raises the money, the sooner I get paid. Oh, I know Jay says a lot of things. What's new about that? I got my best and ready to go. Well, I don't believe anything that's said until I actually see it or know it and blah, blah, blah. So, you know. Would they possibly give him the money to spite me? Yeah. I told you. I could see that happening. Absolutely. No question about it. Did they? I don't know. If they did, well, he still has to raise the rest of the money, and then they'll process him and do what they have to do and send him back home. Yeah, probably, Hugo. Jay has to borrow from his mom. Oh, man. Well, maybe they figure I go to Discord. I don't go to Discord. I don't go there. I'm not on Discord. I only hear from people that say, hey, I heard this and I heard that on Discord. That's as far as it goes. I don't go on there. In USD? Well, 500,000. Then he also owes money to his lawyer, and he also owes money to the immigration overstay fees and penalties. It's far above 500,000, that's for sure. The stigma of helping the mantis comes with a lifetime of abuse. I guess. Well, maybe some of these people were abused too when they were a kid. Who knows? They're not going to tell all. No, he's probably on his way to the airport right now. I wonder if they got him in handcuffs. Tell you the truth, I thought he was going to escape last night. That's what I thought. I thought he was going to jump the fence. Well, according to how much money he got, you know, he jumped the fence and become a fugitive. Yeah, I said in U.S. dollar. Oh. I don't know. I can't convert it in my head right now. It's too early. About 10,000, Joe said. Yeah, that's a good chunk of change to put out on anything. People don't realize how much 10,000 is. Even in America, the average person doesn't even have $1,000 in their bank account. It's getting worse now. Well, I don't know. I mean, you got to factor in. I mean, he owes. Okay, $500 a month times 6.5 years. Add penalties and whatever is to that. And that comes out to a pretty good chunk of change. Warthog says other people are planning on paying that fine for him. What a bunch of fools. Well, that's their money. Fools depart with their money, you know what they say. Anthony says, Barry has one hell of a lawyer. How do I know? Well, the lawyer was the only one to get Barry to STFU and listen to their advice. Master of Puppets. What is that figure for? The 400,000. Oh, is that for the overstay fees? What happens if he can't pay? He rots in Philippines. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But it's kind of dangerous when you put that kind of money in Barry's hands, though, because, well, it's too late now. If they're actually taking him there, he's not going to get away from that. But if he had that money forehand, if he had it before he took his trip, he would have skid out last night. He would have left last night, and he could stay at some backpackers' places and hide out forever. Because he doesn't want to go to Bicutan. We all know that. 7,000 USD to pesos. Well, you're saying he owes about 7,000 on the overstay fees? Is that what you're saying? Which is it you're referring to? I don't feel like thinking. I'll let you guys do the thinking. I'm too old. I'm just relaxing, just kicking back. So figure 500,000 for court and me. Okay, and then you want to add how much for his overstay and fines? And then he owes a lot of money to his lawyer still. So I don't think, I mean, if he owes money to his lawyer, I don't think they're going to let him leave the country. Because he has to pay her off too. Okay, overstay fees and fines are approximately 300,000. Okay, so you're talking 800,000 right off the top. Then airfare, which is about, let's add to that. The money he owes to his lawyer, probably about 50,000, 40,000 around there. Let's figure on the low side, 40,000. He said he paid 20, but it's got to be more than that. Lawyers charge a lot more than that. I know for a fact. He's got quite a bit of chump change to come up with. Airfare about 50K. Master Puppet says no. If they have raised 7,000, which I doubt. I figure he owes about 1 million total. Pretty close to that, I would say so. Between everything. Yeah. Between everything, you might be right. I don't know. I haven't sat down and tried to calculate this, I'll let you guys do that. Now, would I be surprised if those people helped them out? The answer is simply no. The strangest thing about it, they know everything he did, right? They know he's a louse, he's a loser, he's a leech, he's a sponge, not to mention a moron. And every one of these people that would supposedly be donating to them, he's fucking attacked them how many times? And they want to donate to him. And it's not because they like him. In part because his girlfriend cried on the phone to Big E and whoever. Please help Barry. I don't want him to be in Bicutan that long. I can imagine the crocodile tears, man. Let's see, you're taking out, what? I gotta scroll down again here, man. Hold on. I've taken out 3,000 USD from my BDO account today. And none of it for Barry. American expat in CDO. The standard penalty for overstaying is 500 per month of overstay, plus 2,000 pesos extension fee. These fees accumulate for each month of overstay. So that could turn out to be quite a lot. Big E, well, didn't I tell you about Big E? I said that, if anything, he's going to say he helped Shaw out. But if he's giving money to Shaw, he's giving money. It's just inadvertent, he's giving money to Barry. Jimmy Bananas says, I was looking into the jail to sending him to, and people have been waiting years for their court case. Well, he's already had his court case. He's been, court fined, convicted, to pay the court $250,000 and pay me $250,000. And then whatever is on top of that, icing on the cake, you know, what he owes to his lawyer, the immigration fees, overstay, and all that stuff. Yeah. It adds up to quite a bit, actually. It's pushing $1 million, really, if you or short of $1 million pesos. That's a lot of money. Well, he's still going to Bicutan. That's where he's going no matter what. He ain't got all the money to, even if those guys really did give him any money, he's still going to Bicutan. He's on his way now to the airport. So either way, he gets to go to Bicutan, no matter what. Sid says there's got to be another court case to say he's paid his fine when he pays it. No, the records go to the court, you know, and because the money has to go to the court, maybe gets dispersed to my lawyer or whatever. Mr. Istor says, I can't see 5 dumb donors all pitching in 2,000 USD. I know, isn't that, I don't know, it's a farce. I mean, it's so ridiculous. In other words, they want to encourage his behavior, right? They want to find fault with me when they know where all the fault is. It's in this guy. They want to reward, you know, these are high roaders now. Remember, they're the high roaders. They want to reward his actions. And that makes no sensibility at all, other than an ulterior motive is to slap me in the face. Yeah, they're Bitcoin millionaires. Yeah, like I own 10,000 hectares in the Philippines. Highly doubt that. Shit, I wouldn't spend a dime on that guy. Not 1 peso. So, in other words, there's a reward. It's rewarding for somebody to be like Barry. You know, high roaders see it as a plus. That he's an asshole, that he's hurt a lot of people, hurt a lot of Filipinos, took money from businesses, private people, treated women like shit. So they're rewarding him for that behavior. Go figure. That says something about these people, right? Miko says, around 10 years ago, Bicutan had a huge rat infestation. They still do. Every inmate got bitten by them, but I think they fixed it as it came under international law gaze. Well, I saw a video that wasn't that old, and there was 2 big rats they had in the garbage cans. The guy was secretly photographing inside Bicutan. Yeah, it's not the most sanitary place, so rats need shelter. They have to go in these places too when it rains or it's too hot or whatever, just like humans do. They need shelter. Same as cockroaches. Hugo says, Big Ego is the wild card here. Shaw will need to take a few Big E loads. I know what you're talking about. He's going to screw up in there, more than likely. But alas, people, no matter whether he's got the money or not, it's over. You know, did he learn a lesson from all this? Probably not. Well, he's going to need protein. I heard that sperm has a certain percentage of protein in it, though, too. Could you believe I had a girlfriend that said that? And she was a bulimic gal. Worried about calories. After I shot my load in her mouth, she goes, you know that sperm has only how many calories and how much protein is in there? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, my God. HAG says, I still do not think it's remotely over. Barry has to survive Bicutan first. Yeah. Well, I don't know. If he gets all that money, he won't have to stay there very long. Do I sound upset about this? If he really received the money? Nah. He's not coming back in this country ever again. No matter how you look at it, I won. Like I said, it's not a contest, man. I didn't see it as a contest. I never thought of it as a contest. I had to make a point to this guy that it wasn't getting through to him, that you can't continue that behavior over and over again. Didn't expect, to be above the law and get away with it. Just like him eluding the immigration by not Well, we all have to pay our visas and everything all these years, and he thought that he could just slide by. Nah, man. Miko says, Eric tried it on with Shaw before. It would surprise. Tried it on with Shaw before. It wouldn't surprise me. He is obsessed with sleeping with different women. Well, no comments on that. That's his personal business, I guess, who he sleeps with. There's always consequences with that, but as he found out with his wife, when they really had it out and were on Facebook and what he had to say, so obviously, you know, there's not total peace in paradise, you know. Anthony said, did you hear about the stock market? When word hit the market that Barry was heading to Bicutan and Frank won, stocks went through the roof. Oh, yeah. Hello, Sasao. You come to see Daddy? Do you love your daddy so much? I know. She loves her daddy so much. She's always worried about me. I'm okay, Sasao. Daddy's okay. Thanks for loving me. Jimmy Bananas. That sounds like a mafia little handle name, you know. I used to know a guy when I grew up. He was in a racket, you know. They call them meatballs. Yeah, they call them meatballs. They always have a name, you know, in the mafia. They always have a name for somebody. And they come up with the wildest freaking names, but it usually has to do with their character or habits or something. They always name them something pretty insane. Yeah, I knew a guy named Meatballs. They call him Meatballs. Then there's, you know, you ever heard Jimmy the Greek? There's Jimmy the Greek. There's a lot of different names. 41 Strong, welcome. Why did he keep his, Barry have his thing so short? They were ready to sweep him out of the cell? Is that what happened? Well, he's supposed to be photographing or videotaping his trip over to the airport or something. Did they give him a nice yellow shirt to wear? Well, put it this way, he'd find a way to get on the phone, one way or the other. If he did get all the money he needed, I mean, I would know about it. Because I'd have money coming to me. Trolls were hitting him extra hard in the chat. Oh, I mean that little, you know, couple of minute live he did this morning you're talking about? Yeah, it's a monumental day today. It really is. Everything has a beginning, everything has an end. His title of the show is I'll See You Soon, cuz. And I say to that, not if I see you first. In 2 minutes, I didn't see all the comments. 2 minutes, he got slammed 10 times. Wow. Miko says, Frank, is Eric self-teaching his kids as they always seem to be moving around? Don't think his kids have been to school for over a year. Well, like I said, that's his business, really. I don't care what Eric does. I don't care if he gives Barry money. I don't care what he does with his kids. I don't care how many sexual partners he has. That's his business. He likes to complicate his life like that. I wouldn't. One woman is enough for me, man. Hell, there's too many ramifications when they get pissed off at you to go after your money. Fuck that shit. No. Because any properties is going to be under their name, or one of them anyway, at least the wife's name. Brevis keeps mentioning your former tricycle driver on his Discord. My former tricycle driver. I've only had really one, and I've had some alternatives when that driver wasn't around, but I've been dealing with only one guy. And I don't know of any drivers that I know that are going to say anything bad about me because we always tip very well, so I don't buy that story. Name names. Name names, you know. Validate what you say. That's what I say. Validate it. I don't think Brevis is too happy about the situation. His love interest, Barry, going to Bicutan. Miko says, I say this about Eric. He doesn't do things the conventional way. Well, it is his way. Jerry has the link to what? Brevis's thing or what? Jerry. Has Jerry been on? I haven't heard him around in a while. The fairy. 44 strong. Come on, thumbs up. This is a monumental day, guys. Come on. Don't get greedy here now. Yeah, I wish I had my Gcash link up there. You know the funny thing about this phone, and I don't know why. There's always a message box down there where I could write something too on here, but I don't get that happening. And I don't know why. It's very strange. There's no box. Let me see something. There's no box. There's no box down here where I could actually write a message or put a link on. Anybody have any idea why? Because I don't have any idea. What's this? No. I don't want to mess with the buttons here. Loser says that was the perfect way Barry went out. Being told he had to leave early. Yeah, he intended to be longer than that, I'm sure. All of a sudden, he just cut it off. All I heard is some of his words, I just want to get the fuck out of here. And someone was talking to him in the back. There's a lot of chatter in the background in Messiah. I don't know what they were saying. Only one girl I heard was talking English or something at one short point. I don't know. I thought I heard. Maybe. So who believes that? Who believes that he was given that? Who believes that he was given that money? Does anybody really believe that? Well, we'll know if he raises all the money. I'll be informed about it because I got a little bit coming my way. I don't believe. No, nobody believes. See, they're all saying I don't believe it. Well, here's the thing. People have reservations about Barry when you give him money because I think even Big E, of all people, said it in the past that, you know, he's used money for different purposes and was not what's meant. I believe he said that. Well, a lot of people said that. They were very reluctant, but they're especially reluctant because if they pay Barry all this money, they don't want to see me make any money on this. That's what's been holding a few people back because they know if they pay Barry, you know, half of that money is going to go to me. And they don't want that. Believe me, they don't want that. So nobody believes that. Well, you know, they say if it's on the internet, it must be true. But if it's on Discord, it must be true. The people will donate anonymously. Like I said, you know, Barry came on frantically the other day looking for Big E. He claims later on Big E, I didn't give nothing to him. But Shaw was probably crying on the phone. Can you please help? I don't want to see him go to prison for a long time. I love him. I love him. He my man. He my man. Mike Ross's Bobby says, Brevis is claiming that if you are deemed undesirable, that the $250K is null and void. No, that is incorrect. All right, Brevis, there you go. Right. No, he owes no matter what. Yeah. If I'm deemed to be undesirable, it has nothing to do with the court order. Loser says it was funny that Barry said he is going to make a side deal with your lawyer without your knowledge. That was a dumb statement right there. There's my knowledge right there. He publicized it. And right away I told my lawyer, I said, hey, whatever, man, there ain't no deals on with Barry. He was no, there ain't going to be no deals, my lawyer said. He said, don't worry about that. I thought Ricky was very courteous to you and SNR. Well, like I said, Ricky has two personalities. Ricky could be a fun guy to hang around with, actually, if you could keep him in one personality, you know. Although I think Ricky, if he wanted to, could be dangerous if his personality slides over a bit, or if he has too much alcohol in him. I don't know. I'd be concerned. Yeah, he might have a multiple personality disorder. I really don't know. But we're not knocking Ricky. Don't mind a handshake. Oh, yeah, he seemed courteous in SNR. We met him in SNR before. The same thing. He was courteous. Want to shake my hand. But then he'll go back to his show some point in time, and he'll continue knocking me. I mean, that's the way it is. I wish he wasn't that way, to be honest with you. Ricky's kind of an interesting guy. He's out of his fucking mind. But Ricky, I'm pretty sure, has a good side to him that he doesn't want to show. Everything to him is like, it's got to be a drama, you know, and he just wants the attention. He's got some problems psychologically. I already know that. I mean, there's no question about that. And health-wise, he's kind of hanging in there. But I don't hate Ricky, you know. I don't hate Ricky at all, actually. Surprised to say. I don't hate Ricky. You know, as long as he acts human around me when we see. He was nice to Gilda. She was nice back. I was nice to him other than telling him a few things and then graduated into something else, you know. But, yeah, he was really reluctant to hang around any longer. Last time he hung around us long, he walked around shopping with us. But this time, you know, I said what I needed to say, and I meant it, too. I meant every word I said. But I can't change people. It's too much energy, and you can't change somebody that won't change. So what can you do? It's just like Barry, you know. Carney Nordy drank a lot of copium today. That boy looks like Octomom, like he's fixing to pop out on 8 babies. Yeah, Ricky does have to lose weight for his own good. I don't wish death on Ricky, anything like that. I mean, I tried to give him advice like I did to Fazio, but, you know, Miko says, I don't think Ricky wants any more altercations in public that could put him in the court. Yeah, he won't go on camera with an altercation, but he did that inadvertently well with Fazio. I don't know what he was thinking at the time. Fazio was doing a live show, and he must have known that because Ricky would look at his phone while he was at the apartment, a partel next door to Fazio's lot, and he knew he was doing live, and that was kind of foolish right there. That was foolish. No, but the truth is, Ricky can't afford any altercations with anybody. And Ricky knows he needs to slow things down because he's making a lot of enemies on here for years, both in Thailand and Philippines. He's got to really be careful. Ricky needs his freedom. He wants his freedom, and he's not a person that will really be enjoyed locked up for a long time or, you know, be kicked out of the country because he always likes the Philippines to come here. Ricky, that's up to Ricky. That he has to recognize the wrong that he's doing and just kind of wake up and, you know, realize that fun is fun, but sometimes you get carried away too much. And if he pisses off one of these chicks, that's the worst thing than pissing off a guy, because if he pisses off one of these Filipinos bad enough, you know, they'll come back at him with their family and all that shit. I mean, they don't fuck around, man. Ricky's a clever person behind all the drama, yeah. I don't think he wants any more altercations. And if Ricky's listening, you know, we talked briefly about that, or you did, Ricky, and I think you need to cool your jets. Seriously. Not just with me, but, you know, you're on the edge with me. You've been on the edge with me for a long time, man. You really have. But Ricky is, you know, also a fence jumper, too, and he's very well known for that. He'll be friendly with you one moment when he needs you for something, but if he doesn't need you for something, then he'll go on the attack feed. Just like when he needed to get a signature for an affidavit from me regarding Michael Fazio. Oh, he was very nice. He was very nice. Nice to me, nice to Gilda, nice to, you know. But after that, I mean, it wasn't too far after that he was on the attack of me. So he's got to... That's why I generally don't like meeting foreigner expats out here. And it's by choice, because I just don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. Backing that psycho Barry is repulsive. It really is, because, you know, we give the name of these people as the high rollers, right? At least I coined the phrase anyway on here on YouTube. And what they're doing was actually really wrong. In other words, they're willing to enable somebody to do something over and over again that's really bad. They know he's hurt Filipinos. He knows he's taking money from people. But they want to finance him? It just don't make any sense. But like I said, it's not coming out of my pocket. If they want to give money to Barry, I have no control of that. But they're helping me too, so I can't really bitch about it. It benefits me. And that's the way I look at it anyway. Frank, is it true Avo J signed the affidavit against Fazio? I don't know. I think Rick claimed, right? He claimed he did. He might have. Hey, Ginger, you want to go back in, sweetheart? You want to go back in? You know, I'm just glad to get this shit over, that's all. Now I just deal with Barry's girlfriend's case, and somebody had said that, what did he say, that Brevis told somebody over at Bamboozers that Shaw's case is dead. Did you find where I buy my cigarettes with the trail cam? I didn't know there was a place to buy cigarettes near me here. When I buy them, it's downtown. So he's going to say he's got a trail cam downtown Cebu. Well, that makes sense. Brevis is also delusional. He's been smoking that wacky shit for a long time. Whatever else he smokes, crack, whatever. I don't know. Who fucking knows? He's just a guy that likes to get in trouble all the time. What follows him or he creates it, I don't know. Boy, that's infatuation with me, though. Let's say somebody actually could do something like that. They want to put a trail cam. They want to follow me around. For what? Brownie points? Or do they get paid for this? Or what's at the end of the rainbow for that? Oh, I saw where Frank was. Or I asked a trike driver, did you give Frank a ride today? Oh, where did he go? Where did he go? What was he dressed like? If people are that sick, and they actually did something like that, man, they need some help. Okay, Nicholas says, Frank, can you explain the content that was discussed at that hotel resort when you met Mick Fisher, as there has been numerous things put out about it? I don't know, we talked about different things, but I think Mick knew my position on Barry, and he didn't agree with it. He didn't agree with it. I surmised that it was a mission. It didn't take long. Then we got back on Messenger. He kept on, that's when I figured totally, because he was pushing it that, on one hand, you know, he's saying that Barry deserves what he's going to get. This is what I mean. At the same time, oh, but that's a little bit too harsh for him. Well, if you consider Barry's history, and I know they listen, it wasn't too harsh. I think he got away good for just getting 2 years in detention, man. I mean, he had all the bells and whistles in there. It's like he had his own apartment. Shit, he had everything in there other than a kitchen sink or a mini refrigerator. I mean, he had everything. He had an ice maker. Come on, he had a monitor screen. He had a laptop, ice maker, coffee maker, hot water heater for making quick coffee or whatever before he got the coffee maker. I mean, the only thing he didn't have was curtains on his windows, but he did have some wall art. Modern day Andy Warhol, you know, cardboard cutouts of a box of instant mashed potatoes and whatever he had on the wall. It got very creative. No, he's, you know, there's a lot of distractions other when we sat down and had breakfast or whatever the hell it was. Yeah, or lunch that time, you know. He just didn't want me to put yachts on camera. That's all. She went out on the canoe on the lagoon, and for some reason, I don't know why, he didn't want to have yachts on camera. Why was he hiding that he's been hanging with her? And what's wrong with that? Why was he hiding that? He doesn't have to hide yachts. And did he convince yachts not to like me? Because I don't think yachts likes me at all. She met me, and I was not an abrasive, obtuse person. I was not. So if she has a beef with me, it's only because of a relationship, friendship, whatever it is. Who cares? With him. That's just kind of the way it works. I have nothing against her. What do I have against her? I have nothing against her. She never done nothing to me. At least nothing I know of. Okay. Well, if they're going to allow him to use his phone, he should be doing a show pretty shortly here. I'm sure you'll inform me. I know, it's like he's proud to be going to Bicutan or something. Oh, I got to show you me going to prison. Well, nothing he's ever said has made sense in his life anyway. I wouldn't promote it. I mean, if I was him. Here I go, I'm going to prison. I want to show you all so you can see. That's the way the dude thinks, man. That's exactly how this dude thinks. Sick as it sounds, I mean, it's true. I think he has brought her over to the States yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. I can see how that could be done. Hey, get that pile over here you made.
Yeah.
The dogs are in their shedding stage again. They weren't for a while, but now they are. Hold on a second. I'm here. I can't go to the bedroom. She's vacuuming. So I'll go back in my dining room. $70 a day is the food allowance. Allowance? What do you mean? He could only spend out of his own Gcash $70? What does that mean? He's saying that Mick was always in a relationship with her despite the denial. Well, like I said, it's also his business. Are you saying he has to pay for his meals there? Well, I don't know about that. Is that why people starve? I know nothing about it. Not really. Well, bon voyage for Barry. He'll get to ride in an aeroplane, man. What'd they say, 10:30? 10:30. I don't know. You buying the story that he's actually being transported today to Bicutan? Because, I don't know. His show last night, I could see he was drinking, but normally you'd figure he'd load both barrels and just lay it on me for having to go to Bicutan. So I kind of think out of the box. It makes me wonder. Makes me wonder. Because, you can't believe everything he says. Is he scheduled to go there on a court order? Yes, he is. Is he actually going today? That's questionable. That's questionable. He's going home according to Brevis. That is that court order. Well, he's not going home if he only raised the amount of money that you claim he raised. No. There's no out of this, okay? He has to pay fines to the court and damages to me. That's it. Period. He has to pay that much.
I off because I do.
Oh,
Stay
okay.
here? Are you still
Well,
filming?
she's in there doing her business in the dining room, so I can't really talk in front of her while she's conducting business on the computer. Sean has taken a loan on a piece of land. Planning her future with Barry. Well, Barry's never going to be able to get in the country, so why would she take out a loan? I don't know. Money talks, bullshit walks, and PI. Yeah, Mike Ross is Bobby. I'll clear that counter up. It's too much shit on there. Just don't worry about that. I'll clear that up. She's on Tinder, huh? It's fine. Let's see. I think everybody's waiting for him to do another live show. But he sure got off abruptly, didn't he? Yeah. Regent says, it's all bullshit, Frank. Frisbee will be there for a while. No one is donating. Well, either way, it works for me. Look, I can't control what people want to give to Barry. I have no control of that at all. They're the fools. It's the very same people that he trashed so many times. They want to enable a criminal like him. That's up to them. It just tells you what their morals are. Moral turpitude? I don't think so, you know. Well, I know people are reluctant to donate to him because of his past. You know, the boy who cried wolf a lot. I mean, and I wouldn't blame them if they're reluctant. Oh, it's all going to Shaw, you know. No, those goes his pocket. Well, he proved another lie. Not only is he not married, but he proved it so many times recently. They said, yeah, I wait my check to come in or whatever. He's getting his SSI the whole time. How many lies could this guy tell? I mean, you just can't count them. How do you think he's been buying his Grab food? Shaw can't afford to buy him food every day like that. There's no way. Mr. Eisler says it took World Zoom months and many cash transactions to get his release. No way Bummer does it in 2 days. Miko says that money you're getting, Frank, it will only get you a few months of shopping in SNR. Yeah, it doesn't go very far, does it? No, it don't. That little bit of shit that we bought in SNR was about $10,000. That's, you know, about $180. And, you know, I think you saw some of the stuff. It wasn't a lot at all, man. No. Which reminds me, I was supposed to go up in Bentayne and get that brisket. It's a smoked brisket. And I didn't go, so I don't know if they have any more left. What is that? Oh, the ointment? Oh, the stuff that, you know, Ricky actually gave me. Believe it or not the last time I seen it, but the time before that. He actually gave me some ointment. Who's that? Who? Oh, that's Joyna. Joyna. Yeah, Ricky gave me, he got it from Europe. I think he got it from Germany. And this is, it's called Counter Pain. I still have it. By the way, thank you, Ricky, for that. I do use it. I could have used it last night, but I couldn't find it. You know, it's methyl salicylate and eugenol. And that helps with joint pain. I was looking for that last night. I still have it, but the problem is I don't have a cap for this. So anything that's at the beginning of this thing here is maybe going bad, but yeah, it helps a little bit with joint pain. Ouch! I stepped on something. It helps a little bit with joint pain, a little bit, you know. I bought those same Philly cheesesteaks in Costco. I didn't wind up buying it, though. Well, I got a conscience, you know, because I know that I've been picking on things here and there. And every time, I told you, it'd be hard for me to live in Cebu. I would really get fat, you know. Besides the environmental, bad enough that I'm still smoking and all, but being exposed to that pollution I mean, I was behind diesel trucks, all kinds of shit, on my travels to Cebu, there and back, and black smoke poured out somewhere. And you don't have to smoke to fuck your lungs up, believe me. Just go in a big city, and that'll do a number on you. So I couldn't do it, man. No, I take fish oil. I think it's Alaska fish oil.
Ha?
One box of that stuff lasted 2 months. How is it even possible? Those Philly cheesesteaks only about how many's in there, and they're small. How could that last you for 2 months? No, I see that shit around, man. It's so easy. You heat them up in a microwave. That's all you have to do, man. That's it. There's 8. Oh, once a week. Okay, well, that makes sense. Nah, I don't overindulge in stuff, okay? That's the secret. Don't overindulge. If you want to indulge in something, it's okay now and then. Just don't make a big habit of it. But once you start eating a lot of sugar, your body needs more sugar, and you wind up finding yourself with a taste for more sugar, and it's not good for a lot of reasons. You know why it's not good, but another reason it's not good because we all have cancer. It's very inert, but you could activate these cancer cells with a lot of sugar because they feed on sugar. And that's a fact. Yeah, 90 seconds in the microwave. I haven't seen any yogurt in there I liked, and I never liked the taste of authentic Greek yogurt. But I'd buy these bottles of Yakults and stuff like that. I'll eat that, which reminds me, I have to buy a bottle of probiotics. That's like one of the most important things because your gut is responsible for everything going on with your body, believe it or not. Your gut health. Yeah, probiotics are really important. I was down. Yeah, I was in Cebu and I was at SNR, and I'm sure they probably had a bottle of probiotics there, but I totally forgot about it. Yeah, probiotics should be part of everybody's supplementation. Patty Trudeau said, I can't tell you that no one is. I can tell you that no one is donating a bummer. He has $1,300 total, and $1,000 is suspect because it will go to you. Well, how do you know? Then Patty says, Mike Ross, dude, you haven't said a single true thing the whole stream. Anthony says, yogurt, you have to read the label. Yeah, they are full of sugar. What doesn't have sugar in it, man? It's hard. I mean, everything is, you got to eat, Unless you want to be a cow, just go out and eat grass and solve all your problems. But that's not going to give you everything. I would suggest that everybody would at least take some mineral water, even Gatorade. But they have the brand without the sugar. You don't see it around much, but they do have it out. My uncle, who died over 101, and that was about 4 months ago, however long it's been now, time is going by pretty fast. He told me that he don't even drink water. He drinks Gatorade. Now, my brother used to drink that because he didn't like water. But he didn't drink the one that didn't have sugar in it. And boy, he had a lot of sugar. He'd eat cakes, he'd eat cookies. He didn't give it. Let's put it this way. He didn't give a shit what he ate. Now he's dead, okay? That's the way it works. But, yeah, probiotics would be important. Bummer just made a community post of Abe wearing a MAGA hat. Are you serious, or? Yeah, here's the deal. Even the water you get out here, you get those 5-gallon jugs delivered. That's not mineral water. You're lacking minerals, man. What's that? Yeah, that's what I'm putting from my other medicine thing. Leave that. You need to. But when I lived in Hawaii, we got our water supply down the highway. They had a little park there, and they had all the water spigots there, and that was coming from spring water. They had a huge 200,000 gallon down the highway catchment tank, actually, whatever. and it pumped water from underneath the ground. And it was pressurized, of course, so it could come to the faucets. That was mineral water. And the water we grant, if you're drinking out of a tap, you're not getting minerals. But anyway, yeah. No one's dumber than Bummer. Did he really make a community post with his girlfriend wearing a MAGA hat? Make America great again. Why would she care to wear that hat? She ain't going nowhere. Now she's free to see who she wants to now. Maybe she'll wake up. Think, Mike Ross. Think about what? She actually sounded excited that he was leaving. No shit. I bet she was. I'll check it out when I'm finished with this broadcast here. Well, I'm sure he'll probably do another video anyway on the flight or something, He can't help himself. He's very proud that he's going to Bicutan. As far as money collected, I can't say that's true or not. I have no idea. Well, the sooner... Okay, Patty says, no one is going to donate until your court case is finished. Well, it is finished. The court case is finished. He's being made to have to pay the court $250,000 pesos, $250,000 pesos to me, and he's going to be permanently blacklisted, sent home. No, it's finished. It's done. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see where that goes. They're all hoping for the worst for me. But they don't know what's going on behind the scenes either. And they will never know. We'll see, said the blind man. And who are you? Kind of an interesting last name. Loser says Big E. Don C said neither will give Barry money in a Big Kev show. Well, I heard that too, but that doesn't mean anything. Patty says Mike Ross is Bobby has not said a single true thing in his whole show. I think Patty could be Jerry the Fairy. You think that's Jerry the Fairy? Jerry comes on under a stock account because he's on my channel. They're all trolls. I don't know that. I wasn't born yesterday. Most people that come to my show are trolls, but under a different name. Like, duh. Mike Ross says, Bobby says, Patty is Brevis. That's why he's mad. I exposed his Discord. Loser says, I'm sure there are guys hitting up Shaw. Why? They hit her up. They want sloppy leftovers or something? No, not for me. To each his own taste, that's all I can say, Like Barry says, I could have an opinion, and I got an opinion. I wouldn't date her if you paid me. Not my type. In any form or way. Up for grabs. Why? I mean, I don't know. Whatever, He's just saying crap no one knew it is true. Okay. Oh, Pat. I'm ready to go. Was it a cheerful goodbye? Or was she jumping up and down and dancing? Well, that comes after he's on a plane and he's on his way back, yeah. Do you think if you reneged on receiving the money, would she drop the case? No. She made a pact with him, okay? Why, I don't know. She's so devoted to this guy, and that's one of the greatest mysteries going. But she got a pact with him to help him out. Of course, she cried to April, Big E's wife, because they talk, you know, they're sort of like friends. At least, well, they communicate with each other anyway. April being a woman, she's going to be emotional. Big ego, please. You got to help her out. And you know where the money's going to go, right? Yeah. Jerry gave me the link on Messenger, Patty L on it. Take a screenshot and send it to Frank if you're telling the truth. Send a screenshot or something. Well, whatever transpired, whether it did or not, I'll know sooner or later anyway. Whether he got money or didn't get money or whatever. It works for me either way. I just want to see him spend a little time in Bicutan, you know, get a feel for it. No, that's right. You can't send screenshots on YouTube. No, I've tried that before. Well, I got an email. Everybody seems to know it. It's my email I use for social media. It's my old Hawaii Yahoo email account. Okay, there'll probably be a show coming up with Barry pretty soon. So go ahead, set your... you guys are so anxious to hear all the news that's fit to print. Oh, he'll do something. Unless they holding the phone on him, which I doubt. But he can't shut his mouth, so I imagine there'll be some kind of a show on there. LOL, that shows... I guess you're talking to Mike Ross, Patty. LOL, that shows your incompetence. You have to be a moderator, plus use Frank's email. I'm a loser says crazy. It's crazy he's 50 and does not have 10,000 saved to get free. It's not easy to have that kind of money, really. Mike Ross says, just stop using email in 2012, Patty. Hector says, what is Barry's channel name? You don't know his channel name? I forgot it already. What's his channel name again? I just got him on my sub thing. I just go to this list and I hit on that. Frank, you said you have a few more cases in the fire. Do these cases ever take a toll? But to accomplish what you want, I mean, you have to put some effort out, right? Besides, I'm retired. I got all this time on my hands, right? Right? Yeah, Let's Hang Out. That's the name, yeah. Let's Hang Out. He changed it. Oh, I'm sure I'll get a notification if he does a show. But I got some other shit to do already, man. So I got to shower yet and all that. If he puts a show on, I'll listen to it unless he takes it off or something. But I'm sure you'll inform me of what he had to say. Patty is more concerned about Brevis' statements than Frank is. You can't believe anything Brevis says. You can't believe everything Barry says, and that's why they get along. They're both chronic liars. Ricky's been pretty quiet, isn't he? I think he is. He's bound to do a show today, Ricky, though. Yeah, I would think he would. Well, folks, no matter what, it's a monumental day today. You gotta admit that. No, he's not going home. He's not going home. And if the figures are correct, he hasn't raised the money he needs. Don't forget as I said, it's all bullshit that he said he doesn't have to pay the immigration fees and fines. He has to pay that too. The information highway is alive and well out there. Everybody has something to say about somebody, and they know something somebody says, and they take it for the truth. Shit, I've been on here a long time, man. Mike Ross's Bobby says, make Ricky great again. I think things are sort of taking a toll on Ricky, too. He's getting kind of burned out with all this. I mean, he doesn't mind the donations. He doesn't have to take out of his pocket. But Ricky is brilliant in his own way, though. Brilliant knows how to manipulate people and get them to, get all that hype going on in his show and get people to donate to him. He's very good at that. But don't forget, he was an insurance salesman, too. Yeah, not much different than a car salesman. Of course, Paul in the Philippines was a car salesman. If you know Paul and what his stuff is about and what he's like, you could definitely tell this guy definitely was a car salesman. There's no question about it. Maximum is is helping with the trail cam. Oh, yeah. Trail cam. That's one of the good ones there, trail cam. Maximus, a.k.a. Jordan Melby. I've seen that name around. I have no idea who Jordan Melby is. I don't have a clue. I suppose I should take a look at Barry's post on there with Make America Great Again. I'll make my evaluation of that, whether she seems happy that he's on his way. I think it'll take some stress out of her life for now until any legalities come her way from me. But she'll have a temporary relief of stress of having to deal with Barry and his issues and all that. Oh, it's this one, it's that one. I don't know who they are. I don't really care. Troll is a troll, is a fucking troll, is a troll, is a troll. You know how many stock accounts these people, it's hard to keep track of who's this, who's Warren, who's the, it's really hard to keep track of all this. There's just too many troll accounts. Much too many. It's hard to keep up with this shit. They go onto so many accounts that you just lose track after a while. And by the way, I don't go under any troll accounts, just for everybody's information. I don't have any troll accounts whatsoever. None. And whether you believe that or not, I don't really give a shit. I actually don't have. None. Because I say what's on my mind. I don't hide it by going under a different name. What's the purpose? I've always been pretty outspoken, so what does it matter? Melbourne's Mike Ross. Mike Ross, as Bobby said, deformed dude. Tim K. Confidant. Yeah, what's going on with Tim K? Well, I guess they're all back in America now, all settling in. I thought they were going to stay at his father's house or something. I don't know what he's doing. They showed this apartment. I wasn't really impressed with it. Oh, Tim K's got money. Sold his FJ Cruiser that his viewers bought him. Can you imagine that? That you got the skill to manipulate people that bad? That these viewers in his heyday basically bought him that FJ fucking Cruiser, man? The money he was making to build a house for his wife's relatives. He's good at what he does. Tim K is good at what he does, man. Patty says, Frank, make this guy a moderator so he can post a screenshot of the message from Jerry. Which guy? Mike Ross's Bobby, or who are you talking about? Oh, if I make him a moderator, he may block all you folks. Oh. Okay. You're a moderator, Mike Ross's Bobby. Go for it, baby. Go for it. There you go. You're a moderator. Knock your socks off. Oh, you're a moderator now, Mike Ross's Bobby. You're a moderator, man. You the man. Oh, see your wrench? You get a wrench right there. Yeah, you do a copy and paste. Make it quick. My first moderator. Can give you another minute. That's it. If I do that, Brevis just will kick me from the Discord and know I'm the guy. Okay, you're no longer a moderator. If you can't produce, took your wrench away. Yeah, the excuse. Yeah, exactly. You already gave an excuse. Well, you know what? I'm not going to listen to this shit anymore. Everybody attacking each other, all this crap. Immaturity. Oh, what this person says, or how much this person gave to the other person. And it's a bunch of immature nonsense. Well, you know what? I don't even trust who you are, so I'm kind of removing you from my channel. I don't know. People can't go into their own names or identity. I mean, I'm getting to that point where just about everybody's going to be fucking taken off because I don't really give a shit anyway. My time on YouTube is expiring. It really is. Well, anyway, you guys keep tuned for another Barry update, I'm sure. I'll go look at his posting with the girlfriend with the Make America Great Again hat. You realize it's all a charade, it's all a facade. Barry's freaking out on his way there. Well, the plane don't leave till 10:30. Yeah, I don't go to Discord. And what truth is that, Patty? Do tell. It's the channel of truth, so knock yourself out. Well, I know Aloe has a Discord. I don't know about previous. That's as I said, I don't go there, man. Frank, Discord is invite only. You can't just go there. You have to be invited. That's what I thought, because I tried joining. And once I joined, I didn't know how to navigate on there. I had no idea what I was doing, where I was, how to find a group, how to do anything on there. Okay, guys, I got to go. Barry Patrol. Everybody's on Barry Patrol. He's probably going to do another live. Everybody with anticipation. There you go. But like I said, Mick Smith. How will Frisbee, the Hobogoblin Mantis, pay you the $250? Can he work in Bicutan? No. Oh, they're all claiming that he made a bunch of money from Big E and who else? And Brevis and whoever else. And Jay or something. That's what they claim. Oh, I know that's not the real Mike Ross.
They will need to change the bed sheets.
Huh?
The bed sheets, we need to change.
Oh, we should have threw it in with the wash.
Yeah.
Instead of wasting water. No pay, you stay in Bicutan. That's pretty much it. No matter what the boy says. He can't choose. You know, oh, I'm just going to pay the court and not pay Frank. It just doesn't work that way. All right, guys, it's over. Now you hear the rest of the story here. Is he going to get out after he gets in? Or how long he's going to be in there? Nobody knows. Is he really going to get all the money to accomplish everything he needs with his overstay and paying the court, paying me, paying the lawyer? Well, it'll be interesting to see, won't it? So let's go along with the journey and see what happens.
In the 2 months since the president launched his drug offensive, almost 700,000 drug users have turned themselves in, living like this in prison. Better than no life at all.
They call it the Gulag, an immigration detention centre in the Philippines that has been making headlines for all the wrong reasons. Detainees claim the centre is squalid, rat-infested and overcrowded. 9 Britons themselves accused of breaking Filipino laws are currently detained in the centre. They allege corruption and bureaucracy in the centre has led to some detainees spending years waiting for their cases to be processed.
This isn't a scene from a dystopian movie. It's reality inside one of the most dangerous prisons in the Philippines. These facilities are dens of violence, overcrowding, corruption, and despair, where survival is a day-to-day struggle. In a country that as of 2023 ranks 3rd in the world for prison overcrowding, prisoners endure hellish conditions.
Ladies and gentlemen, with almost a half hour to go, Mr. Barry Lee Jordan on the Philippines airline is on his way to Manila, and within the next half hour, they will be landing at Manila Airport and via ground transportation to Bicutan. A very monumental moment, very monumental time. Who knows what's going on in his head on that flight? He's almost there. Yes. After all this time, all the horrible things he's done, people he's hurt, it pays off. Whether it's a day, whether it's a week, month, 2 months, don't matter. That's nothing compared to the vile, horrible things that he has done to people in his life. Is that payment enough, many people ask? Some people say no. Some people say his detention was enough for him. But was it really? Good morning. Oh, what didn't he do? Yeah, sorry, I ain't got that much time. Hey, I'm 70 years old, man. I ain't got that much time to explain everything this guy did. I'd be dead by the time I explain it to you. So if you're a newbie, I hope you understand. Catching knives in a nutshell. Hey. Yeah, it's that time, folks. It is over a half hour in flight already. I think it's about an hour to Manila from Cebu. Should be arriving within the next half hour. Well, it is what it is, isn't it? Yeah. It is what it is. What did he expect? I don't know. Whether it's a day or a month, whatever. I don't know, man. I was looking at those videos of Bicutan and oh my God. Well, you know, he expects to see me there, but we'll see what happens on that. I think they'd enjoy my company more than they'd enjoy him. Because I'm a generous, giving person. Yes, I do have that as a marker on me. I'm generous, cordial, giving, but I don't bend down to pick up soap. No, firmly in my hand. Okay, is he being deported or detained? No, he's being detained from a detention center to a prison. He's actually going to be working on renovating the detention center. He went to court, pleaded guilty, so he lost his case against me. Well, my case against him, and now they're transporting him to a place that he absolutely dreads. Absolutely dreads. The horrible things he's done. The way he's treated people, what he thinks of the Filipinos and their culture. Hates the Muslims, hates the Filipinos, hates the government, hates everything. He's a hate monger. I imagine they'd have to handcuff him as a cautionary measure. He might run away. I would think so. I hear that plane a-coming. It's coming down the tarmac. And pretty soon, I hate to say, I'm not going back. Not going back to detention. It's big old prison for me. Yes, criminal, not civil. Criminal case. Criminal case. He said some horrible things. Horrible things. And he kept on saying it even though he had charges on him while he was incarcerated for almost 7 years of non-payment of his immigration fees and so forth. A real winner, in other words, yeah. Well, he pleaded guilty. Because evidence was presented to say he was guilty. He had no choice. He wasn't going to say, I'm not guilty after the evidence presented. It wasn't going to happen. Oh well. You're in my heart, you're in my soul. Oh shit, so he's been inside. No. He's been in detention center in Cebu for 2 years. 2 years. Awaiting to finish his trial. No, he's not. He's not. I wish. No, he hasn't been in for 7 years. A lot of people debate whether or not he should have been in detention that long, but you know, even outside of my case with him, the things that he's done was just terrible. He's owed people so many money, people that didn't have any money and promised to pay him back, and he treated his girlfriends like shit. They were ATMs to him. He owed bars money, private people money, Filipinos and Filipinas money. He owed sorry stores money. There's hardly anybody out there he didn't owe money to. Terrible situation. So he's got his girlfriend to do a complaint against me for a deport case to try to get me deported, and he wants to see me in Bicutan with him. Now, he claims he ran the 3rd floor of the detention center. There was really nobody there. So he says a big boss of the 3rd floor of the detention center. %of expats in Philippines. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm looking at this in many different ways. Time was coming for this to happen, even though it wasn't ordered by, well, it was ordered by the court for him to go to Bicutan because they were going to be renovating a really horrible detention center. Ceilings coming in, water getting in, cats, feral cats coming in, dogs, cat piss, rats, whatever was around there, high traffic noises from his window, extreme heat. It was a horrible place to be in, but unfortunately for him, the place he's going to is about 25 times more horrible than the 2 years he spent in this particular detention center. Yes, Anthony. From a virtual country club of a detention center to one of the worst prisons in the world. Yeah, it's on the top of the list. It's not number 1, but it's in the top 5 or so. Yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah, I was watching those videos, man, and I'll tell you. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll just do my best to make sure I'm not in there. I'll tell you that much. Whoa. But I could get along with people a hell of a lot better than he could. So, if I was in that kind of situation, they wanted a cigarette from me, I'd give them a cigarette. Never mind asking for my smalls. I'd give them a whole cigarette. Like him will say, no, man, it's going to cost you 20 pesos only. 20 pesos only. 20 pesos only. Everybody's on their phones. Everybody on their phones. Look at everybody here on their phones. Those chicken wings?
Wings.
You got wings going here. I'm not really a wing man. Not really. If he's ever deported, maybe his flight will be diverted to El Salvador. Well, that would be interesting. That is on the top list, El Salvador, of being one of the worst places ever. Now that's for sure. I've seen something where they had in Russia, they would send their people over to Siberia. Now you want to talk about bad? They couldn't go anywhere. They would never leave that because they'd freeze to death. Or actually, there was a lot of wolves around there. If the freezing cold wouldn't get you, the wolves would. Oh, there's worse places. Oh man, that's nothing. Bicutan is a country club compared to some places, man. HAG says, pay whomever you have to pay. Do whatever you have to do. Don't get yourself inside. I know. I saw those pictures of his girlfriend with the MAGA hat on. The post. She looked happy and sad at the same time. Looks like she was crooked. Looks like he said, sit down there. Put this hat on, and took a picture of her. You'd rather be in a prison in the Philippines, rather than the United States? You don't know much about the Philippine prisons. Well, I know there's bad prisons in the United States, but I don't know. Compared to the Philippines prison, I don't know about that. Then again, I've never been in prison in America, so I wouldn't know, but the third world countries and all that, prisons are the worst. They don't have a budget for anything there. They'll let you die and just whittle away down to bones. They do that in Bicutan, actually. You know what they give you, man? They give you a rice, but it's a soggy, sloppy rice with water. It's like they were saying on this video I was looking at. Maybe give you a piece of fish with it or something. But the rice is like it's really like a sloppy rice. It's really wet, kind of like a wet rice. Oh, you say rather be in prison in the film. Oh, no, okay. Hector, a lot of people are drinking copium juice and crow sissig this morning. I don't know what copium juice is. I'm not in a loop, maybe. I don't know what the hell that is. I've heard that word used before. Says he's going back to smoking again when he gets in prison. That's not a good idea. If he truly quit smoking, he should just leave it be. That's a great opportunity to continue not smoking because his lungs are not the best. I just, cope juice. Something to help you cope. Oh, I never heard of it. Nope. Is a satirical term for coping. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I surmised it to be. Well, whatever that might be. I think I have an idea what you're talking about. Well, it's not really a funny thing that he's going into Bicutan. Let's get real about it. I'll get real about it. But they had to renovate the place at the detention center, so they had to put him somewhere, and that's where he's winding up. Yeah. Unfortunately for him, didn't turn out the way he wanted to. Crow sissig. Here you go, Clint Anson. No, but I can't bring myself to feel sorry for him, no matter how hard I try. It's not because I'm a bad person or something, but he did a lot of shit, man. Even outside of what he did with me, to get him, to a trial. He's done like a lot of really lousy stuff. He really has. And knowing how cocky he is and he's been, he needed to be knocked down a couple of notches because this was ongoing and it was nonstop with him. And there's just too many people on the list that he took advantage of. And, it's like the discipline, what do you call love? He just had to be shown that this is what happens when you just get really out of line. I don't know, man. I hope you're going to take Gilda out for dinner tonight to celebrate. Nah, I don't need to do that. Every day's a celebration here that I get up in the morning. It is. I got up 3 times last night, and I'm not sure why. I didn't have to piss, but I've been a really light sleeper lately. Really light sleeper. I went back to sleep, of course, but I don't normally get up 3 times at night. I might wake up once, look at the clock, and say, oh, fuck, it's early. Why am I waking up? I told you, I don't take this shit anymore. I don't take the Benny Boys. I don't take the Benny Boys, and that's probably why. But I still maintain, at least 6 hours sleep anyway, which is better than a kick in the ass, I guess. Are you going to visit him and make a vlogging video out of it? Nah, I don't want anything to do with him, man. Out of sight, out of mind. Goodbye, enjoy your life. Let him fly you back home to America and face other charges and whatever. It's like a never-ending story is what it is, really. His reign of terror has started all the way back in America, growing up, and, beat up his wife over the child custody, and he got 6 months in jail there. He had some criminal, not civil, but criminal motor vehicular fines, incidents, God knows what else. He was in trouble the best part of his life, I'm gathering. No, I guess his girlfriend could visit him. They're trying to do it maybe once a month. According to how long he's there. He might be out in a couple of days. I don't know. If he raises the money, sooner the better for me, because I profit from it. Well, it's not much of a profit, thinking I spent... I came up with what I actually spent on this case. It was 540,000 pesos total, and that's with visits to the court, the retainer fee, a couple of times retainers. It's quite a bit of money. So what I get back from him is not going to cover that, but it's better than a kick in the ass, you know. I estimate about 540. That even might be too high, because I'm factoring in something here that I shouldn't factor in. No, because I know how much my lawyer's retainer is. Had to retain him twice, actually. 80,000 a shot. Then there were like a lot of motions he filed. There was trips to the... Oh, hell no. I think I'm overstating, actually, how much I paid on this. I would more likely say that this was about 400,000 pesos. I don't know where I came up with 480. About 400,000 pesos. Which, if this was in America, it'd be like more like $40,000 or more. But it's not America. Yeah, I'd say it was about 400 now that I think about it. I overestimated here. Because I know what his retainer fee is. And I know what he charges me to go back and forth to court and filing a motion, filing numerous affidavits, manifestations, and so forth. So he just now mailed out yesterday the new manifestation to the Department of Immigration, BOI, in regards to an official notification for them, because although he put that on his manifestation, he still had to file a formal document as my lawyer addressing the BOI, the Board of Immigration, because they don't catch this shit till later. I mean, they know he's being shipped over, but it's the department in charge of different things. It's just a different department. And they have to know that he's been convicted and he pleaded guilty on 5 counts of cybercrime and that he's being transferred over to Bicutan. So he sent a formal, more legal letter out too. So that's what he did. Okay, what's the time out there? What's the Philippines time? Let me see my clock. 11:37. I believe he's arriving now at Manila Airport, ladies and gentlemen. I believe he's arriving at Manila Airport, coming down to tarmac as we speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the Eagle has landed. The Eagle has landed. Now, what if he's been bullshitting us all this time? Hey. I'm the one that said that. Keep that in mind. I said it on an earlier broadcast. I said, I don't trust him. Is he really going to Bicutan today? I was thinking to myself, well, he lies all the time. Maybe he's not going today. Maybe he's just pulling the wool over our eyes. But I think, in further thought, that no, I think he is definitely on his way. I think he's just landing, and I think he's actually going there. Well, I mean, there was an order to make him go there no matter what, but I was starting to really question whether or not he was telling the truth or not, because he doesn't tell the truth, as you all know. He's a chronic liar. Catching Knives says, are you going to... No, I already read that. You know, visit his fucking sorry ass. Unless they put me in there with him, I'll visit him every single day. Let's sing Kumbaya together, Barry. Let's build a campfire. Go get somebody's guitar and pretend you can play it. And I'll fuel the fire. It is arrival time. It is arrival time. Okay, plane's coming to a stop. Passengers can now unfasten your seatbelts. Please sit down until we start exiting the plane. Aisles Z through M first. Now his heart's pounding up. Well, he should be glad to get out of that fucking place. He's got to change now, change of environment. He'll have plenty of people to talk to. Oh, yeah. He said he's a sociable guy. He shouldn't have any problems. He shouldn't have any problems. He's a sociable man. What you girls doing in my room? That is kind of cooler in here, isn't it? Yeah, I guess it is. In the other part of the house, I don't know why. Oh, because it's not direct sun. Maybe that's it. Oh, my, oh, my. Ask myself, is this really happening? And it's happening. Yeah, it's happening. It's for real. It's for real, man. All the shit that he gave me and talking about my girlfriend, calling, messaging her kids, inciting violence against me. It's time. You want to see my skeleton, folks? This is just a copy on paper. That's my skeleton. Do 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 do. I don't know when. See, I got this disk space, you know. There's problems with that, losing disk space. Secor. Yeah. I could say that I have a real back problem. He can't prove he's getting Social Security disability based on a lie. Look, there's disk space in there. You can see it. Oh, yeah. That's me. The real inside of me. Ah, now you see this curve? Huh? Huh? I don't got any problem? Huh? Huh? That's scoliosis. See that? That's not a straight up spine. Look, 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 look. See, I could prove shit. That should be going that way. There's a slight curve right there. There you go. There you go. No, I don't lie. Yeah, look at it. See where it starts curving up a little bit right here? This should be more that way, straightened out. See? I don't lie. That's a form of scoliosis. I got disc space that's all fucked up. Yeah, look, you see? Look, 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 look. Look, look. Yeah. See, I lost 2 inches. I should be 5'9". Barry says 5. I should be, because I got a curvature. I should be 5'9". 5'9". See? Look, 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 look. See? That's for real. That's me. That's me. That's x-rays. At Perpetual Secor Hospital. Okay? That's real. I didn't make this up. Look, look, look. Am I lying, guys? Am I lying? Is my back pretty fucked up? It sure as hell is. Sure as fucking hell is. Another angle. See? See? I don't lie about this shit, man. I show proof. Yeah, I should be 5'9". Yeah, I should be 5'9". Instead of a little under 5'7". I lost height. Disk space, curvature. There you go. There you go. All right. See, I show proof. I show proof. At least I do that. I could say that. But some people can't. So you medical experts on there, there you go. If Steve Montelli was on here and he did x-ray work and all that shit, Steve Montelli would tell you exactly what's going on. Because after seeing all those x-rays he's seen in the past, because he worked in such an environment, he'd be able to tell you right off. Oh yeah, he'll say that guy's got scoliosis, there's no doubt about that. So yeah, no, I'm not the straightest walker in the world, I'm absolutely not. I don't walk like a Marine, okay? With my back all the way back and my chin all the way up to the sky. I can never even feel comfortable to do that. Why am my chin going to be up in the sky? Trying to show everybody my turkey neck, or what? Why should I put my chin all the way up to the sky? Am I looking out for buzzards? What am I looking out for? Waiting for a meteor to fall? No, I don't. So, Gil always tells me, come on, walk straight. Walk straight. Don't slump over. Okay. But you see, my arms get ahead of me when I walk. When I walk, my arms and body is ahead of my feet. They don't keep up with each other. I think that's the problem. Yeah. My body is like ready and raring to go, and my feet are saying, oh, wait a minute, you're too fast for me. Catch up with me. Okay, you guys are kind of quieting down. Anyway, good time to get off. I'm waiting for lunch. And he has arrived, folks. Now comes his ground transportation to the lovely Bicutan, otherwise known as Gulag prison. They refer to as Gulag. Unless he's been pulling our leg this whole time. And I want you to note that, because in case that happened, I was the one to say it. I just want to note this, because he does lie. He does lie. But I want that noted by everybody. So in case he turns around and say, I fooled you, man. I fooled you, man. Ha, ha, ha. And gives one of his hillbilly rebel yells, you at least say, Frank did say that. Frank did say that. But I think this is the real deal. Not you, Jay. Shut up. I think this is the real deal. I think it is. And we'll know soon enough. All right, man, I got to think about having a little lunch here. Have a good trip there, Barry. You're probably listening. No, you're probably not now. But hope they treat you well. I don't mean ill on you. Just don't run your mouth, and you should be okay. Well, I can't promise that, but the living conditions I know are horrible. And of course, I don't want to be in a situation like that, folks. I would dread being a. But if I was in a situation like that, I would make the best of it I could. Be friendly. Don't join a group. Just keep to yourself. Keep your mouth shut. Do exercise or something. If it's too hot, you probably don't want to do exercise. I know it'd be really difficult today. You just do your best. I mean, what choice will you have if you're in there, right? Yeah. There's no choice. So you make lemonade out of lemons, and that's all you can really do, man. Try to make some form of good out of a bad situation. But, blame the prison system, not me, because I didn't create those conditions at Bicutan. I didn't create those, so don't be looking at me. If he would have kept his mouth shut and everything else, he would have been out of there, would not even have to worry about having a court trial on him. It goes to show you, there's not much good that's going to come out of this. And that's a fact. Okay.
Crew na sakay ng eroplano matapos ang emergency landing. Sa ngayon ay patuloy ang koordinasyon ng Philippine government sa mga otoridad ng Haneda para sa maayos na disembarkation ng naturang flight. Sa ngayon ay hindi patukoy ang sanhi ng umusok na air conditioning unit ng eroplano.
Okay, I'm just going to do it. He says he doesn't have any mental problems. That's coming from him himself. But nevertheless, here's the point. The point being is that if you don't like me or my show, my channel, the solution is very simple. Don't watch it. Well, you may not have the problem anymore, but if I do disappear, why do you get so bitter? Just don't watch my channel and don't get pissed off. He's challenging me anytime you want to come to Cebu. Oh, I'm 67. I'm just a few years younger than you. Blah, 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 blah. You don't have to talk about yourself. Who put the bee in his bonnet? I don't even know the fucking guy. It's a very simple solution. Just don't watch my live streams or uploads. I've always got a kick out of that. This guy's, what was it? Do you have a Proton Mail account? Whatever. This guy is. Nevertheless, the point being is nobody forces anyone to go to somebody else's channel. Thank goodness you pissed off about. I mean, really, let's look at it realistically. I'm giving you something to do with your life. Hey, I just come on here to vlog and shit. Can't help if some fucking asshole put a fucking, decide to go on his show and call me a fucking child predator. Now he's paying for it. Wear my shoes and see how you feel. I always say that all the time. You got a problem with me or something and what I say on my show, just don't watch it, man. Some guy calls Cloud in the Sky, that's his email name. He's written me several emails. I got him on spam now, though. I don't go to my spam folders now, so I got him on spam. So, he's always writing me that he hates me and all this other shit, and he doesn't like Barry either, apparently, but he thinks that Barry's retarded, and I'm picking on a retarded man, and well, he seems to function. He knows how to eat, stand up, take a piss, take a shit. He thinks for himself. I don't know. Is he retarded? Or just misguided? I mean... Anyway, then they bitch about what they hear on my channel. Well, you see that TV set? That could be shut off. Or I could change the channel. Right? People, stop bitching. I won't go to somebody's YouTube channel if I don't really watch it. If I don't like their content. You could do the same thing. Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right, now that the Barry case is over, they'll find something else to bitch about. Get a life. I mean, a real life. Like finding a woman, somebody to argue with, like your partner or something. Try being controlling of her, but don't try to control me. My fucking show. Although I'm pretty much talked out at this point anyway, but nevertheless. The point is, you got a gripe with me? Don't watch my show. It's simple. I don't understand these people, Anthony. You know, don't understand them. I'm so important to them that they have to pay attention to everything I say and do, and then they respond to it very negatively. And I didn't, you know, I didn't force them to come to my show. Anywho, I'm starting a new movie here anyway, so I'm just doing a gain on here. Be happy that I come on here. You have somebody to listen to, because apparently a lot of people spend a lot of time coming to listen to my show. And millions and millions, but yet you come and listen to me. Anyway, I'm just letting you know his mail. You know, go beat up your wife. I'm not depending on numbers, algorithms. I don't give a shit about any of that crap. I don't give a shit about any of that crap. I'm not monetized in any way. I'm not making any money on here. I come on here because I can. I talk about the shit that I want to talk about. But you don't have to listen to it. It's that he could sell cigarettes in Bicutan, maybe 1 peso profit. I'm not in a big need of money at the moment, so, you know, the longer he don't pay, the longer he stays. He's there now. He's absolutely in the place right now. He got there earlier today. He's been in there since probably about 12 o'clock or so, or more, maybe up to 12:30. So he's getting a taste of it right now. And I do not know that he's officially retarded, the guy that's been writing to me, that I'm picking on a retarded guy because he offends himself. So I can only go by what he says. Barry's threatened to beat up everybody, right? Yeah. These fucking idiots that occasionally write me. Probably going to wind up changing my email address eventually here. There are people that like to listen to me on here. Yes, there actually are people who like to listen to me on there. Then you have to go find somebody else to listen to. Problem is, but take care of it. I don't even know you or care to know you. No, I'm not going to meet you in Cebu and fight you because you listen to my show and you don't like what I have to say. That makes no sense at all, man. See a fucking therapist. All right, guys.